Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku became the Phoenix Hero Part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see Part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Darthvalgaav from 𝗏𝗏. So let's start the video. Himiko Toga chapter text. Within the nurse's office of 𝐒𝐻𝐢 sat at her desk with her seat turned so that the warm reddish and golden rays of the setting sun offered the last of their warmth to her back. The room was silent save for the soft, tuneless humming that escaped her and the soft tapping upon the tablet in her hands as she scrolled down on it. As far as she could tell, everything was set for the sports festival. The school, naturally, had a medical room on site full of all the equipment she would need to treat any injury, ranging from headaches to minor cuts and bruises to anything requiring major surgery. The only thing that still needed to be done was to deliver certain supplies that needed to be refrigerated the night before, as well as some other items that expired quickly. Absent-mindedly, the devilish nun briefly turned her attention to the desk where a neat pile of medical charts belonging to a few students lay undisturbed. Students who, for one reason or another, seemed to find themselves in her office more often than some others with sticky notes attached to each one. While most people thought that the UA nurse's job was simply to heal their students, which it was, there was another key part to it, recommending the removal of certain students from the hero program when their health and well-being became an issue. Looking at the pile brought a frown to the seemingly young woman's face, for it broke her heart to do something like it. After all, UA was a place where the young heroes in training could work to improve their quirks and gain better control of them in order to save others. Getting hurt was expected, and with a quirk like her own, 𝐻𝐻𝐢 could heal any injury, while Recovery Girl had certainly done her fair share of miracles. But, at the same time, 𝐻𝐻𝐢 knew this was something that had to be done. Principal Nezu was the type who would allow any student entrance into the school as long as they passed, regardless of any negative effects their quirks might have, something that hit a nerve with a certain sleep-deprived teacher. However, that did not mean that they were free to endlessly endanger themselves, either by their quirks or simply recklessly endangering themselves under the belief that they would be healed no matter what. After all, what would happen once these students left UA and no longer had the benefit of their healing talents? As such, it was now 𝐻𝐻𝐢's duty, as it had been Recovery Girl's before her, to observe the students that came into the nurse's office. How often they came in with the same injuries, if their quirk was causing serious problems, if they acted like their injuries were no big deal, something to be brushed off. A file belonging to one such student sat at the top of the pile on her desk. This student was a first year belonging to Class 1A whose quirk had a strange backlash that damaged their body when used multiple times. What was strange was that, before coming to this school, this student never showed any signs of this side effort or the super strength displayed. Thankfully, the drug test she had insisted on giving that student when she had started her first day looking for trigger and other similar quirk performance-enhancing drugs had come back negative. Also, the student had voiced their irritation over their constant need to be healed so often and seemed focused on improving. Because of these factors, this student wouldn't be dismissed after the sports festival. At least, not from her end. Still, while she was completely willing to help heal this student completely as they tried their best to master this new aspect of the quirk, she could only do so much for so long. Okay, Twilight healing would always heal the wounds as good as new. But what would happen when she wasn't there? Internships were right around the corner and 𝐻𝐻𝐢 wouldn't be able to drop everything just to go and heal them. She was also worried about what would happen to this student once they left school. So while she commended this student for all the work they were putting into mastering their quirk, sooner or later her job would require her to make a difficult call. She was scheduled to meet with Nezu at the end of every month, going over her observations and suggestions on each of the students. While she wanted with all her heart to give them all the time in the world, she knew that for regular humans that simply wasn't possible. If this student didn't figure something out by the middle of the year, she would suggest their transfer to a different course. Yes, it would hurt them, but 𝐻𝐻𝐢 would rather they start looking into different career paths than continue on this one sooner rather than later. And if she had to make the same recommendation for the same student at the end of the year, well, she would be raising a little hell of her own to make sure it happened. Then, just as she was turning her attention back to her tablet, the door to the nurse's office opened so suddenly and with so much force that it made the nun nurse jump out of her seat with a squeak. Looking up, her eyes widened at a very odd sight. Standing in the doorway was Izuku Midoriya, dressed in his gym uniform. The green-haired teen was panting heavily while carrying Toga in his arms. The younger blonde was passed out, face red with blood dripping from her face and onto the floor. What in the began 𝐻𝐻𝐢, but was cut off as Izuku zoomed into the room looking ready to cry. "I'm so sorry," he began in clear panic, setting his new vampiric classmate on one of the beds. "We were just ... and then she just..." Quickly moving across the room, 𝐻𝐸𝐬 went over to the teen who was looking between her and Himeko so rapidly she was surprised he wasn't getting dizzy. Sweat was dripping down his forehead as he spoke between his panting. "Midoriya, calm down," said 𝐻𝐸𝐬 gently. She waited a moment, gesturing for him to get some water from a nearby pitcher of water on a nightstand. As he did so with shaky hands, 𝐻𝐸𝐬 moved to check the girl's pulse. "Now, when you are ready, please tell me what happened." She turned in time to see Midoriya had just chugged down a large paper cup of water, gasping for air when he finished. "Okay," he said. "Well, we were with Mr. Kendo and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴. Izuku watched from the sidelines of 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴, which was one of the weirdest gyms the school had. The main floor of the gym was composed of 4 parts, each with a heavily matted circle in its center that was about 40 meters in diameter. While they looked like the normal sort of padding you could find in most schools, they seemed like they were made from a super shock-absorbent material. But that wasn't what was so weird and, honestly, freaky about this gym. It was what was lined against the walls. Countless tubes were placed one after another with only a keypad separating them. Inside each of them was a different type of robot that put the ones in the entrance exam to shame. The first few looked like those old pre-quirk boxing toys made real, with thicker armor. Then there were more complex ones that held weapons. There was one that had 6 arms, each with a sword sharpened to perfection. But then there were the ones who looked human. As in, Izuku thought for a moment that the school had kidnapped people and stuck them in these tubes because that's how lifelike they appeared. What's more, many of them were women whom the creator had decided to give alluring features as well as skin-tight outfits. Sure, there were a few guys in there, but the number was obviously disproportionate, and some of them were dressed in barely anything, with the last 2 being the worst. One was a woman whose outfit made her look like she worked at a strip club, while the other was a woman dressed only in her lingerie. Shinso, who was sitting next to Izuku, had noticed this as well. The look on the purple-haired teen when he had first laid eyes on the robots mirrored his friend's, shock mixed with a blush before quickly turning away. Now the pair sat there stiffly, beads of sweat forming on their brows as they forced themselves to watch what was going on in the middle of one of the rings, and not linger on the many female-looking robots behind them. Standing in the middle of the circle was Mr. Kendo, seemingly alone. His arms were outstretched in front of him, almost like he was ready to grab something but holding off while his feet were spread. For several long moments, he just stood there, appearing to any passerby who suddenly walked in that the man had simply zoned out and was staring into nothingness. However, both boys knew better. Then, Mr. Kendo suddenly and swiftly spun around. Reaching out with one hand, he seemed to pull Toga out of thin air before tossing her to the side as if she were a rag doll. The vampiric girl, dressed in the same blue gym uniform as both the boys, landed with a thud before bouncing back up to her feet. "Very good, young lady," said Mr. Kendo as he moved out of his fighting stance. Turning to the girl, he gave her a thumbs up with a smile. "I think I might have what you are looking for." As Toga tilted her head slightly with a curious expression, Izuku just beamed. "It was a wise move calling this man," commented Albion, once more using the tone that Izuku had come to associate with him, nodding his head. "If Toga is going to thrive in the hero course, she will need a fighting style should there ever come a time when weapons are off the table. The same goes for that Shinso boy. This will benefit them both greatly." "I know," replied Izuku. "I'm just glad that Mr. Kendo agreed to do this." As he thought this, the teen recalled how this had all come about. With all the training for the sports festival, Izuku had noticed that his 2 newest friends needed additional help. While Toga was quick, nimble, and stealthy, he felt like this would only get her so far, especially when she didn't have one of her training weapons. As for Shinso, the boy just needed to know how to fight. Izuku was doing his best to teach him, but there was a world of difference between someone like himself who was still somewhat of a novice and a true master, something that Izuku was humble enough to admit to not only himself but also Shinso. So, why not ask the man who had taught him, the master who knew more fighting styles than anyone he knew? There had only been one slight problem. Toga couldn't leave the school for right now. Apparently, there were still some details that needed to be fine-tuned with her agreement, so until she began her internship, the blood drinker was forced to remain on campus. Izuku had spoken to his martial arts teacher about this, asking if it was all right for him to give a special lesson to his friends. Oddly enough, the man agreed to this without much convincing. Either he was hoping to get some additional students once the sports festival was over, or the man was just very bored that day. "Now then," began Mr. Kendo's voice, the sound bringing Izuku out of his thoughts. Now he watched as the taller man turned to face Toga. "I believe I have the perfect fighting style for you. Watch carefully now." With that, the man struck an odd pose that Izuku had never seen before. One foot was placed in front of the other, though they weren't as firmly planted as Izuku had seen before, and with his hands brought up with the fingers pointing downward gave the impression of a man sneaking through a house. Then, in the blink of an eye, the man vanished completely, before either Izuku or Shinso could turn their heads to look around. They heard Himeko crying out in pain. The two turned their focus over to where the girl had been standing to find that she was now lying face down on the ground with Mr. Kendo standing above her. What I just showed you is a heightened form of your disappearing trick, Mr. Kendo, as Toga slowly got up onto her feet. Thought her legs did look a little shaky. This is a fighting style that was created completely by accident along with a sister style by a man back in the pre-quirk. It's called 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Mr. Kendo then paused, a foul look appearing on his face before raising a fist to cough into. When I say accidentally, I mean that both styles were originally interoperated as treating the body as a house and using different methods to break in. One style uses brute force to knock down the front gate, aka your opponent's defenses, in order to get inside, usually starting with a loud cry to catch them off guard, followed by swinging your arms to bat away your opponent's arms and finishing with a powerful kick to the chest. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, however, has you sneaking in through the back to strike quickly and repeatedly. It wasn't until later that it was discovered that both styles were meant to literally break into people's homes to rob them. Everyone, including Albion, sweat dropped at that. So it's exactly what I've been doing this whole time, said Toga with a slight frown. Yes and no, responded Mr. Kendo. While the techniques were originally sealed away, they eventually were brought back along with a slew of various fighting styles during the chaos caused by the emergence of quirks. Whether it was used by people who wanted to fight those with greater power than them or simply those with quirks who needed to defend themselves, people were doing whatever they could to secure their own survival. However, as time went by, bits and pieces of these techniques were lost to time or perverted when put on the internet. Now they exist as mere shadows of their former glory. The method you have been using to vanish from sight is a watered-down version of the original. Izuku watched as Toga, upon hearing that, visibly slumped. And it wasn't like he could blame her. That trick was the one that she was most proud of. So hearing the truth about it was no doubt disheartening. With that said, continued Mr. Kendo, you have a firm handle on the basics. I believe that learning this style would be most suited for you. Perhaps, with some hard work, you can bring it to a whole new level that the original creator never could. Izuku could see Toga blushing from the praise before giving the man a nod that showed off both her fangs. With that done, Mr. Kendo called Shinso over to begin the process of finding the purple-haired teen a style that was best suited for him. With a sigh, the brainwashing teen rose before walking to the middle of the mat with his hands in his pockets. At the same time, Himiko practically skipped over to Izuku before twirling around and sitting down next to him with a flourish. Once her behind was on the ground, the girl brought her legs up so that they were pressed against her chest. At first, the pair sat in silence as they watched the other two people in the room talk, only occasionally glancing at the other before turning their heads away, both doing their best to hide the nervous expressions on their faces as well as the light tint of red coating their cheek. Finally, Toga broke the silence. Hey, Midoriya, she began in a slightly nervous tone. I just want to say thanks for, everything. It's fine, replied Izuku, his eyes moving downward to stare at his shoes. When I was younger, I wished that more people out there could have helped me out. It didn't need to be anything big. Maybe just a little encouragement, a kind word, or just not laughing at my dreams. So I just want to give what I never got. Because you're actually quirkless? Asked Toga. Though her words were spoken softly, Izuku reacted as though she had screamed them from the top of the school building, practically jumping to his feet in a panic. He then turned to the girl who was still sitting there, giving him a shy smile. My grandpa used to tell me stories about the sacred gears. I basically grew up hearing all about the boosted gear and divine dividing. I've seen you training your quirk, and Pony told me about how amazing it is that you managed to get this far after finally being strong enough to use your quirk. Plus, my Aunt Asia is a member of the staff here, so you really shouldn't be surprised that I know about it. Oh right, replied Izuku, his heart rate slowly returning to normal yet still a little nervous. Are you going to tell anyone? At that, Himiko let out a small laugh. Yeah, like anyone would believe me if I did tell them the truth, she said before shaking her head. No, but if the day ever comes that you need to tell them, I'll back you up. Besides, it's not like I really blame you for lying to them. It's not easy being an outsider, wanting people to just accept you. For another long moment, the two sat there in silence as they watched Mr. Kendo teaching Shinso a move, while Itsuka's father held up his hands, palms out towards the brainwasher while also circling him. Izuku's thoughts went toward what she had said. He knew a little of her past, but only in broad strokes and none of the finer details. Was this some sort of invitation to ask? No, it's not, said Izuku at last, though it was probably harder for you. I mean, sure, my mom never really believed that I could be a hero even back when I was 4, but she still wanted the best for me. Having your parents suppress a part of yourself like that must have been suffocating. Himiko let out a humorless chuckle, her eyes becoming dark as she averted her gaze. Oh, it was pretty much the same, she said. When I was younger, my parents had already written me off as a monster, all because I found a dead bird and was drinking its blood. But they believed that I had gone out and killed it. Seriously, how was I supposed to do that? I was a little girl, and what they did to me, going to see people to teach me quirk suppression and change the way I acted, it was all because they wanted the best for me. They even made me stop seeing Grandpa because he was a bad influence in their eyes. With that, Toga let out a heavy sigh that seemed to hold all of her frustration. Sorry for dumping all of this on you. It just bugs me that they never saw anything from my point of view. Drinking people's blood was just the way I showed how much I loved them, wanted to be more like them. Everyone else got to express the way they loved each other in public in so many different ways. But me, when I did it, it was creepy. By the time she was done saying this, Izuku had brought a hand to his chin in a classic thinking pose. You know, that makes a bit of sense. I mean, drinking blood is a sign of love. I sort of get it, said Izuku, causing Toga's head to quickly snap in his direction. With her mouth hanging agape, Izuku continued. Blood is, both symbolically and literally, life, and it holds the most important details of a person. So, in a way, you could say that sharing blood with someone else could be seen as sharing some of your life with that person. That's it, cried Toga, spinning her body around so that she was now on all fours. Her expression had changed, looking so happily excited while bringing her face so close to Izuku's that she could pounce on him at any moment. You get it. You really get it. It's what I want to do. I want that intimacy, to be as close as possible to the people I love, so much so that I can become them because, to me, they're cute. Please tell me you feel the same way. At first, Izuku prepared himself for the heartbreak in 𝗵𝗃 when he told her no. Yet, as his mouth opened, no sound came out. For several long breaths, no sound could escape him despite his mouth moving while an old memory returned. He then visibly relaxed. I used to, Izuku admitted while Toga got back into a sitting position. Only now she was sitting on her legs right next to Izuku so that their shoulders were touching. I wouldn't call it love, but there is someone I looked up to. When I saw him, that's when I was filled with more hope for the future than any time else during the day. And I wanted to be just like him. So much so that all my sketches for hero costumes were trying to match him in appearance. My hero names were just knockoffs of his. And when I went to learn how to fight, I wanted to do it in the same manner as him. I was even willing to completely change my body type just so I could do it. You said used to, said Toga, a crestfallen expression appearing on her face. What changed? I finally met other people that I grew to admire, replied Izuku almost instantly. They basically helped me realize that the way I have has worth. And if I continued to just copy someone else, that was all I would ever be, a poor imitation of that person. So, instead, I'd rather just take the best parts of the people I love and admire to carry with me. The lessons they taught me, what they inspired in me. That way, they'll always be a part of me as I move forward. Izuku then turned to Toga, nervously placing a hand on her shoulder as he looked into her now wide-eyed expression. Maybe you could try that, taking on the spirit of the people you think are cute and love. That way, you'll always have a part of them with you as well. Besides, I don't think you need to turn into them because you're already really cute just as you are now. Izuku watched as 𝗵𝗃's jaw dropped, so much so that he could see all her fangs. Then, starting from the neck, her face began to turn a shade of red that Izuku had never seen before while her eyes became nothing more than dark spirals. By the time the red reached her forehead, the blonde's head was flung back with steam escaping her mouth, hair, and ears. Then she fell backward onto the mat with a very scared Izuku rising to his feet in panic. And that's what happened, exclaimed Izuku, fidgeting as he stood there with tears in his eyes. Can you figure out what's wrong with her? Will she be okay? Oh, she'll be fine, said 𝐎𝐴 as she held up one of 𝗵𝗃's arms while pretending to check her pulse. In truth, she knew that the girl was fine the moment she laid eyes on that face. Even unconscious, 𝗵𝗃 had a dopey grin with blood leaking from her nose. She just wanted to hear what had happened to put the girl in this state. A few days later. How about this one? Toga turned her head to look over at Pony, who was holding up a tablet. On the screen, there was a man dressed in a red trench coat, yellow sunglasses, a wide-brimmed hat that matched the jacket, and a suit underneath. For a moment, all the girl could do was look between the image of the anime character before looking at the excited face of the American girl, and then back to the image before sighing. I don't think so. Not cute enough, said Toga, wincing as May continued her work, namely her hero costume. While it would take a while to get something made, the support course could whip her up something to allow her to use her quirk during the upcoming sports festival. That way, when she did change, her cute naked body wouldn't be broadcasted all over the world when the changes melted off her. There are currently only 2 people right now that she wanted to reserve that right for, and one of them was in the room with her. Pony, in 𝗵𝗃's opinion, was a major cutie. How could anyone not find her expression adorable with those big blue eyes and that long flowing golden hair? Not to mention those horns and tail. But beyond that, she was one of the few people in her class who could best understand Toga as feeling like an outsider. Not only did she have a mutant quirk, but now she was a foreigner. But despite all that, she was still super friendly, which made her all the cuter to 𝗵𝗃. Even now as she huffed, she still looked so adorable as she went to look for another design for 𝗵𝗃's hero costume. I thought it looked good, she said softly. You could have gone for the old abridged version of him. You would have looked awesome and been super funny. Toga, in response, just blew a raspberry at her. Sorry, but I'm not going for something that makes me look like I'm a hitman vampire. I'm looking for something, well, cute. Not as in all pink and bubbly and something that will fit all the wonderful babies I have planned for her, exclaimed May, sighing. Pony shook her head as she swiped away at her tablet. Well, that was the last cool-looking anime vampire who wasn't set in a high school anime, she said. So, maybe we could look at some old mobile games for ideas. There was this one called Azur Lane that used to do a bunch of vampire and Halloween skins for their characters. Maybe we could use one of them for an idea. Before Himiko could point out that she didn't know if she wanted to go with a vampire-inspired costume, the horned American girl had pulled up the images. As Pony swiped the screen to show them off, Himiko had to admit that some of them looked really cute, especially the ones belonging to a fleet called the Crimson Axis. But none of them really stood wait, yelled Himiko, startling both of the other girls. Go back. Instantly Pony turned the tablet over, swiping the screen so that she came back to the last image before frowning. But that's her original skin, commented the girl as she showed the image to Himiko again, with May looking on in slight interest. Though that might have had more to do with the gear on the girl's hands rather than the outfit and the character as a whole. She's such a cutie, was all Himiko could say. Besides, that outfit is just my style. All I need to do is make a few changes here and there. Maybe some gear that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 could make for me. Oh, make you some special babies? Asked May, her grin widening. Please do tell. With that, Toga went into detail about the changes she wanted. To help aid her, May brought in a digital sketch pad. The original image was brought up, with the support student using the electric pen to make the adjustments that Himiko wanted, as well as designing the gear that the girl thought would suit her best. And, when they were done, Himiko was excited for the day when she could wear it. Tumbling and flying chapter text. The day of the sports festival finally came, with people all over the world tuning in to watch the event. As families and friends gathered in their homes to watch what 𝐒𝐽a had to offer, as well as pro heroes watching intently for potential new interns, the internet was ablaze, something that didn't go unnoticed by certain members of Class 1B. Guys, you got to see this, called out 𝐻𝐽a suddenly. Izuku, along with many of the other students in the 1B waiting room, gathered around 𝐻𝐽a as he held out his phone. Currently, it showed a social media site where a heated argument was taking place between several dozen or so people. The topic, which of the first-year classes would come out on top. Several people were standing firm that since 𝗏𝗏 stood their ground against a horde of villains as well as a creature that fought all might, that they were the class to keep an eye on. But there were those that disagreed, heatedly pointing out that while 1B fought fewer villains, they still came out on top without having a teacher save them in the end. Round and round the fighting went, with some of the comments getting a little personal. And this is just one of the threads that I found, explained 𝗬𝗏 while seeming unable to control the smile forming on his face. There are hundreds of debates like this going around on the internet, even among some of the pros. I also found a few sites where people were placing bets, stuff like which class would have more people making it to the final round and the like. Many of Izuku's classmates seemed to be in awe at that statement. Some even quickly pulled out their phones to do a quick search ... only to stop at the disapproving look Kendo was giving them. Okay, so people out there are talking about us, said the big sis of Class 1B as a frown appeared on her face. That's great, but we need to keep our heads in the game. That's what I'm doing, damn it, stated 𝗬𝗏, shooting a quick nervous glaze over to Shizaki to see if she would strike him with one of her vines. When none came, he continued. Look, I don't think there has ever been more focus given to the first years in the sports festival. Not even when All Might was in his first year. So we need to make sure we impress everyone. Yo Midoriya, you got a plan we can use? That caught the green-haired teen off guard, becoming a little nervous as all eyes fell on him. Glancing to the side, he noticed that Toga was looking at him expectantly with both fists clenched, with Pony mimicking her. As for Kendo, she had a hand on her head as if she were nursing a headache that was about to come. Well, it's a little difficult to make a plan when we don't know what the games are or what the other students are capable of, the Divine Diverged said at last. But I have rewatched a lot of the older sports festivals in order to prepare. The first round is usually a large group event made to cut most of the students. Most of the time it's just the hero course students along with 1 or 2 students from the other courses. After that, the second round will have an event that will somehow either punish the person who came in first place or help whoever came in last. The final round is always a tournament. Hearing all that, Toga beamed brightly. That makes it all easy, exclaimed the blood-drinking girl as she held up a single finger and began wagging it before the group. We can use the first round to study anybody noteworthy. Just hold back a little. Watch everyone else who are just flinging their quirks around without a care in the world. And then bam. Second round we pounce, going right for their throats. As she said this last part, Himiko smiled in a way that showed off her fangs while a dark blush graced her face. Itsuka, however, looked more annoyed than anything else. Guys, we should be giving this our all, stated Kendo before glancing over to the vice rep. "Come on Izuku, help me out here." However, rather than agreeing with her on the spot like she had hoped, Izuku had his hand to his chin while mumbling up a storm. For several long moments, they all watched as the Divine Divider's eyes shifted from side to side as he seemed to be examining this from all angles. Then, when it looked like he had come to some sort of conclusion, he lifted his head. "Actually, Toga's idea is pretty good," he said at last. Seeing the exasperated look his orange-haired friend was giving him, Izuku quickly explained. "The pros out there will be watching us, seeing how we will react to all these different situations. By observing our fellow classmates, we'll show them that we have the skills to gather intel on villains as well as being able to work as a team regardless of the situation. That will put us ahead no matter what the second event is. Then we can show them that we can capitalize on that information." "All right, Vice Rep," cried Owais, throwing a fist into the air. Around him, several of the other students showed their own agreement as they too raised a fist into the air. Others gave their approval with a nod of their heads as they wanted to work smarter, not harder. Itsuka, however, shook her head a little in disapproval. "Still feels a little dishonest," she said in a defeated tone. "Like we're cheating somehow." Izuku looked at her, cocking an eyebrow as he spoke. This coming from the girl who reads all those strategy articles and watches those Let's Play videos on YouTube before even playing the game. At that, Kendo's face matched the color of her hair as the entire class had a good-natured laugh at her expense. Even Izuku chuckled as he moved behind her to gently pet his friend on the back. Not long after, the sports festival began. One by one, the booming voice of Present Mike began calling the classes out as they took their spots on the field within the massive stadium. Everyone from the hero courses to general studies, support, and even the business course all stood before the onlooking crowd as Midnight took center stage. "Will Katsuki Bakugo please step forward to give the sports pledge?" called out Midnight from her podium, cracking her whip as she spoke. As the ashen blonde made his way to the stage, hands in his pockets and a scowl on his face, whispers began to circulate amongst the students. Many were surprised that Yua had chosen him to give the opening remarks, none more so than Class 1B. Who had neither forgotten nor forgiven Bakugo for the way he had treated Midoriya back in the lunchroom. While Izuku remained silent, he could hear his fellow classmates saying that a guy who was suspended his first week should not be given such an honor. He could also see Kendo's hands balling into fists. "I just want to say, I'm going to win," said Bakugo into the mic, looking down at everyone else there as though they were all just barely above being worthy of notice. An explosion of anger erupted from the students from this comment, something that only rose in its intensity when the teen's scowl turned into a smirk before stepping down to head back to his class. Even Kendo lost her composure. "Izuku, no matter what happens, let's make sure he doesn't place," said Itsuka in a growl. Nearby, Izuku saw Pony nodding her head so vigorously that her long blonde hair was flowing back and forth. Meanwhile, Toga muttered something about wishing she had some knives in Bakugo's tongue. Once everyone had quieted down, Midnight went to a holographic roulette wheel and activated it to decide what the first round would be. Quickly the wheel spun around before landing on something that Izuku had never seen before: mountain climbing. But there was no mountain. "The first event will be mountain climbing," announced Midnight, ignoring the confused looks of her pupils. "Our brave students will have to start from the bottom and claw their way to the big leagues. But can they make it in time? Only one way to find out." Movement from the sideline caught Izuku's attention. But before he could turn to see what it was, the ground beneath their feet vanished almost instantly. As one, the many first-year students fell down a pit so deep that they could no longer see the people in the stands. When they landed, the ground was surprisingly soft as it felt almost pillow-like with a bit of springiness to it. Slowly everyone got to their feet. Izuku looked up, finding that it was difficult to judge how deep they all were. All he could see was that the hole now appeared as nothing more than a speck. Then, a moment or two after everyone had managed to get to their feet, many different colored handholds of various sizes and shapes seemed to just grow out of the walls. "Start," came Midnight's voice from up above. Yet, despite her being so high above them and the speakers being even farther away, Izuku could still hear the woman perfectly, and so too did everyone else. Bakugo, the first to react, wasted no time unleashing an explosion that knocked down many of the students as he propelled himself upward. A somewhat insane laugh filled the air as he sped upward so fast that not even Todoroki, who was standing on a rising pillar of ice, could catch up with him. At the same time, everyone else who had quirks that could help them out in this event made their move while the rest began to climb the handholds. However, most of the general studies students and the support course seemed less enthused by this challenge. Some of them even just sat down, waiting for the event to just get over as they saw no point in performing in this festival just to make someone else look better. But Bakugo paid none of that any mind as he just continued to rocket upwards towards the finish line in first place. That was until he felt something land on his back, the force strong enough to break his momentum and sending him hurtling towards the wall. Bakugo couldn't help but let out a cry as his body collided with several of the handholds, his gym uniform ripping while the sensation of several bruises forming could be felt. Despite this, the ashen blonde bomber instinctively reached out and managed to grab hold of one of the handholds. His body jerked at the sudden stop, causing the boy to grunt in pain as he swung there. But, at least, he had prevented himself from falling back to the bottom and starting from the beginning. Whatever relief that gave him soon evaporated in the heat of his anger. Turning his head, Bakugo began to look for the coward who had tried to take a cheap shot at him from behind. Yet, what he saw caused his brows to furrow in confusion as he wasn't the only one in this state. Todoroki had been knocked off his ice pillar and was hanging on one of the handholds same as him. Minato, who had been using his purple balls to bounce his was to the top, had his head slammed into the wall. Something had happened to all of them. But what? Was it some sort of trap the school had set up? "Hey there, Kachin," came a voice from above. Hearing that voice using his old childhood nickname caused the blonde bomber to see red. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look up, seeing the pebble that had been a major source of irritation for him for so very long. Izuku Midoriya stood there, feet pressed together on the same handhold while he kept his hands in his pants pockets. Bakugo might have noticed the slightly unnerving smile the green-haired teen was giving him if it weren't for the look in Deku's eyes. He was gleefully looking down on him. "Die!" yelled Bakugo in pure rage. Without a second thought, Bakugo lifted a palm at the freckled-faced teen before unleashing a large explosion. One so powered that it shook loose the rock and earth, causing several students to plummet below. Not that he cared as Bakugo watched Deku leap to the side effortlessly with a laugh. "So predictable," said Izuku in a gleeful tone. Hearing the nerd say that in such a sing-song voice caused Bakugo's teeth to grind. "I'm going to kill you," roared Bakugo. Deku didn't flinch at all. Rather, the green-haired teen just put a finger in his ear while making a motion like he was cleaning it. "Man, you really love to scream at the top of your lungs," said the teen before pulling out the finger only to then bring it close to his face, as if he found inspecting what he found more important than Bakugo. "Does your throat ever get tired of all that yelling? What happens when you lose your voice? Do you get a whiteboard?" Parents threw a little party. Bakugo was now seething in anger. His vision turned scarlet as he began to launch himself toward a laughing Izuku. The target of his rage leaped from handhold to handhold with what seemed like the grace of a cat, sometimes even swinging on them like a monkey. Quickly, everyone around began to keep an eye on the pair so that wouldn't get caught up in this little game. So much so that no one bothered looking down where another green-haired teen with diamond-shaped freckles stood. Having pulled out a notebook and pen from somewhere, Izuku was busy taking notes on everything he saw. Thankfully, Bakugo's explosive anger at the situation was causing the hero students to slow their pace, allowing him more time to write while the non-hero students tried to keep up. However, most of these less athletic students were the ones falling to the ground more often than not. With Kendo by his side to act as a second pair of eyes, the teen wrote down everything he could to help his classmate. Like how this one girl with a dark ponytail pulled out a grappling hook from her skin as well as rope. Another guy shot tape out of his elbows. Sadly, this couldn't last forever as Todoroki began making his way up to the top once more on his pillar of ice. Seeing this, the laughing Izuku slowed down as another blast from Bakugo hit the earth next to him. The feral teen let out a roar, thinking he had gotten the drop on the nerd. However, when the smoke cleared, Katsuki saw a sight that gave him pause. Half of Deku's face seemed to be melting away to reveal a yellow eye while the Cheshire grin he had never faded. "What the heck?" whispered Bakugo as he stared at the sight before him in horror, his mind trying its best to make sense of what just happened. "So," began the person who was once Deku, the hair on their head sliding off to reveal blonde hair tied into messy buns. But what unsettled Bakugo was that half of the nerd's face was still there, looking at him with utter psychotic glee. "Are you going to keep chasing me or are you going to settle for second place?" That caught Bakugo's attention as he quickly looked over at Todoroki. With the loudest scream anyone had ever heard from the blonde, he maxed out his quirk to its fullest, a massive explosion rocketing him up into the air while also knocking everyone else back. And in the chaos and smoke he created, no one noticed the real Izuku zooming up with Itsuka in his arms. Quickly they found a spot on the wall and began climbing up along with their transforming friend. By the time the trio had climbed out of the hole, Himiko's disguise had completely melted off her body. Thankfully, Mei had come through and had managed to whip her up a skin-tight black bodysuit that would work with her quirk. What's more, Toga had filled out the proper forms to use it in the festival. Not that school was going to say no, as if she used her quirk without it, then she could be exposing herself on live TV across the planet, and the UA didn't want to deal with that. Again, once they stood upright on the grass, Izuku looked up at the scoreboard to see that they had placed decently. Right now Itsuka was in 20th place, Himiko in 21st, while he had taken the 22nd. Overall, he was very proud of where they all stood. Quickly scanning the rest of the board, he was happy to see that the rest of the class had either already placed, with Pony coming in at 10th place, or were now just coming out of the hole. It seemed like everyone in 1B was going on to the second round. A loud cry of rage then caught Izuku's attention, his green eyes locking onto red ones across the field. Bakugo's glare intensified as more veins appeared on his forehead and neck, his screams becoming wilder as a couple of his classmates seemed to be holding him back. He could tell that they were trying to placate him, probably reminding him that he still came in first place, to not throw it away by attacking the 1B student and getting disqualified. "So Izuku, did I do a good job?" asked Toga as she moved towards her friend, wrapping her arms around one of his, an act that, due to her skin-tight suit, caused the poor boy's arm to be sandwiched between her breasts. As Izuku blushed at the contact, he was certain that Toga did this by accident as she was caught up in the moment. What wasn't an accident was her fanning the flames of the other blonde. There was no way he could miss how she turned her head to look at Bakugo before giving him a slight wave and a wink. How the stadium was not awash with flames, he had no idea. "You did great," Izuku managed to say without stuttering, though his face was still a little red. "I'm glad I gave you some of my blood before the match started, though I'm sorry you ran through it all in the first round." Toga grinned before she waved it off, since the small makeshift plan they had made in the waiting room had paid off. Everyone in 1B could tell that Bakugo was a hothead who had it in for Midoriya, so much so that thought and reason would leave him at the slightest provocation. Because of this, Himiko had offered to use her quirk to cause a little trouble in the hopes that it would either force others to reveal their quirks or slow everyone else down. All she needed was some blood as well as a bit of info on the blonde. Besides, it wasn't like she was out of options, as both Hitsuka and Pony had donated some of their blood to the little vampire as well. A short time later, the next round of the sports festival had been announced, the Calvary battle. And, as Izuku had predicted, 𝐸𝐽 had decided to punish the winner of the first round by awarding him a headband worth 10 million points. With that on his head, Bakugo was basically a target for everyone else, getting that pretty much guaranteed a sport for the team in the final round. It would also make it harder for him to form a team. So, as Bakugo was left to try and make his own team, screaming at people to join him, Izuku went around sharing the information he had gotten on 1A. His class stood around him as the Divine Divider quickly went over all the details he had managed to gather on the opposing class's quirks. He did note that this information wasn't perfect, but it would at least give them some idea on what they were facing. Once Izuku had finished, his classmates broke off to begin forming their own teams, including himself. While Izuku would have liked to include his friend Shishida, the polite teen had refused, saying he would be better suited elsewhere. The same went for Toga, who, despite wanting to be on the same team as Izuku, knew that she wouldn't be a good fit. Thankfully, both Hitsuka and Pony had agreed with Kendo taking the front while the American girl would take the side. That left just one more person too. Suddenly, Izuku spotted a familiar mess of purple hair. There, standing off to the side as he carefully eyed the remaining participants, was Shinso, no doubt scouting them out before deciding on who to brainwash. Grinning slightly at the sight of one of his newer friends, he called over the teen. "Shinso, do you want to join our team?" asked Izuku. "You sure you want someone like me on your team?" asked the brainwasher before looking away. "Yeah," said Izuku excitedly. "We have Hitsuka to handle any close-range trouble while Pony can deal with the other team's long range. But no one else knows about your quirk, making you our secret weapon in case things go wrong." "Thanks," whispered Shinso as he let out a small smile. After several more minutes, the game began. As he expected, everyone in Wano was focused on Bakugo's team, which included 𝐸𝐽, Kirishima, and the loud-mouthed Monoma. And it was easy to see that they were being overwhelmed, as Bakugo had used his explosions a bit too much in the first round, especially in his last-ditch effort that gained him first place. Because of this, his arms were shaky, face wincing every time he unleashed an explosion. Thankfully for him, Monoma was able to lend a helping hand as he copied the other blonde's quirk. As for 1B, they waited a short while until they were sure that their sister class was completely focused on getting that first-place headband. When that happened, they all went to work swiping away the points easily. An act made all the easier thanks to the information Izuku had managed to gather, letting them know what to look for in case the enemy teams launched a counter-strike. Yet such actions were rare, as so many of those from Wano barely even noticed that their headbands had been taken. As for Izuku's team, they had only managed to take a single headband by this point. This, along with their own high score, might have been enough to get them to the third round. However, the teen wanted more than just getting enough. He wanted to ensure, without a doubt, that they had won this round. But what could he do? The answer to that question came from an unexpected source that drew his attention. Todoroki had managed to get Bakugo's headband. Enraged by this, Bakugo set aside the pain he was in as he ordered 𝐸𝐽 to attach the teen's tape to his body before rocketing towards the retreating Team Todoroki. Before the bi-colored-haired teen could wrap his prize around his neck, Katsuki had shot past him while grabbing his headband back. Then, before he could fall to the ground, 𝐸𝐽 pulled him back to his team. "Hey, isn't that cheating?" yelled 𝐒𝐽𝐽 as he looked over at Midnight. It's all fair as long as he doesn't touch the ground, announced Midnight, not just to the student but all those gathered in the crowd as well. Midnight's words struck a chord within Izuku, his mind quickly going into overdrive as he realized the implication. Slowly a devilish smirk appeared on his face. Oh yeah, they were going to win this in the best way possible. Guys, we need to get to a corner of the field, said the teen as he tapped on their shoulders to further get their attention without raising his voice too high. The farthest from everyone. You sure about this? Asked Kendo. Oh yeah, was Izuku's reply. Itsuka managed to look up at Izuku, ready to argue or question this more. But the words failed to leave her mouth as she spotted that gleam in his eyes that sparkled with confidence. So, instead, she nodded while also vowing to herself that if this failed he would be treating her to coffee for the rest of the year. As they moved away, another team spotted them. Their rider, Setsuna, watched them for only a moment before grinning wickedly. Quickly she ordered her team to follow her fellow green-haired classmate, and once they were close enough, called out to him. You know you're going the wrong way, right? She casually asked the other team's rider, slightly leaning back as she did. The action's back there. I could say the same about you, replied Izuku. Tokage's grin seemed to grow a bit. Knowing you, I bet there's a plan brewing in that head of yours. Mind if I tag along? Sure, said Izuku almost instantly as he turned his head to look back at the action behind them. Team Todoroki was still in second place, still aiming for the top spot by trying to get their hands on the 10 million points. We can take down the top teams in this match at once. Quickly the two teams from 1B made it to the farthest edge of the field. Once there, they turned around to see that the single-minded battle had ended as nearly all one had finally discovered their lack of points. Now many of them were switching tactics, giving up the greater prize in order to get their own points back just to stay in the race. Meanwhile, teams Midoriya and Toga just stood there watching both this as well as keeping an eye on the clock while Izuku explained his plan. Sadly, not everyone could play a part. On his team, Itsuka and Shinso would be left on defense in case something went wrong. Thankfully, neither of them minded. Shinso wanted to keep his quirk a secret for the finals, and Kendo wanted to watch Izuku take Bakugo down a peg. By the time he had finished explaining everything, Pony let out a cheer while Setsuna cackled like crazy. It wasn't until the clock read 1 minute left in the round that Izuku acted. Activating his wings, the teen flew away from his team, Pony firing off a pair of her horns, which followed after the blue streak of light that was Izuku. The forest green-haired teen sped through the air, moving around the field to keep out of everyone's way until finally turning towards Bakugo's back. The blonde exploder was still busy fighting off everyone he had insulted and belittled, doing everyone possible to keep his points safe. Then divide, shouted Izuku while touching his bully's back with his left hand. His right grabbed the 10 million point headband off of Bakugo. All done before the ashen blonde teen could even process what had happened. By the time he did, Izuku was a stream of neon blue light heading back to his team. In a panic to retrieve his point, Bakugo tried to fire his explosions to propel him into the air like before in order to give chase. However, the force of the blasts that he was so proud of barely lifted him off of his team. Feeling helpless, Bakugo began breathing hard and sweating while Zero shot some of his tape at the retreating back of Midoriya, hoping that he could either pull the 1B student back or maybe even alter his path so that he touched the ground. That hope proved to be in vain as two horns sliced through the tape like it was nothing. At the same time, Todoroki watched in shock as the headband he had been so determined to steal was taken right under his nose. Turning his head to figure out where Midoriya was going, he failed to notice the disembodied hands right behind him until it was too late. At once, one had grabbed the headband around his head while the second took all of the other points the icy hot teen had managed to collect as insurance. Todoroki tried to reach out to grab them, to not let all his work go to waste. But it was too late as they had already flown past his grasp and higher into the air. Izuku was grinning like mad as he landed back with his teammates, holding up the 10 million point headband into the air in the same pose as All Might would have when he won a fight. The crowd responded to this declaration of victory by rising to their feet while cheering at the top of their lungs. As for the rest of the students, it was chaos. Some teams looked like they were arguing with each other as they tried to decide what to do. Others were making a mad dash toward teams Midoriya and Toga while the rest were trying to collect whatever points were closest to them. But no matter what they did, they were at the mercy of the clock as the seconds ticked by, and before anyone could reach them, the buzzer sounded. Both Team Midoriya and Team Toga began bouncing around in excitement, hugging and high-fiving each other as if they had already won the festival. However, as President Mike began listing off the teams that had made it to the final round, one sentence killed their mood. It seemed that Zero had come through for his team at the last moments, using his tape to grab a couple of headbands before the time was called. They had the lowest points out of everyone who was going on to the tournament, but they were going. You have got to be kidding me, yelled Itsuka, her fists growing to giant size as she raised them above her head. As the orange-haired girl raged, Izuku let out a sigh. Looks like he might face Bakugo in the final round after all. We say our goodbyes chapter text all right, came Present Mike's voice over the speakers, along with the swivel of a chair that told everyone that he was literally spinning in his seat. For all of our wonderful audience, those rocking in their stadium seats, and for those chilling back at home, please allow me to introduce to you the finalists who will be throwing down in the main event. And what a lineup we have, as both 1A and 1B will both be getting to share the spotlight along with a few students from other courses. Starting us off from 1A, we have the student who started us off with a bang which almost turned into a whimper. Let me hear you shout for Katsuki Bakugo. Hey, screamed Bakugo, who turned around so his back was now facing Midnight. He, along with the rest of the students who were lined up on the podium, faced what felt like a random direction at first with the R-rated pro before them. But, in reality, they were facing the various cameras that were now zooming in on them before broadcasting the close-ups to the rest of the world. Then we have the leader of the team that placed above him, the girl who just has so much positivity bubbling up inside her that it lifts her off the ground, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫. Then there are her teammates from one of the Raven Edgelord Fumikage Takoyami and the slippery Mina Ishido. As for the rest of 1A who just barely got in, we have the teen who saved them from a sticky situation, 𝗵𝗃. Along with him, we have the copycat Nito Monoma and the mountain of manliness 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 Kirishima. The voice hero then cleared his throat before continuing. Now let's give it up for the people who surprised everyone by pulling the rug right from under 1A's feet, declared Present Mike, getting many cheers from the audience. More like they used a ruling to their advantage, came another voice, one that lacked energy. Instantly, Izuku recognized the owner as the person who had chastised him for how he acted after being attacked by Bakugo Aizawa. At that moment, it almost felt like the dark-haired hero was looking down at him from the announcer's box to bore into his soul. Had it not been for Midnight's decision in the last round, the outcome would have been far different. With that said, I will admit that they used the conditions presented to themselves well. Not just the ruling, but also the lack of awareness of the others, the space provided to them, and the countdown. All these additional factors played a key role in their success. First off, we have the leader of the second-place 1B team, continued Mike as though his co-host hadn't said a thing. We have a girl who might be part reptile, Setsuna Takage. Aiding her was the man of metal with a name that's a mouthful, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, Our Lady Assassin of the Roses Ibara Shizaki, and the gentle beast man Jiroda Shishida. Now let's introduce you all to the team that really stole the show. He's the boy of the shining wings who stole first place so quickly that if you blinked you missed the whole thing, Izuku Midoriya. But he didn't do it alone, as he had some guided missile support from his classmate Pony Tsunotori. And the final member of 1B who is sure to give up all a big thumbs up, Itsuka Kendo. But it's not just the hero students who are the stars of this show, continued Present Mike, now sounding positively giddy. From the support course, we have one of my more energetic little listeners, Mei Hatsume. And from general studies, we have a student determined to break into the hero course, Hitoshi Shinso. With that done, the brackets were shown on another holographic image followed by a short break. Those who were not fighting in the tournament were offered the chance to continue to show off their skills in a series of smaller games, as many of the students played, either trying desperately to impress the pros or just have some fun. Those who were moving on to the final event began to prepare. Some, like Bakugo, simply hyped themselves up. Others, like Izuku, Itsuka, Shishida, and Pony, used this time to plan for their upcoming matches, especially Izuku and Itsuka, who were going to be in the first and second matches. Then, finally, it was time. All right, my faithful listeners, announced Present Mike when it was time, the crowd's excitement becoming almost deafening as they looked down at the field. Where once it had been a massive open field, now it held a raised platform made of cement which had been molded and hardened by the pro hero 𝗵𝗏𝗧. The first round of the tournament shall begin. Oh yeah, hailing from Class 1A, we have the Master of Shadows, the Murder of Crows, Fumikage Takoyami. However, he's going to have his hands full as he faces off against the high-flying vice rep of Class 1B, Izuku Midoriya. The crowds cheered as both teens walked onto the stage, Takoyami calming walking out with his hands in his pockets and his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Izuku's movements were a bit rigid as his nerves were getting to him a little. Before, it had been easier to stand before the crowd when there were plenty of other people around. But now that there were only two, he could feel far more eyes on him, as the two teens stood at opposite ends of the ring. With Midnight going over the rules, Izuku eyed Takoyami carefully. He had seen the bird-headed teen's quirk several times already. However, his observations of Dark Shadow during the cavalry battle had been most illuminating. Put simply, Takoyami's quirk was a sentient shadow creature that could attack and defend for the teen. Most notably, it could extend itself towards the target, making it good for long-range attacks, something that he had noticed more than once during the last event, as the shadow creature protected their team's headband while also assisting them in capturing others. But now that he was closer to the 1A boy, Midoriya could see a very noticeable flaw. Takoyami himself was not strong. judging by the lack of any real muscles on the teen's arms as well as what he had seen in the sports festival. Izuku theorized that his opponent was the type that relied either heavily or exclusively on his quirk. "Begin," cried Midnight. As she cracked her whip, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 called out Dark Shadow while at the same time Izuku activated his Divine Dividing. The crowd let out a cheer, ready to witness the showdown between quirks of shadow and light. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 made the first move, sending Dark Shadow out toward Izuku as quickly as he could. The bird beast extended its clawed hands as it flew across the ring while growing slightly larger. Then, when it was right in front of Midoriya, the green-haired teen finally moved. In a flash, he had shot past the quirk creature and flown towards its host. Dark, but that was all 𝗧𝗵𝗲 could say before Izuku's leg collided with his gut. Air shot out of the one student's lungs, his mouth agape as spit and stomach juices flew out. Then the force of the kick sent 𝗧𝗵𝗲 flying out of the ring and onto the grass where he rolled until his back hit the stadium wall. In less than 30 seconds, Izuku Midoriya had won his first match. Once Midnight had called the match, Izuku walked towards his downed opponent who was still lying there with one hand holding his gut and his shadow friend looking over him in concern. Both of them saw Midoriya approaching. Dark Shadow letting out what sounded like a feral growl that caused the teen to flinch. Yet he didn't stop until he was right in front of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and held out a hand with a nervous smile. "Need a hand?" asked the green-haired hero hopeful. At first, the bird-headed teen looked at the gesture in confusion. But then, after only a moment, he struggled to smile while accepting the hand. Carefully, Izuku helped 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to his feet before shaking hands properly while also looking the other in the eye with respect. "You fought well," said 𝗧𝗵𝗲, his voice somewhat laced with pain as his free hand went to cover his stomach. "Though I wish I could say the same for me." "You'll do better next time," reassured Izuku. "But, if you don't mind me making this suggestion, you should probably work on your own strength. Dark Shadow is an amazing quirk, but relying only on it gives you an obvious weakness." "Wise words," replied 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with a nod. "I shall gratefully take heed of them." "Oh my," cried Midnight as she watched the scene unfolding, swaying from side to side with her hands wrapped around her body while a steaming blush grew on her face. "Such a wonderful display of sportsmanship. Oh yes, it's really heating me up." Hearing Midnight saying that, for all the world to hear, caused the teen's cheeks to burn. Quickly, Midoriya flew off into the stadium where he took a seat with the rest of 1B, taking a seat between Pony, who was waving her arms in the air happily, and Toga. While the other blonde smiled happily at Izuku, she did shoot Midnight a glare while seeming to mouth something that the boy thought was unfair. As his class congratulated him on his victory, Izuku looked down to see a pair of drones had put 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on a stretcher, most likely taking him to see the nurse. All right, came Present Mike's voice over the speakers. "Let's move on to the second round, shall we?" Next up we have the little listener who got the highest score in the entrance exam ready to take a win for his class, Katsuki Bakugo. However, that might prove tricky as he faces off against the fiery martial artist and class rep of 1B, Ōtsuka Kendo. Izuku leaned forward in his seat as both students entered the arena. As usual, there was a scowl on Bakugo's face and murder in his eyes, whether it was because he was still fuming over nearly losing in the last round, ready to take his aggressions out on a member of Izuku's team which caused it, or if it was due to him remembering how 𝗧𝗏𝗧 punched him in the cafeteria that one time. Izuku had no idea. In contrast, Kendo walked into the ring with confidence as she politely waved to the crowd. "So, who do you think is going to win?" asked Pony as she, as well as the rest of the class, leaned forward just a little bit. Izuku didn't answer right away, instead biting his lower lip before glancing over at Pony. "It's tricky," he said, surprising the American girl. "Ōtsuka has more professional fighting experience under her belt. She can more easily read her opponent than someone like Kaken, and I would say is more physically strong. Plus, she has a level head on her shoulders. However, while Kaken never had any official training before coming to UA, he has great battle instincts and a powerful quick that gives him an advantage both in close as well as mid-range combat. So, I guess the determining factor is who can take the advantage first." Moments later, the match began with a literal bang as Bakugo rocketed himself arena with a savage look on his face. Enhanced by the jumbo screen, everyone in the audience could see that he was out for blood. When he got close, the blonde pulled back his hand for his famous opening right hook. Kendo saw this, ducking to the side which was wide open due to Bakugo overextending his swing. Now in position, Ōtsuka prepared to deliver a punch to his gut only to have Bakugo unleash several small explosions with his left to change his trajectory in the air. Seeing this, Kendo leapt back and out of the way before she was backhanded. But it didn't stay that way for long as Ōtsuka moved in quickly to close the distance. "Kachu Tenshin Amaguraiken," yelled Kendo before she began to use one of the newest techniques she had learned just for the festival. Bakugo's eyes widened, arms raising to block the incoming attack but was too slow. Everyone watched as a flurry of punches moving so fast they could barely be seen impacting everywhere from his gut to his face with a force that Izuku knew all too well. What's more, each blow sent Bakugo back several inches towards the edge of the arena. Seeing this, Izuku clutched his notebook with his breath caught in his lungs. It was so surreal to see Bakugo, one of the most tenacious people he had ever met, as well as the one who had bullied him for so long in this state. When the attack ended, Bakugo's face was shown for all the world to see. Bruises were forming on bruises, large blotches of blues and purples forming over most of his exposed skin. One eye looked like it was fighting with all its might to stay open, his lip bleeding from several spots on his lip. But Bakugo refused to give in as he swung a fist at Kendo that she easily read, stepping out of the way to watch as it harmlessly sailed past her before using that same move again. As more blows rained down on Bakugo, Izuku felt a hand touch his shoulder. Due to how engrossed he was in the fight, Izuku jumped a little at the contact but managed to relax when he saw that it was Himiko. "Looks like we know who's going to win," she said in a sing-song tone. However, her smile vanished when Izuku shook his head. "It's not over yet," he said. "Kaken's quirk has to do with his sweat, meaning the longer the fight goes on and the more damage he takes, the more easily he can produce sweat. That leads to more powerful explosions." "Oh," replied Toga as she then went back to examining the fight, biting her lower lip a little while her eyes narrowed. "Well then, let's see if he can manage to use all that extra power he gets before his body gives out on him." Back in the ring, the crowd watched as the angry blonde fell to the ground where he rolled back while holding his gut. Anger and pain dominated the look in his eyes, veins bulging in his temples. "Damn it!" screamed Bakugo. Quickly getting up, Bakugo rushed towards Kendo with a savage growl. Once close enough, he shot his palm out to his opponent only for Kendo to deflect the blow with her wrist so that the explosion happened next to her head. At the same time, she knocked Bakugo off balance, hooking the back of his ankle with her foot before pulling back. The exploding teen fell backward with Kendo's fist ready to knock him out. Oh, if only the blow had connected. Bakugo saw this and, once again, used smaller explosions to get out of the way. The blonde rolled on the ground before landing on one knee, raising a hand right at the orange-haired girl. A more powerful explosion came from his hand, a blood-hungry grin on his face as he saw the look in Kendo's eyes before flames and smoke obscured his vision. But that look soon changed as Kendo's enlarged hands came out of the smoke. Izuku stood, realizing that his friend had used the back of her hands as a shield, for there were several large burn marks on them. But that didn't stop her. Instead, she fought through the pain before grabbing Bakugo in her enlarged hand. "I've had enough of you," she roared as she brought the hand holding the explosive blonde back while taking up a pitching stance. "How about you spend the rest of the sports festival in the stands?" With that, Kendo flung the one-a student out of the ring with all her might. Yet, before Bakugo could touch the ground or hit the wall, he began to use the explosions from his palms to move through the air. Barely missing the wall by a hair, he managed to turn around to land back in the ring. "Just fucking die already, man hands," roared Bakugo. With that, he went all out. Veins could now be seen on both his arms and neck as he pushed as much nitroglycerin into his palms before unleashing the most massive explosion he could muster right at Kendo. And this was it. There was no way she could dodge or get away. The blast hit her full on, flinging her out of the ring before her body was impaled into the wall. Blood could be seen leaking from her mouth right before she fell face first into the ground, causing most of the audience to gasp in shock. If Bakugo cared or seemed worried, he didn't show it. Instead, he looked down at his trembling arms with disgust. Then, before he turned to leave, he spat on the ground in a final show of disrespect. Izuku, Pony, and Toga didn't even bother to wait for the match to be called as they rushed toward the nurse's office. As they did, they could hear the gasps from the crowd as well as the panic in Midnight's voice as she urged the medical drones to get there quickly. Because of their early dash, they were able to arrive at their destination shortly after Kendo did. The teens were in time to see 𝐴 holding out her hands above Itsuka, who became enveloped in green light. Quickly, all of the girl's injuries began to vanish until she looked as good as new. And, when the light faded, Itsuka opened her eyes. Slowly she looked around, looking slightly confused before a small pout that Izuku found adorable appeared on her face. "I lost, didn't I?" she grumbled, arms crossing her chest. "Yeah, sorry," said Izuku as he went over to his friend, sitting on the bed next to her. "But you did really super good out there," added Pony as she too sat next to Kendo. "You looked so cute out there," said Toga as she surprised everyone by appearing behind the redhead, wrapping her arms around Kendo's neck in a gentle manner. "The way you made that guy bleed all over the arena with just your fists. You're just so adorable." Izuku nodded. "They're right, you know," he said, placing a hand on Itsuka's lap. "I bet all the pros out there will have their eye on you given how well you fought both with and without a quirk. Even more so when they realize what Kaken had to do to take you out." That brought a slight smile onto Itsuka's face as Pony joined in, her arms wrapping around the big fist girl's stomach. "Thanks, guys," she said, no one noticing that the devil dressed as a nun was watching them with a slight smile on her face. Instead, Itsuka turned to look at her green-haired friend. "Oh, Izuku, when you face him in the next round, could you kick him extra hard for me?" When Izuku and the others returned to the 1B booth, they stayed as a group. Itsuka sat on Izuku's left while Pony took the right. As for Toga, this is comfy, purred the blood drinker. Currently, she was sitting directly in front of her green-haired friend while leaning back in such a way that her head rested on his lap. Naturally, this caused Izuku to blush in embarrassment while the rest of his class just chuckled at how clueless he was. What they didn't know was that, at that moment, 2 pairs of eyes were watching them. 𝗵𝗃, using his purple balls, had climbed up the barrier that separated the 2 classes with his face turning a slight shade of red as he glared with unrighteous fury at Midoriya. Standing on his tiptoes next to the grape-themed pervert was Kaminari, looking on more in envy than rage. Lucky bastard, grumbled the electric user's shoulders slumping somewhat as he wished he was in that position. He has it, breathed 𝗵𝗃, causing Kaminari to glance at the grape-themed teen as fires began to appear around him. Forgetting himself, 𝗵𝗃 pushed himself up a bit to point at Midoriya. He has it, the legendary harem quirk spoken only in manga, anime, and hensha. Whoa, seriously? Asked Kaminari in awe, for he too had heard of this quirk ... from the same sources as 𝗵𝗃, especially that last one. Of course, how else could such a plain-looking guy have all those hotties around him when we don't? 𝗵𝗃 all but screamed. We must do everything in our power to keep him away from our class before his quirk infects them. Then he'll be sure to take away Yaoyorozu so we'll never get the chance to squeeze her breast. Then he'll take away Ashido and her nice rear. Uraraka, who has curves in all the right places. Hagakure, who's so freaky she runs around naked. Asui and her nice legs. He can have flat as a board gyro since she's as plain looking as him, but 𝗵𝗃 got no further as the cords to Gyro's earphone jacks suddenly wrapped around the pervert, almost strangling him for a moment before being pulled back. The smallest of small wanna hit the ground for a moment, laying there in a fleeting moment of confusion until it dawned on him that he was surrounded. All of the girls he had just named were looking down at him, with their eyes widened out in furious glares. Gyro seemed the most angry, cracking her knuckles as she tightened her hold on him. Later, after 𝗵𝗃's screams had died down after the course of a few matches, it was Pony's turn to fight. So, who do you think is going to win this one? Asked Kendo as their friend Pony raced out to the middle of the ring, waving her arms in the air all excitedly. From the other corner came Siro with a big grin on his face. Pony will win, said Toga as she rolled her eyes, kicking her feet lazily as she did. There's no way someone that dumb-looking can beat a cutie like Pony. Kendo turned to look at Toga with clear disapproval, but before she could open her mouth, Izuku spoke up. Toga is right. If I had to guess, I'd say that Pony is one of the strongest people in our class. Given what I've seen of Siro thus far, he doesn't stand a chance. Oh really? Came the voice of Kamakiri from behind them. All 3 students turned to look at the bug-like teen as he sneered down at them. Playing favorites are we? What makes Pony the strongest when compared to everyone else? Other than the fact that she's usually hanging off of you. Izuku blushed and bristled at the same time after hearing that. A part of him wanted to shy away from answering the question, to say something that could placate his classmate. However, out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed that several of his other classmates were now paying attention to him, to the conversation he had started. He had dug his grave. It's not because we're friends, said Izuku with a sigh. It's because of all the skills under her belt. Her quirk and the training she's done with it gives her massive advantages over most others. She can use her horns to move through the air, giving her a speed advantage. What's more, she can use them for long-range combat, either by a massive, numerous assault or a targeted attack. And now, thanks to Toga's help, she is learning how to use them better as close-range stabbing weapons. But that's not all she has going for her. Pony also has greater natural strength, stamina, and speed without her horns. She might not have the same power behind her attacks as Tetsu or Shishida, but it's nothing to scoff at. Nor does she need any additional material like metal shavings or fear of going berserk. So, because of all these factors, I believe that Pony is at least one of the top 5 strongest members of our class. Kamakiri looked dumbfounded for a moment before slowly nodding his head in understanding before he, along with the rest of the class, turned to watch the fight. Meanwhile, in the ring, Pony's smile brightened for reasons she didn't even know. She was already happy as it sounded like the crowd was really rooting for her over the one guy. But now, she had an extra bounce in her step. "Aw man, looks like the crowd is against me," said Siro, cracking his neck a little as he spoke. "Might end up really hating me if I beat up such a cute girl too." At that moment, Midnight cracked her whip in announcing that the match would begin. "But I don't feel like losing either." With that, Siro shot his elbows forward and began to launch tape from both of them at the same time. Pony, seeing one stand heading towards her chest with the other was heading towards her legs, reacted by raising her hands up to her head in a manner that almost looked like she was surrendering. Except, she wasn't. Instead, her horns detached from her head to attach to her wrists before instantly regrowing. She then brought down her arms, slashing through the tape and cutting it to ribbons before it could ever touch her. Seeing this, 𝐬𝐻𝐼's eyes widened in confusion as he didn't know what to do next. But Pony wasn't giving him time to think as she bent her legs before launching herself in the dark-haired teen's direction. 𝗬𝐻𝐼 let out a small cry of panic as he then launched more tape at the American girl, only for the makeshift blades she was using to become detached from her wrist. Without losing any of her momentum, Pony twirled the horns in the palms of her hands until she was holding them like trench knives. The crowd went wild as the blonde then stabbed her own detached horn right into the ground, pinning one of the stands of tape to the arena floor before using her now free hand to grab a hold of 𝗬𝐻𝐼's tape. Thanks to the way she was running at him, 𝗬𝐻𝐼's tape hung loosely within Pony's grasp, though not for long, as the 𝗏𝗏 used pierced the tape with her other horn before appearing to throw it. Huh, that'll never work, laughed 𝗬𝐻𝐼, somewhat relieved as he watched the horn and tape fly past him. Pony just smirked as he had, somehow, forgotten what her horns were capable of. That, or he assumed that she had only supplied the horns and someone else was using their quirk to control them, which, to be fair, was a possibility. Nevertheless, she was extremely satisfied when her horn began to change course in the air to wrap around the tape user, causing his smug smile to vanish. It spun around him in a blur, wrapping the teen up in his own tape until he looked like a mummy. Once 𝗬𝐻𝐼 fell over, Pony just rolled him out of the arena like he was nothing more than a rolled-up carpet, getting a good laugh from the crowd. A few matches later came the funniest of them all. You have done well to get it this far, clinging to one 𝗵𝘃𝗶 to do all the heavy lifting for you, laughed 𝗵𝗲, posing slightly before Shinso after midnight had called the match to start. But alas, you miscalculated, for clearly you forgot that the final round of the festival is a series of one-on-one matches. No one to help you out, though. It's not like any of those inferior 1B students would have been able to help you. In the end, they are destined to fall to the superior might of 1A. At that moment, 𝗵𝗲 threw back his head before laughing insanely. As Izuku watched he knew that 𝗵𝗲's confidence was not unfounded in this moment. He had seen his copy quirk in action a few times now. While he didn't know all its rules yet, Midoriya as well as the rest of 1B had heard 𝗵𝗲 asking his classmates to allow him access to their quirks right before the match, meaning he had an unknown amount of quirks at his disposal. But, at the same time, if this performance was supposed to endear him to the crowd or the pros, it wasn't working, as Izuku could see many of them cringing and looking away from the jumbo screen showing focused on the 1A student. Shinso, on the other hand, stared at him while appearing relaxed. The matches proceeded. "Do you really believe your own hype that much?" asked Shinso, almost lazily. "I am the," began 𝗵𝗲, only to be stopped dead mid-sentence as brainwashing took effect. From there, all Shinso had to do was issue his simple command and 𝗵𝗲 walked out of the ring. The final match of the first round was the one Midoriya had thought would last the longest. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 had been knocked out with a single punch, one so powerful that it caused hurricane-level winds to sweep across the stadium. Not only did this level of strength concern Izuku, but also the backlash of the attack, as 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's opponent's arm looked broken. Then, finally, it was Izuku's turn once more. Stepping into the arena with present mic reintroducing them to the crowd, Midoriya kept his eyes on his opponent. The blonde teen looked angrier than before, as the veins on his forehead seemed to indicate. Seeing that face brought back so many memories, bringing with them the fear he held. The holder of divine dividing could feel his arms and legs trembling, yet he stood his ground. "There's no escaping this time, Deku," screamed Bakugo, not caring that the whole world was getting a close-up of his face. "You're not leaving this ring until I have beaten all the answers I want from your worthless ass. And this time, you won't have any of those worthless extras around to save you." A flicker of anger appeared within Izuku, but nothing more as he looked at the bully. Slowly, he took a breath before giving the bully his most determined face, and it seemed to do the trick as Bakugo looked taken aback by it. "It won't be so easy as you seem to think. After all, you aren't launching a surprise attack on me this time," said Izuku, his words causing Bakugo to bristle before raising his head so that a shadow covered the upper part of the explosive teen's face. Like this, only Bakugo's eyes could be seen, making him somehow look scarier. However, Izuku didn't stop. "Your last match, it was tougher than you thought it would be, wasn't it? You actually had to push yourself, going all out on Itsuka." "Like hell," spat Bakugo, fingers twitching as he spoke. "That worthless man-handed extra don't like hacking," interrupted Izuku, surprising both Bakugo and himself with this. "I watched that match along with everyone else. I've seen what it's like firsthand when you effortlessly blow someone away. But that fight, no, you had to go all out. You had to push more nitroglycerin into your palms than ever before, all just to take her out." Bakugo seemed ready to blow, several small explosions dancing in the palms of his hands as a growl escaped his throat. He might have charged then and there had Midnight not given him a look telling him not to try it. "Who do you think you are talking to me like that?" demanded Bakugo with a growl, eye twitching as he was no doubt fighting with himself not to launch over there and begin attacking Izuku. "Well, you're nothing, a shitty loser. Look at you. Even now you're shaking in fear before me." Izuku took a breath. "You're right," he admitted before sliding into his fighting stance. "I'm afraid, but I'm still here and not backing down." And with that, Midnight started the match. Letting out a blood-curdling scream of rage, Bakugo used his explosions to launch himself toward Izuku, who stood his ground. And, like with his match with Kendo, the exploding teen started with a right hook. Rather than dodging it, Izuku used his wrist to redirect the attack so that it flew harmlessly past his head just as Bakugo unleashed an explosion. But Izuku wasn't over as, before the flames could subside, the Divine Divider spun around to deliver a powerful kick right into Bakugo's ribs. A kick with so much force and power behind it that he, Katsuki, and Midnight could hear the cracking of ribs moments before the bomber teen was sent flying away. "Itsuka asked me to give that one to you," said Izuku as he kept his guard up, waiting for the retaliation he knew was coming. He didn't have to wait long as Bakugo scrambled to get back on his feet, sweat forming all over his body from the injury. Growling in both pain and rage, he charged at the green-haired teen. Thanks to his with the explosive teen, Izuku knew all of Bakugo's tells, and with his time at the Kendo dojo he could better capitalize on this information. And right now, Bakugo was nothing more than an open book to him. So, he knew that this time Bakugo would launch an open palm strike aimed right at Izuku's face. While to most it would look like a slap, it was far more dangerous in the hands of someone like Bakugo. If it struck, he would then fire off an explosion at point-blank range. If you blocked the strike itself, the flames and the force from the blast would still hit. So that was why Izuku went with option number 3, leaning backwards so that he fell on his back and allowing the strike to sail harmlessly over him. Then, while Bakugo looked on in confusion, Midoriya pressed his legs close to his chest before sending them into the gut of his former friend. This caused the angry blonde to stumble back while Izuku got into a crouching position before delivering a sweeping leg kick on his opponent to knock him down. With Bakugo down, Izuku raised his leg high into the air, ready to slam his heel right into Bakugo's gut and to finally end this. However, before the attack could connect, Katsuki unleashed explosions from both his open palms that contained enough force that he slid across the arena floor. While it would have been satisfying to defeat Bakugo using only his martial arts skills, Izuku knew that it was only a matter of time before his opponent used the same move he used to defeat Itsuka. And he didn't want to hold anything back. Activating Divine Dividing, Izuku shot into the air so fast that he was nothing more than a green and blue blur that only stopped once he was right above Bakugo. Then, just as quickly, he shot downward to deliver an axe kick using his flying ability to enhance the speed and power of the blow. The ashen blonde saw this, however, and managed to roll out of the way as one hand gripped tightly onto his chest. Gritting his teeth so hard that he drew blood while lowering his hand, Bakugo propelled himself through the air toward Izuku. This time, when he got close enough, the blonde positioned his palms towards the ground, sending him upwards quickly while also generating plenty of heat and smoke. Due to this, Izuku was forced to cover his eyes for a moment. At that moment, Bakugo managed to land a punch to the teen's shoulder. Quickly, Izuku used his wings to gain a bit more distance. Only Bakugo wasn't letting that happen. He charged towards the green-haired teen, this time running as fast as he could while sending out several small explosions to help boost his speed. He's still working himself hard, trying to build up even more of a sweat, thought Izuku as he continued to move. With those injuries, he should already be sweating more than he needs. But he wants more. He must be trying to collect enough so that, when I divide his strength, his explosions will still hurt me. Once close enough, Bakugo extended a palm towards Izuku. This time, however, it wasn't one of his normal explosions. This one was far brighter, forcing Izuku to close his eyes. The next moment, a real explosion collided with Midoriya's stomach, knocking him back. But it didn't stop there, as, while Izuku fell to the ground, blast after blast was sent toward the green-haired youth. And slightly above the deafening noise, somehow Midoriya could make out the screams of his bully. After several moments of this, Izuku shot into the air in order to escape. They're high above the arena and far enough from his bully's explosions. The teen paused to catch his breath while his vision slowly returned. He could hear the blasts and screams below him fading as the ashen blonde no doubt realized that he was no longer there. When he could properly see again, Izuku looked down to find that indeed Bakugo was glaring up at him, and seeming even angrier for having to look up at him. As Izuku looked down at Bakugo, he believed that this was going to be the deciding factor in this match. While his opponent could move about the arena and propel himself in the air via his explosion, he seemed limited to just a few feet above the ground. Meanwhile, Izuku had far greater speed, mobility, and could actually, something that Bakugo had to be aware of, meaning that his opponent's options were limited. I think this is it, thought Izuku as he went through everything he knew about Bakugo. If there was ever a time to unleash an explosion powerful enough like the one he used against Itsuka, now is the time. It is his only option. However, despite how powerful it is, with my speed I'm sure I can move out of the way before the flames even reach me. After that, his arms will be spent. I just need to. Izuku's thoughts were cut off as Bakugo surprised him by launching up into the air. The explosions from the teen's palms were rapid, spinning him round and round until he became a cyclone of pure anger. The crowd gasped and cheered wildly as they felt the after effects of this move all the way in their seats. Class 1A was cheering Bakugo on while 1B screamed for Midoriya to get out of the way. Only Izuku didn't do that. Instead, he began to spin around himself to deliver his own attack. 𝐻𝐸𝐺𝐼 impact, screamed Bakugo. Shooting Dragon Fang, cried Izuku. With that, Izuku entered the center of the cyclone. He didn't aim for Bakugo's head but instead aimed for the teen's side, colliding with the blonde's outstretched arm. A crack that only the two teens could hear soon followed. The explosion whirlwind ending as Bakugo spiraled out of control and out of the smoke. The jumbo screen zoomed in on the 1A student, showing that his left arm was clearly broken as it was quickly turning purple. However, rather than falling headfirst into a wall or into the crowd, Bakugo was caught by the wrist by Izuku, who held on to him at arm's length. Once more, Bakugo was forced to look up at Izuku while the green-haired teen looked down as their eyes met. This only served to anger Bakugo evermore. Damn you, I'm going to divide. That word, spoken so calmly, silenced the explosive teen as he felt himself getting weaker. A look of utter horror began to take over his face as he began to struggle to free himself, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Izuku just looked down at the person who had tormented him for so long. He knew how easy it would be to just let him go, to let him drop and watch as he struggled to save himself with his diminished strength, to watch as he had to be saved by the teachers. Divide. More strength was sapped from Bakugo as Izuku shook his head. Yes, it would have been easy, but was he tempted to do so? That was a hard no. Despite everything that had happened today, everything that he had been through during his entire life with Bakugo, Izuku could never just drop him like that, nor would he ever do anything that might threaten his life. No, he would do the right thing and finally move on, and he knew just the way to do it. Divide. At that moment, Bakugo became aware that they were getting closer to the ground, but they weren't heading toward the arena. No, instead they were heading straight for the out-of-bounds area. A wide look of fear flashed through the teen's eyes as he called on every bit of strength he had. No, screamed Bakugo. Not like this. Not a damned ring out. 𝗬𝗂𝐴𝐺𝐸. Divide, was all that Izuku said as he continued to lower his former friend to the earth below. The ground was getting closer. Snarling, Katsuki launched several explosions from his good hand, only feeling small puffs of smoke similar to those he had when he was 4. His feet thrashed about, doing everything he could to cause some pain to the green-haired boy. But even when he connected, Izuku didn't seem to flinch. You can't do this to me, roared Bakugo. Divide. More strength was taken from Bakugo as he struggled to raise his bad hand. Tears formed in his eyes as he moved it, a sob escaping the teen's lips as he tried to point a palm at the divine divider. But he felt so weak that he could barely do that. Then, before he could let out another curse, his feet were gently placed on the ground. The gentleness of it all infuriated the blonde like nothing else. Being kicked out or dropped out of the ring he could handle. It showed he was strong, that he was tough. But like this, being treated as though he were a delicate piece of glass, that was a major blow to his pride. But what hurt worse was who had done this to him, Deku. Out of all the people in the world, it had been the one he had stepped on for years. The weak, cowardly, quirkless little pebble who had just defeated him for all the world to see. It was maddening. Finally, the match was called with Midoriya being declared the winner. As the crowd cheered wildly, Izuku turned to look back at Bakugo one more time. Goodbye, Kaken, said Izuku, intending for that to be the last time he ever used that old nickname for Bakugo. With that, Izuku began to walk away from his former childhood friend as the medical drone approached. However, no, wailed Bakugo. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. You're not a hero. You're a thief. You stole everything from me. My destiny, my place in the tournament, my power. That's all you are. That's all a worthless stain like you can do. Thief, thief. Izuku never looked back as he slowly walked away, his ears picking up the sound of Bakugo flailing around on the ground. Clearly, he was having a hard time accepting that he lost. But this was one problem that Izuku was not going to rush over and try to help. No, not this time. He was done with it. Izuku Midoriya was seated in the waiting room, his legs twitching with nervous excitement. A hand went to his chest, feeling his heart racing while a smile grew on his lips. This was really happening. Here he was, about to go into the final match of the sports festival to see who would win first place. Honestly, this felt a little too good to be true. Not only had he defeated the person he had admired, the person he had looked up to as a childhood vision of strength and tenacity, but also several other outstanding heroes in training. He felt so honored to be here that a part of him didn't care how the match turned out. That just being here was more than he deserved. Enough of such foolish thoughts, partner. Do not settle for aiming for anything other than the top. Izuku nearly jumped in his seat at Albion's sudden words. As he looked down at his left hand, the teen thought about the person he would be facing. A student from 1A, the one who had defeated 𝗧𝗪𝗧 in a single blow. The person that, with a single flick of his finger, sent 𝐻𝐻𝗀𝐲 out of the ring due to the massive air pressure he created. A student who stood there, taking everything Pony could dish out before sending her flying out of the ring. He's strong, Albion, thought Izuku, communicating to the ancient dragon. Much stronger than anyone else here, perhaps, but that is no reason for you to cower in fear, insisted Albion. You hold the divine dividing. No matter how strong he is, all it will take is a single touch for it to be cut in half. Besides, would a true hero back down from a stronger foe? Izuku's eyes widened at that before giving a firm nod. In his heart and mind, a true hero would face any odds in order to save and protect the people. So, he would use this match to show the pros out there that he had what it took. That he would face down an opponent with superior strength and take him down. With this newfound determination, Izuku began going over his opponent's matches in his head. His opponent was strong, insanely so, but he had one clear weakness that Izuku could capitalize on. Every time he used that super strength of his, the part of his body that he used would become damaged. Like when he fought Tetsutetsu, his arm looked all cracked before turning purple. The same went for the finger that he used against Shinso. Sure, those injuries got healed up, but only once the match was finished. If Izuku used his speed to his advantage, he could just let his opponent's injuries pile up until he could not continue. Or just let him injure himself enough and then use divine dividing to sap half of his strength so that it could be used against him. Both were sound plans. By the time Izuku had figured out what he was going to do, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝐼𝐴's voice called him to the stadium. Taking a breath, he walked out of the room and towards one of the biggest fights of his life. All right, came 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝐼𝐴's energetic voice. Ladies and gentlemen, pros from all around the world, I hope you are ready because the final match of the first year's sports festival is about to begin. Coming in from the left we have the plainest looking boy you will ever see. But don't let that fool you because he has taken down some of his rival class's heaviest hitters. Give a shout out to the kid Aizawa wanted to kick out of the hero program on the first day, Izuku Midoriya. As Aizawa's incoherent grumblings filled the airways, the 1B student made his way toward the center of the arena. But does he have what it takes to take down the last of 1A's heaviest hitters? Continued Mike. Coming in from the right, we have the teen with the strength of the mountains themselves, the living embodiment of what it means to be manly. Let's give it up for the powerhouse, Ijiro Kirishima. Izuku took a breath, watching as his red-headed opponent made his way to the arena. Kirishima looked embarrassed as he walked across the field, scratching the back of his head while his class cheered him on. Yet, when he got onto the arena floor, he didn't stop. Instead, he kept moving towards the green-haired youth with a sharp-toothed smile on his face. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw that Midnight was watching this closely and seemed ready to step in should something go wrong. Finally, Kirishima stood in front of Midoriya with his eyes downcast slightly. Your fight with Baku, bro, began the one boy. You had a chance to get back at him for what he did to you in the cafeteria. You know, could have just let him fall after breaking his arm. Heck, you could have just kicked him while you were both still in the air to knock him out of the ring. As he said this, Kirishima lifted his head to show that he was smiling with those sharp teeth of his before reaching out his hand. But instead, you took the high road with my buddy. You brought him back down to the ground safely even though he didn't like it. That's super manly of you, bro. And that makes you all right in my books. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up before taking the other teen's hand in his own, giving Kirishima an honest quirk-free handshake. Thanks, he managed to say. But don't go thinking that just because you helped out my best bud I'll go easy on you. I plan on winning this, added Kirishima. You're not the only one, replied the Divine Divider as the two ended their handshake. So come at me with everything you have and I'll do the same. Kirishima grinned wildly at that. All right, exclaimed the teen as he gave Midoriya a thumbs up. Looks like this is going to be one manly fight. Oh my, swooned Midnight, gaining everyone's attention. Such passion before the match. Oh, it's really doing something for me now. Both students, as well as most men in the audience, turned bright red as Midnight squirmed from her spot on the stage. Her face had a blush that almost hid the blood running down her nose. Almost. Once the crowd had gotten over their shock and embarrassment over Midnight's statement, the cheers grew to their highest volume yet as both students took their places on either side of the arena. Izuku activated Divine Dividing, his wings on full display causing his class to go wild. At the same time, Kirishima's body took on a more jagged and rocky appearance while his class did their best to cheer him on. The teens, however, blocked everything going on around them out as their eyes locked onto the others. The only sound to get through to them was Midnight's voice when she told them to begin. Like a flash, Izuku was zipping around the stadium. While doing this, the teen kept his eyes on Kirishima, who was visibly having a hard time keeping track of the flying teen. Seeing this, Izuku shot at full speed with his legs in front of him. The green-haired teen's feet connected with his opponent's right shoulder with a force so powerful that it sent a shockwave through the stadium, sending plenty of litter flying up into the air. Yet, despite making contact, Kirishima stood there like that kick had been the equivalent of a fly landing on him. Okay, so he's not just strong but also has an amazing defense. thought Izuku as he took in this new information. Seeing Kirishima raising a clawed hand, Izuku shot back into the sky before his opponent could swipe at him. But as he gained distance, the green-haired teen looked back in time to see the redhead preparing to flick a finger at him. Though, that wasn't the interesting thing. As Kirishima held his hand out aiming at the flying teen, Izuku noticed what looked like glowing red veins of power on that finger. Before Midoriya could ponder about it some more, the hardening quirk user flicked his finger. The result sent a massive, uncontrollable whirlwind of air at Izuku while also creating a number of cracks on the user's finger. And while Midoriya was thrown around a bit by the powerful winds, he was able to quickly right himself. That didn't stop Kirishima as he readied another finger to flick at Izuku, the same veins appearing on that digit as well. Spotting this, Izuku flew faster out of the way at the very last moment and avoided the attack altogether. It's like a volcano, thought Izuku as he continued to analyze his opponent with growing excitement. That strength is like magma, pooling into a certain point before it erupts. That's so amazing. Focus, partner. Focus, snapped Albion. I am. As Izuku thought this, he dodged another attack from Kirishima. Then another. Each finger flick sending another blast of air toward the audience, causing them to cry out in both shock and amazement. Now, 4 fingers on his dominant hand were cracked and the teen looked like he was in pain. Believing that now was the right moment, Izuku flew around the stadium once more so that he was nothing more than a blur. Kirishima could do nothing but stand there, unable to keep track of his opponent but keeping his cool. That is, however, until Izuku appeared right behind him while placing a hand on the teen's rocky back. Divide, declared Izuku. A mass of power filled the teen, causing him to cry out in pain. Not even the Namu he had drained that first time had this much strength. So it was no surprise to Midoriya as his wings shattered, causing him to fall to the ground. So much power, grunted Izuku as he forced himself to stand, his body still feeling the sting from the strain. Yes, commented Albion, using the tone that indicated he was nodding. It is remarkable that he has that much power flowing through his veins. However, that power has now been cut in half, so he should be easier to. Albion's words were cut off as Kirishima turned on Izuku, his uninjured fist raised to attack. A rush of adrenaline flowed through the forest-haired teen, giving him the strength he needed to push away at the last moment before the blow connected. That was the only good news, as Kirishima's attack was powerful enough to create massive cracks in the arena that webbed their way from one end to the other. What's worse was the fact that his arm looked to be completely intact. Slowly, Kirishima raised his arm up to the sky, seeming to inspect it with a look of awe and wonder. Well, said the redhead before turning to look at Izuku with a grin. I don't want this to sound like I'm bragging or anything, but I have so much strength that it was a real challenge controlling it. But this, much easier. Thanks, man. Oh, well, mistakes have been made. As the sheepish words of Albion rang through Midoriya's head, Kirishima threw a punch in the direction of the divine deity managed. While Izuku managed to dodge the attack, the force of the blow still created winds that sent him flying. The crowd watched in shock and awe as the 1B student was flung backward before rolling for some distance, only stopping close to the edge of the ring. Gritting his teeth, Izuku managed a backflip onto his feet before racing away from the edge while the crowd cheered wildly. Kirishima was not standing idly either, running towards his green-haired opponent with a wild smile on his face. Izuku reached him first, getting low while trying to knock him off balance with a sweeping kick. Unfortunately for him, Kirishima's leg barely budged. Taking barely a moment to process this, Izuku changed tactics as he sent an upward kick from this position aimed at his opponent's jaw. While the blow connected perfectly, Kirishima acted as though he felt nothing. Instead, the 1A student grabbed Midoriya by the leg before flinging him to the side in the hopes that he would be sent out of bounds. Thankfully, Izuku managed to twist himself in midair before landing on the ground so he would be able to stop himself. However, Izuku's respite was brief, for Kirishima had already leaped high into the air with his fists clasped together above his head. Izuku reacted more out of instinct than anything else, racing away from the spot before Kirishima struck the cement. The ground behind Midoriya erupted, stony shrapnel impaling his back before he was sent flying to the other side of the arena. This time, Izuku nearly did land out of bounds as his head was so very close to the edge. With a groan, Midoriya pushed himself off of the ground before standing on shaky legs waiting for the dust to settle. As he waited, Izuku tried to activate Divine Dividing once more in the hope that it would allow him to somewhat make this fight more even. Yet there was nothing. Things were not looking good for him. He was tired, both from the fight and the loss of blood, as he could feel his life fluid slowly moving down his back. His attacks were not strong enough to hurt his opponent when his rocky skin was activated. Not to mention that Kirishima was now able to use the super strength of his quirk without fearing its repercussions. However, Izuku refused to throw in the towel. No, that was not what a real hero would do. After all, he still had everything he needed. 2 arms, 2 legs, and a brain to use. He just needed to figure it out. So, as Kirishima walked out of the dust cloud with smoke rising from his hardened body, Izuku began to process what he had seen so far, looking for any sort of weakness. Well, for starters, Kirishima didn't seem to gain a speed boost, at least, not that he had noticed. As for his fighting capabilities, calling the one a student a brawler would be generous. Then, Izuku noticed something interesting. Kirishima seemed to stumble a bit, nearly tripping on some upturned rock. Eyeing widening at that, Izuku looked behind his opponent to see that the ground behind him was composed of either jagged rocks or small platforms. Taking his attention back to the redhead, Izuku could see that he was beginning to tire out, no doubt from the fight so far as well as pain from his broken fingers. But there was something else, something that could only truly be seen up close. Kirishima's body was losing some of its edges. It looked far less jagged and rocky. Was there a time limit to it, or was it like tensing a muscle, something he couldn't hold forever? Whatever the case, it looked like Kirishima's time in this form was coming to a close. So, an idea came to him. It was a stupid, reckless idea that might get him killed if he wasn't careful, not to mention turning off a number of pros watching. Yet it was the only thing he could think of doing. Thus, Izuku got into his fighting stance. "Kirishima," called out Izuku, "I've only got one shot at defeating you, so I'm coming at you with everything I have left." At that, the redhead grinned as he raised his own fist. "Oh, that is so manly. Let's finish this, Midori bro," exclaimed Kirishima. With that, Izuku charged forward while yelling at the top of his lungs. He could hear Present Mike yelling over the speakers, wondering out loud if Midoriya had lost his mind. The crowd's noise was almost deafening, but Izuku pressed forward until he was right in front of Kirishima. The redhead launched a punch from his uninjured hand, just as Izuku knew he would. So with the hardening quirk user putting his weight behind the blow, Midoriya twisted his body to go behind Kirishima while hooking the other teen's leg with his own. This caused the teen to go off balance, falling to the ground face and fist first. As for Izuku, he managed to plant his other leg onto Kirishima's back before launching himself away. Just in time too. As the blow from Kirishima connected with the arena floor, the cement instantly shattered in what felt like a massive explosion. Massive cracks spider-webbed their way across the floor, sending streams of debris up into the air to create a cloud of dust. Then, when it was over, the crowd gasped to see that the arena that had taken so much punishment over the course of the day lay in ruins. Now it appeared more like an island chain of platforms with large gashes separating them from each other going all the way to the grassy earth below. Midnight looked concerned but allowed the match to continue as such. As Kirishima got to his feet, he stumbled a little as the piece of cement he was standing on could barely hold him. And he was panting heavily now as his hardened body looked almost gone. Meanwhile, Izuku was putting the final piece of his plan into action as he jumped from platform to platform without losing any of his speed. Kirishima tried to jump to the next platform, ready to continue the fight, but stumbled with the landing so badly that he began swinging his arms wildly to keep himself from falling face first into the ground. That was the moment Izuku knew he had to strike. With Kirishima still trying to steady himself, Midoriya moved behind the redhead before leaping up into the air with all the might he had in his legs, slightly above his opponent. Izuku spun himself into a ball the same way he had during the entrance exam before delivering a powerful axe kick to Kirishima's shoulder. A loud crack was heard, followed by Kirishima's scream, the remains of his rocky skin vanishing. The redhead fell to his knees, clutching his broken shoulder with his broken fingers while sweat began to pour down his face. As for Izuku, he fumbled the landing badly due to his now broken foot. The green-haired teen fell to his side, gritting his teeth in pain as an arm dangled off the cracked edges inside the arena. But neither of them was out yet. Slowly Izuku and Kirishima began to rise, ready to continue the fight as the crowd went silent. The crowd seemed to know that the fight was nearing its end. Neither team could use their quirk, but the fierce look of determination they had in their eyes told the other that this wasn't over, that they would continue to push themselves and go plus ultra. And now, on this little island that Kirishima had accidentally made, all it would take was a single slip-up to end the match. Once they got to their feet, Izuku saw Kirishima raise his injured arm while the other hung limply at his side due to his broken shoulder. The hardening teen staggered for a moment before charging at Izuku the best he could. At the same time, Izuku struggled to get into his proper stance due to the strain of his broken foot. As his eyes watered, he noticed something about Kirishima's arm. The veins he had noticed before were back, glowing as they webbed across the other boy's skin. As much as Izuku wanted to theorize what that meant, his survival instincts promptly slapped his curiosity upside the head. He glanced quickly to his right and then his left, but there was nowhere to go. No way to dodge this save for the most reckless and dangerous option. His other options were to take the hit and die or quickly shout that he surrendered. It took a split second for Izuku to make up his mind. Gritting his teeth, Izuku stood his ground waiting for the blow. Midnight was shouting something, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 getting ready to move to action as well. But just before the attack hit, Izuku leaned back, allowing the fist to sail over his body. The teacher saw this, stopping to watch as the 1B student then quickly clung to the arm, wrapping his own arms around it before the wind generated by the attack could be formed. Kirishima was quickly thrown off balance by this unexpected weight, his body bending downwards. Just then, Izuku's feet planted themselves into the hardening teen's gut. The crowd went deathly silent as Kirishima's body was tossed over by this maneuver, half of his body landing on the edge of the small island of cement they were on with his feet touching the grass. "What is this?" cried Present Mike as the crowd went wild once more. "No, seriously, what is this? Is it a ring out or what?" That's when Midnight held up her whip. "According to the rules, you are out if you touch any part of the ground outside the arena floor." While Kirishima did not move out of bounds, he did touch the ground that was not a part of the arena. So with that in mind and seeing how neither contestant is able to continue fighting, I declare that Izuku Midoriya is the winner. A short while later, a patched-up Izuku found himself being raised up from underground as he stood on the first-place podium. Before him stood all of the first years, looking back at him with a mixture of pride, awe, and even envy. He could easily spot his friends, Izuku giving him a thumbs up while Toga blew kissing at him and one of the people on the third-place podium. As for Shinzo, the brainwashing teen gave him a thankful wave while being surrounded by his fellow general studies classmates who were treating him like he was the true winner of all this. Meanwhile, Class 1A didn't seem too upset that it wasn't a member of their class standing at the top save for 2. Monoma looked like he was doing everything in his power to pretend that there was no first-place spot. As for the other, well, Bakugo was situated in the back of the pack, heavily retrained in a manner that some would consider overkill. Numerous straps bound his body to a special lifting dolly, his hands and feet seeming to be encased in heavy weighted armor. There was also a metal frame that surrounded his body from the neck down while his mouth was gagged. And despite all that the school had down, it still didn't seem like enough for the moment Bakugo saw Izuku on the podium. His rage gave him additional strength. He began to rock back and forth, doing everything in his power to inch his way to Izuku so that he could wring his neck. Muffled curses could be heard, no doubt trying to call Izuku a thief again. Not wanting to look at those bloodshot, angry eyes anymore, Izuku turned his attention to the person on the second tallest podium. Standing there to his right was Kirishima, scratching the back of his head and looking a little embarrassed as the crowd cheered him on. "Hey," said the green-haired teen, gaining the attention of the 1A student. "I hope there are no hard feelings, about how the match ended." "Heck no," replied Kirishima. "That was one of the most manly fights I've ever been in. The way you stood your ground and used my own strength against me was just so cool. Besides, I was on my last leg anyway. Can't wait to see how things turn out next year when I get more control over my strength." With that redhead let out a laugh while never noticing Izuku's shiver. Would he ever be able to handle the strain of dividing and taking in that level of strength? Only time would tell. Glancing to his other side, he saw the two who were tied for third place. As always, Pony was super excited as she waved to the crowd. As for the other student who had tied for the position, 𝐎𝐼𝐴 just looked a little embarrassed. Finally, the moment came for the medal to be handed out. And who better to do it was the school's most famous alumni as well as the current holder of the #1 hero, All Might. Upon seeing this, Izuku was practically vibrating in place. One by one, the great hero placed the medals around the necks of each student, giving them words of both praise as well as words of wisdom before embracing them in a hug. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. "Young Midoriya, I remember the first time I saw you," began All Might, a nervous young man who was low on points, yet risked everything to save a random stranger. "You stood up and defeated a foe that many of your fellow examinees fell from, not by overpowering it but by being cunning and creative. Skills which I am glad to see you have not thrown away, and it is my hope that you never do." "I won't, All Might," responded Izuku as the pro hero placed the medal around his neck. Nodding, All Might turned while making a sweeping gesture towards the camera. "Now then, young man," said the smiling hero, "how about we hear some inspiring words from you to close this day of the sports festival?" For a moment, Izuku's brain froze as he stared at his reflection in one of the lenses. He could see it zooming in on him, getting a close-up of his face to be broadcast all across the world, so that everyone could see and hear what he had to say. The teen could feel his mouth hanging open, completely blindsided by this. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see that he wasn't the only one freaking out. Midnight, it was giving All Might a look that screamed, "Are you crazy?" Seeing that, it became clear to the young hero that All Might had decided to do this on his own. That had the school wanted this, they would have informed the young man sooner so that he could get his thoughts together. After a moment longer of awkward silence, Izuku took a breath. He guessed this was another case of All Might wanting to go plus ultra. After all, heroes had to give on-the-spot interviews and the like all the time. So maybe this was just practice. So, all that he could do was tell the world what he had always wanted to hear. Meanwhile, at the same time, Melissa Shields sat at the drawing board within her personal lab on I Island as she worked on the design of her next project. The idea she had was a pair of special gauntlets that would be able to absorb high levels of impact and protect the user from the backlash of their own power. If she was correct, someone like her uncle might would be able to use them several times before they broke. While working on the design, the television was playing the U, a sports festival in the background. A part of her winced every so often as she listened as memories of an old dream would rise up from the depths of her heart where she buried them. A dream of being a hero which she knew she could never have as she was quirkless. However, she never changed the channel as she used this to focus on her new dream. To be like her father and create support gear for heroes. It was the closest that someone like her could ever get to being a hero. And keeping tabs on some of the future heroes was a good move as she could start coming up with ideas to help make them better. But that would come after she finished. For the longest time, I thought I was quirkless, came a voice from the TV. Instantly, Melissa stopped what she was doing as her eyes widened behind her glasses. For the span of a single breath, her pencil trembled in her hand before she looked at the screen. There stood this year's first-place winner, a somber expression on his face as he looked at the camera with honest eyes. "I'm sure that many of you witnessed what happened during my last match," continued the green-haired boy, Melissa standing up before walking closer to the screen. "How my quirk failed me when I tried to use it against Kirishima, rendering me quirkless throughout the rest of that match, fighting an opponent that was much stronger than I was. I'm sure many people out there thought it was crazy to continue fighting in that condition, that I should just give up, that I shouldn't even try, that I was useless in that state." Melissa watched as the teen briefly closed his eyes before shaking his head. "Before coming to UA, I was taught my most important lesson. All of us are born with all the tools we need. 2 arms, 2 legs, and a brain to use if we are wise. We just need to figure it out. It's because of those words that have helped me forge who I am now. And it can be the same for everyone who has a dream worth fighting for. It doesn't matter if you have a strong quirk, a weak quirk, or none at all. We are all more than our quirks. We are all born with all the tools we need. All you need to do is put in the time and effort to figure out what works for you. It might not work all the time. It will be difficult and you might fall on your face more than once. But that's what it means to go plus ultra." As the crowd gave the boy a cheer, Melissa fell to her knees while missing the uncomfortable look that All Might was giving the winner. Her mind was reeling from what she had heard. What he was saying, it couldn't be true. Could it? She couldn't be a hero. Her body wasn't strong enough. Melissa's head then shot up, her eyes growing wide. Quickly she scrambled to her drawing board, ripping her old sketch off the moment she was seated in front of it. That green-haired boy was right. She may not have a quirk, but she was damn smart. Smart enough to figure out what she needed. At the same time, a man with dirty blue hair watched from his computer scene of the sacred gear holder giving his stupid little speech. While the man-child's master was pleased to see the new holder of One for All in action for his own purposes, Shigaraki found himself unable to care. No, he wanted the boy with the wings, the one who weakened his Nama with his cheat hack. A cheat hack that only he was supposed to have. What's more, he was going to make that entire class pay. From that guy with the steel quirk who stood up to them first to the freaking psychopath that dropped a freaking robot on them. After the sports festival ended, the first years were given the next few days off to recover while the school began looking into the number of requests they got from pros. When they returned to their homeroom on Monday, before class began, everyone was excitedly talking about all the people who congratulated them on their performances. Kendo, Izuku noticed, blushed when she brought up her experiences. Apparently, the media had found out that she and Izuku had trained in the same dojo. Once their fans found out, the place was swarmed by people asking her all sorts of questions. Many of them were people with less flashy quirks like her own, praising how cool she looked when she fought Bakugo. "It was kind of embarrassing considering how I lost," admitted Itsuka. "Honestly, I thought you did really well," said Izuku. "And, well, they're not lying when they said you looked really cool out there." As he said that, Izuku felt his cheeks burn as though Bakugo had unleashed multiple explosions on each one. And, at the same time, Kendo's face began to turn bright red as well. Thankfully, before the situation could become awkward, the doors to the class opened to reveal Vlad King and, surprisingly, Present Mike. After the students took their seats, their homeroom teacher congratulated them all on their hard work. Then he informed them that before he showed them their results, they were all going to be picking out their hero names with the help of Present Mike, something that got a big cheer from everyone there. Everyone was given a few minutes to decide, writing their names on a whiteboard before presenting them to the class. While many of the students were nervous, Present Mike told them to think about it like they were announcing this to the press, shouting out to the world who they were. After time had been given to them, Izuku watched as his classmates presented their names. Itsuka had gone with the name Battle Fist. Shishida wanted to be called Mr. Noble Beast as a proper hero name, only for Present Mike to shoot it down for being too lame. In the end, the proper team decided to go with 𝗃𝗏𝗏. Pony nearly bounced to the front to present the name Raketti while Toga had gone with the more ominous title of Nobody. As for Izuku, when it was his turn, he had decided to take Vlad King's words to heart and use the name that had been an insult to him as his hero name. However, the name Deku would no longer mean nothing. Instead, it would stand for You Can Do It. Once that was finished, Class 1B got to see their results, though they were disappointed that they didn't get as much as they were hoping. Izuku, who had placed at the top, barely got over 900 offers, with the rest getting drastically less. The reason this was upsetting was that they heard that some of the students in 1A got offers in the thousands. If I had to guess, it's because the quirks in 1A are flashier than ours, thought Izuku. That and the fact that the son of the number 2 hero is in that class. Perhaps so, commented Albion. However, those who only look at such trivial things are unworthy of our attention, so pay them no heed. Instead, focus on the ones who seek your true worth. You're right, agreed Izuku. Soon, sheets were handed out to those who were given offers sorted by the rank of the heroes. What surprised Izuku was the fact that Endeavor was at the top of his list. This was odd, seeing that the pro hero normally kept sidekicks that had something to do with fire, either controlling it or dousing it out, and Izuku didn't really fit into that category. For a moment, the teen considered his options before placing the man in the maybe pile. Endeavor was skilled. He had to be to keep the number 2 rank for so long. But the man's demeanor was the exact opposite of what Izuku wanted to be known for. That, as well as a feeling that Endeavor wanted him for something else. Still, this was a great possibility, so if nothing else caught his eye, then he would. Izuku's thoughts were cut off as he looked at the next offer. He had expected it to be Hawks, seeing that they were both flyers, but it wasn't. It wasn't even someone that Izuku had ever considered before. But now, looking at the name with wide-eyed wonder, it made sense. It was the rabbit hero, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. You wanted to see me? Asked Izuku after he was allowed into Nezu's office. As he closed the door behind him, he noticed that the windows were shut tight, preventing the early morning rays from entering the room. Seeing the principal sitting in his chair, paws pressed together while a fan spun painfully slow above his head within this heavily shadowed room, created a ball of fear to begin growing within the teen's gut, not helped by the fact that Vlad was standing next to Nezu's chair with his arms folded across his chest, while Aizawa stood slumped over on the opposite side with his hands in his pockets. While he could not see Vlad's features in the dim light, he could feel Aizawa's eyes following him. This isn't looking good, thought Izuku, sweat rolling down his face. Albion, do you think they figured out I don't have a quirk? Are they going to question me about how I can do all the things I can do with divine dividing? Or are they going to tell me that there was a mistake and I really got no offers? Both seem doubtful, replied Albion with a yawn. Something that surprised Izuku. Could a soul get tired? Did he need to rest? But before he could start diving into his theories, the ancient dragon continued. Instead of worrying about what it might be, I suggest that you wait and find out what the issue at hand is. Then we shall take it from there. Mentally nodding his head, Izuku came before the desk of Nezu. Ah, young Midoriya, said the principal in a chipper tone that greatly contrasted with the environment. Please, forgive us for calling you in so early before classes began. There is something vitally important that we need to discuss, something that should have been brought to your attention sooner. Yet due to some last-minute changes it was delayed. Upon hearing that, Izuku felt himself stiffen, which, in turn, caused the disheveled man to glare at him even more. Ah, sorry, began Izuku, thousands of beads of sweat rolling down his entire body now. But what is this about? Why, it's your special first-place reward for winning the sports festival, exclaimed Nezu as he threw up his hands. Huh, was all Izuku could say to that, Albion echoing the sentiment in his head. Glancing over to his homeroom teacher, he could see that his teacher was looking a little sheepish. You see, began Vlad King after clearing his throat. Normally the first-place winner of the sports festival is given an additional prize in the form of tickets to attend the Island Expo. I was going to tell you yesterday after you and everyone else got back from your little break. However, the usual official confirmation that we receive has yet to be sent. The tall man then let out a heavy sigh before continuing. The reason I never pulled you aside yesterday to inform you about this was because I didn't know if the situation had changed. Didn't want you to get all excited about something you might not be attending. Which is why I personally contacted them last night, said Nezu, cutting into the conversation. After all, we need to give you time in order to make the necessary arrangements to attend. They understand and have asked me to relay to you that you will, indeed, be attending the expo this weekend as a special guest. As for the tickets, it seems that the officials at Island are being irrational, interrupted Aizawa, earning him an eye roll from Vlad and a light chuckle from Nezu. I was going to say that they are being met with a rather unusual request at this moment, said Nezu happily, something that requires them to deliberate on. Still, as I said, you shall be attending the Island Expo. Really? Izuku all but shouted, the fear vanishing from his features as his eyes seemed to light up with excitement. He was only vaguely aware that he was leaning closer to the chimera-like creature, but such things as personal space seemed so insignificant at this moment. Why? Because never in his wildest dreams did he ever expect to go to the Island Expo. Located on a man-made island, it housed some of the greatest minds in all of the world whose sole purposes were to study quirks as well as creating some of the top support gear. The island was also like its own little country with its own form of governance. Normally, the government of the island heavily restricted travel to and from. But during the expo, the rules were loosened to allow people from all around the world to see their latest findings. Heroes from around the world would be gathering, support companies would be in attendance, and so much more. If you loved all things hero-related, you had to visit at least one expo in your life. If you could afford the ticket, that is. Yes, really, laughed Nezu, pressing a paw on Izuku's nose which had gotten a bit too close. You and one other person of your choosing will be departing for Island this Friday. Once there, you shall be receiving first-class services in one of their top hotels for the next 3 days and 2 nights. All meals shall be provided for you and your guest along with a special pass granting you admission to any of the events, though they may ask you to participate in some of the demonstrations and the like. You will also be required to attend certain events, such as a ballroom gala where some of the top heroes and CEOs of support companies will be in attendance. Of course, you do realize that, while you are there, you will be representing UA. Added Aizawa. Your behavior at the expo will reflect heavily on us, so do try to keep some of your less desirable habits in check. The last thing we want to hear is how you pestered every hero there with details on their quirks as well as getting their autographs. At that, Izuku's face turned beet red before Vlad spoke up. Just try to keep in mind that everyone there is trying to relax and have a good time as well. Do that and I'm sure you'll do fine. Well, if we're finished, then I'll take my leave, said Aizawa as he bent down, picking up a sleeping bag that Izuku hadn't noticed. Once it was slung over the man's shoulder, Aizawa gave the Divine Divider one last look before walking towards the door. Hold on, said Vlad before Aizawa could even reach for the door handle. The shabby man turned to look at the muscular man in red, her eyes showing just how irritated he was at this moment. Don't you have something else you wanted to tell Midoriya? For a moment there was silence within the dark room, broken only by Nezu as he sipped from his tea. However, Izuku managed to focus the majority of his attention on Aizawa as the man was now looking right back at him. No, it was more than looking. The man seemed to be sizing up the teen once more in a critical manner that caused the teen to grow a bit more stiff. Then, when Aizawa narrowed his eyes, Izuku began to sweat. Very well, said Aizawa as he then turned to give Izuku his full attention. While you have shown that you have improved by some degree during the sports festival, I still stand by my decision that you should have been placed in general studies. The only reason you were able to succeed was thanks to half-thought-out rulings made in the heat of the moment. Do not even get me started on your fight with Kirishima. If that had been a real villain fight, the moment your quirk became usable was the moment you became a liability to all those around you. The more rational thing would have been to forfeit rather than to damage your own body on a long-shot chance that the ruling would have been set in your favor. For a moment, Izuku stood there trembling under the harsh gaze of the man in black. Something about the man's eyes just sent a shiver down his very being for a reason he did not completely understand. However, despite that, Izuku felt something swelling up within him. This man was discounting all the effort he had put into the festival, trying to claim that he had just gotten lucky. But what hurt him the most was that last comment, that he should have just given up. Well, that just wouldn't do. Wait, cried out Izuku as Aizawa reached for the door. The tired man turned, giving the green-haired kid before him a look of annoyance. Yet Izuku continued after taking a breath. If that had been a real villain fight like you said, and I ran away, what would have happened to all the people I was trying to protect? They could have been hurt or killed. Perhaps, replied Aizawa, his expression becoming unreadable now. Seeing that he had the man's attention, Izuku continued. You're right, I did take a gamble with the ruling, hoping that if I got Kirishima off that fragment of the arena then it would count as an out of bounds. And I know that, in real life, something like that will never happen. But I think I proved that I won't become a liability if something like that happens to my quirk out in the field, that I can at least buy time for the people around me to get to safety or hold off the villain until help arrives. What's more, I think I showed everyone that I'm more than just a kid with wings who can steal strength. Not a one-trick pony. Good response, replied Aizawa, lifting his head a little to reveal the creepiest smile that would haunt Izuku's dreams for years to come. Then, without another word, the man left. Seriously, why couldn't he have just said that he was impressed, grumbled Vlad, shaking his head. Who knows what goes on in that man's head sometimes, replied Nezu. Regardless, the two of you had better be on your way. I am expecting maintenance to be here soon. Honestly, we can build giant robots in a day, but it takes more than a week for someone to get around to finally fixing my lights and automatic windows. Morning Izuku, said Kendo happily, waving at her green-haired best friend as he pocketed his phone while walking in through the door. However, her expression took on a more concerned look as she began to take in her friend's downcast stance. His shoulders slumped, head down, feet practically dragging as he made his way to his desk, all without ever saying a word to her, which was unusual in and of itself. When he finally got to his seat, Izuku placed his arms on top of the desk before his head fell down onto them. The only thing that was needed to make this picture of depression utterly perfect was having a tiny rain cloud appearing above the boy's head. "Izuku," spoke Itsuka, slowly approaching the desk while gaining the attention of a few other people in the room. "Sir Midoriya, is something the matter?" asked 𝗧𝗪𝗧, lifting his head slightly. Izuku peeked a glance at his beast-man friend before glancing over at Kendo. The sight of her worried expression caused him to wince slightly. Then he pulled himself upright as he forced himself to smile. "It's nothing," he said. "I guess I'm just making a big deal out of nothing." Itsuka looked ready to say that it didn't seem like nothing, but stopped when the light in Izuku's eyes began to return. His green pupils seemed to shine while the rest of his eyes widened as he looked at the orange-haired girl. "Itsuka, are you doing anything this weekend?" At first, the class rep was a little taken aback by this, yet managed to compose herself quickly enough that only one person noticed, that one person being Toga. The vampire girl had been watching Izuku from her seat since the moment he walked in. But now that he was talking and looking like life had been returned to him, the little bloodsucker was inching closer to his seat. Using her skills, she seemed to sink lower behind her desk until she was completely out of sight before rising up in a completely different seat closer to them. "Nothing out of the ordinary," replied Kendo. "I mean, just the usual. Helping my dad around the dojo, helping my mom with the chores, getting a good workout in. Why? Do you need my help with something?" "No," replied Izuku, looking relieved as he shook his head. "I was just wondering if you wanted to be my +1 at the Island Expo this weekend." "What?" yelled Toga as she popped into existence in the middle of the group. Ignoring everyone else, the blood quirk user turned her attention to the green-haired boy who was shockingly getting used to her sudden appearances. As he stared at her calmly, Toga bent down with her fingers on the desk as tears began to form in her eyes. "You have tickets to Island?" "Yeah, it's one of my prizes for winning the sports festival," answered Izuku. "And I'm allowed to bring one other person." As 𝗵𝗃𝗄's jaw hit the surface of the desk, Kendo began scratching her chin. "Wow, stammered Itsuka awkwardly as she looked away. Her cheeks slightly tinted red as she scratched at one side of her face with a single finger. "Are you sure you want to invite me to something like that? Don't know if there's really anything there for me. Plus there are probably other people out there that you probably invite instead." "Well, you see," began Izuku, looking down as he spoke. However, before he could spiral back into despair, the teen managed to shake himself out of it. "You don't have to worry about anyone else. But if you don't want to go, I understand. I just thought that you might enjoy the motorcycle show that they have there." As Izuku said this, everyone in the room could hear the familiar sound of a record screeching to a halt. Slowly everyone turned to look at Itsuka as her body began to twitch uncontrollably. "motorcycle show," she repeated. "Yeah," said Izuku with a nod. "I look up the events every year. Heroes and support companies will be bringing a number of vehicles from around the world and putting them up for display for people to get a look. From planes, boats, cars, and even motorcycles. Plus, we'll be allowed to have our pictures taken with the heroes who ride them. We'll even be able to get a sneak peek at some of the latest heroic models before anyone else in the world. There's also going to be a panel on support equipment used by martial arts type heroes and the challenges that quirks add into the equation of making them." "Yes," yelled Itsuka, throwing her fists into the air and accidentally causing them to enlarge as she did so. "I'll go." As Izuku smiled happily at the scene, a whimper caught his attention. He turned and nearly fell out of his seat as Toga hadn't moved a muscle. Instead, a gloomy aura surrounded her. "No fair," she complained. "You asked her and no one else." "Well, Itsuka has done a lot for me," explained Izuku. "And, to be fair, it was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision. But I guess if she had said no, I would have asked Pony, Shinshida, and then Shinso if they wanted to go. I know Pony would have loved to have seen heroes from every culture walking around along with a number of mutation-type quirk users. Not to mention that there are usually a number of high-ranking American heroes there that she could meet. I'm pretty sure that 𝗧𝗪𝗧 would enjoy the panels on heroing and support tech etiquette plus the number of attractions that let you go all out with your quirk. And Shinso would probably be able to get a good idea for the best type of support gear if he managed to get into the hero program." At that, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 let out a hum. "Ah yes, I would have found that most enjoyable," said the teen as he placed a hand under his chin. "But, alas, I would have been unable to make it as I have an appointment with my dentist that weekend. It would be rude of me to cancel on such short notice. Nevertheless, I appreciate that you would have thought to include me on your short list, Sir Midoriya. So you didn't think of me at all?" asked Toga. "No," cried Izuku, holding up his hands. There's always a weapons area in the expo provided by the support scientists. That includes things like knives that I know you would like. They also almost always include the latest in transforming clothing. And, well, there are supposed to be a lot of games and shopping, so I know you would have enjoyed it as well. Then why not even consider asking me?" asked Toga, her eyes growing bigger, larger, and more moist as she looked at her green-haired friend, a sight that caused Izuku to wince as its power grew greater and greater. It honestly felt like his heart was being squeezed by the amount of hurt she felt for her lack of inclusion. In the end, Izuku sighed as his head slumped down. "Because I didn't want to get you into trouble," he muttered. Instantly, the saddest puppy dog pout that Himiko could create without drinking the blood of someone with a cute puppy quirk vanished. She tilted her head in confusion, her eyes urging her friend to continue. "You have all these restrictions on you still because of, well, what you did. If I told you about the +1 and you found out you couldn't go, I was afraid you'd try and sneak out." Began Toga, standing up in an instant and holding up a single finger in protest. However, vocalizing that protest turned out to be difficult as she couldn't find the words that would sound even remotely believable. So inside, she just looked to the side as an awe escaped her lips. "He's got a point," said Kendo, who had just come down from her own excitement high and was giving Toga a frown. "You'd probably not even make it past the front gates. And even if you did manage to sneak out of the school, the moment they discovered you on the island, you'd be finished. They wouldn't even send you to Principal Nezu's office. Just straight to jail and we'd never see you again." "And no," whimpered Toga as the reality of the words she was hearing began to sink in. About the fate she really didn't want to befall her now that her mind was clear. Being in jail was bad, but being separated from all the people she loved was far worse. Even if they were allowed to visit her, which she knew in her heart they would at least try to do so, there would be a glass wall separating them. She wouldn't get a chance to hold them, feel their hair, drink their blood, or do any of the things she still wanted to do with them. But she still wanted to go so badly. It would be like the cutest date of all time. On an island, watching her green-haired friend nerd out before she pulled him away to do some stuff she wanted to do with him. One-on-one. Slowly, the ideas of what they could do reared their head, causing the girl to smile. She could see them heading down to the beach, hand in hand. How he would become flustered in that adorable manner when she showed off her cute bikini. Or would he get even more flustered when she came out of the water, hair matted down and skin glistening with the ocean right behind her? Then she could get him to put some sunscreen on her. Wait a moment. Will they get separate hotel rooms or will they be right next to each other? Well, it didn't matter because I won't let this stand, declared Toga, her nose bleeding a little as rated X thoughts entered her mind. Before her face could turn red, she dashed out the door at speeds that would put the Ida family to shame. For a moment, 1B remained where they were in complete silence. Then, "She is aware that class is starting soon, right?" asked 𝗧𝗵𝗃 in the nurse's office. Asia was sitting at her desk enjoying the moment. Right now, all was at peace within her little world. All Might would not be putting the students through any dangerous exercises for the remainder of the week, meaning she wouldn't have to patch anyone up. In fact, other than handing out some medication, she doubted she would be seeing any students until after the internships. So, as she picked up her teacup, she knew she had to savor every moment of this until Asia came a loud cry as the door to the nurse's office was flung open. The blonde devil nun was so shocked that her teacup flew out of her hand well above her head. Thankfully for her, she managed to catch it, breathing a sigh of relief before turning to look at the door. There, still in the doorway with one arm holding the sliding door open, was a heavily breathing Himiko. "Ah, yes," she said. "How do I get permission to leave this school?" yelled Himiko, still slightly panting with her mouth open to reveal her fangs. Though, if one looked closer, they would see that despite being in this state, Toga's pupils looked a bit more heart-shaped than normal. "Well, maybe if you ask nicely and flatter him a bit, the principal will give you permission," suggested 𝗧𝗏 questioningly. "Got it, thanks," said Toga before slamming the door shut. X moments later, Nezu was in his office enjoying the newly fixed lights and working windows. Then, "Oh great rat god," said Toga as she opened the door unannounced. "This lowly human beseeches you for thy blessing and your wisdom. Please allow me to leave this wonderful school that is under your watch so that I may improve myself at the Island Expo. With Izuku Midoriya watching over me, of course." "Granted," said Nezu happily, raising his paw as he did so. "Thank you, O wise and wonderful rat god," said Toga right before the door slammed shut. "Wait a moment," said Nezu. And, as if on cue, the door opened again to show that Toga had yet to run away. In fact, she was the one who opened it as if she had feared something had gone wrong. "What is with calling me a god? I was told to ask nicely and to flatter you if I wanted to go," answered Toga. "Is there a problem with my approach?" "Oh no, I was just curious," replied Nezu. "So I can still go?" asked Toga. "Of course," said Nezu, "providing that Midoriya did invite you and he fills out the appropriate forms to allow someone in your position to leave campus. Oh, did you know that you are late for homeroom?" "Crap. Thank you," said Toga before slamming the door closed again, leaving behind Nezu alone in his office as he began to cackle wildly. "You're late, Miss Toga," said Vlad with a frown as Himiko burst into the room. The poor vampire girl was now panting heavily, having run from one end of the school to the other in record time. As if the school actually did keep track of stuff like this, and Himiko had broken the previous record of running in the hallway that had been held by the previous idol. Though she probably wouldn't care about this accomplishment right now, as she was panting up a storm, sweat running down her face as she slumped into her seat. Now then, as I was saying, continued 𝗏𝗏 after shooting Toga one last annoyed look, for the rest of the week, you will not be having the standard hero lessons with All Might. Instead, we will be doing a special Heroes vs. Villains exercises along with Class 1A, one that will have the entirety of our classes going up against each other. The first exercise will take place tomorrow, with Class 1A being the heroes while our class will be the villains. On Friday, the roles will be reversed. What's more, how you do in this exercise will heavily impact your end of semester grade, second only to the finals. So I suggest you all take this seriously. As the entire class stiffened in their seats, 𝗏𝗏 pulled out a remote from his belt. After pressing a button on the device, an image appeared on the board behind him showing one of the training grounds that none of them had been in yet but had heard about, Omega. Training Ground Omega was a large forested zone with rocky areas along with a few rivers and a single large lake. If he had to guess, this area was used as an additional rescue training area like the USJ, for emergencies like finding lost hikers or other similar things. But Izuku knew that it could be used for other things, like, for example, trying to track runaway villains in the forest as they make a getaway, or fighting said villains without destroying the nature around them. The scenario will be as follows, continued Can. A large group of villains are making a deal to transport a nuclear bomb via a warp user. Due to the large area and the tip that multiple dangerous wanted villains are in the area, heroes from 20 agencies will be gathering to deal with it. It will be up to the heroes to locate where the bomb is hidden and then take out villains before time runs out, or to release a special flare signaling the local authorities to advance. While villains can be captured, they cannot break themselves free but can be rescued by other villains. Man, this is going to so go. Annoying, stammered 𝗬𝗏, shooting a quick glance over to 𝐈𝐵𝑎𝑟 as he managed to correct himself in time. The vine-haired girl briefly narrowed her eyes at him, noticing his almost slip-up, but said and did nothing. Excuse me, Sir 𝗏𝗏, said 𝗓𝗓𝗏 as he raised his hand into the air. Once the pro-hero gave him a nod, the beast teen continued. Is the purpose of this exercise to simulate high-stakes raids that require multiple hero agencies to work together? That is part of it, answered Vlad with a nod. Once you have your own agencies, there will be times when you are called in for group efforts. However, that will vary depending on the situation. For example, if heroes discover the creation of a large gang or smaller organization like the League of Villains, then heroes from all over that city will be called in. But for more serious cases, the heroes called in will be more selective. Sometimes, a team of heroes will be created when dealing with a specific threat, and you will be called in due to either your quirk or the type of experience you can bring to the table. Or there will be serious threats that will shake the foundation of our society that will force us to call upon high-ranking heroes only. So far, All Might has had you working either individually or in pairs. This will be the first time when you are working in such a large group to accomplish your goal. Needless to say, the more power involved with their own beliefs with how to proceed will make things challenging. However, there is more to this exercise than just that, continued Vlad. When heroes team up, they are not just representing themselves but also their own agencies. This adds to a layer of complexities. How is pay determined for such a large group of people? Who will receive the majority of the credit? Will it be the person who set everything up, or will it be the person who captured the most villains? If something goes wrong, who will take the fall? What will it mean to an agency that gets all the positive credit, or to the one who gets no credit? What if this goes sideways? This is why we will be having a group of local heroes brought in on both dates to act as a panel of judges. Once the exercise ends, they will inform both teams of the most likely scenario that can be expected moving forward. 𝗏𝗏 then paused, looking over at the clock to see that homeroom was just about over. All right, this afternoon, you will be meeting over in Training Ground Omega to go over your plan. We are going to be giving you a large amount of freedom with this exercise. Just make sure it gets 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏's approval and that there is written documentation of your plan. Remember, you are playing the villains, and I expect all of you to take this seriously. The better you can get into the heads of villains, the better you can see through their schemes. "Aw man, this is the life," exclaimed Kaminari as he leaned back on the leather chair provided for him. It was now after lunch as he, as well as the rest of 1A, were found in one of the large conference room dressed in their hero attire. In the large, circular room was a table that was shaped like a massive O that had maybe 40 chairs similar to the one that Kaminari was sitting. There were also pitchers filled with ice water situated in various locations around the table so that no matter where you sat, one would always be in reach, along with plenty of glasses. "You're telling me," said 𝗬𝗏 as he too leaned back in his chair, arms behind his head as he looked up at the ceiling. He had no idea if what he was seeing was real or just an image on a screen, but it looked like the ceiling was a giant aquarium full of tropic fish. Watching them swimming around was rather soothing. Honestly, he felt like he could watch them all day and feel content. I feel a little uncomfortable, whispered Uraraka as she looked at the table, wondering if the wood that had been used to make it came from the rainforest. As her family owned a construction company, she had picked up a few tricks to tell her the quality of certain material, and what she was seeing just screamed super expensive. Who the fuck cares? Snarled Bakugo as he placed his feet on the table, a scowl on his face. Why are we even doing this? To go over our plan for tomorrow, said Ieyasu as she stood at what most would consider the front of the room. We're all going to need to work together if we want to, yeah, right? Scoffed Bakugo. Like I need the help of any of you extras to take care of those shit stains. The only thing any of you need to do is just stay out of my way while I murder them. Dude, that doesn't sound very heroic, said Siro with an eye roll. Then, a smirk appeared on his face as he looked over at the angry blonde. But sure, let's let you handle them. It's not like you got dragged around by your nose during the mountain climbing event or had your headband stolen by them during the Calvary battle. Sure, we'll just let you rush on out there where that Kendo girl will be waiting to turn you all black and blue again before Midoriya just picks you up before setting you down gently in a cell they created. Bakugo's chair was flung backward, hitting the wall behind him with so much force that it broke. Now standing, the ashen blonde seethed in rage as small explosions danced in his hand. Do you want to die? He snarled. Bakugo, enough, snapped Ieyasu, slamming both her palms on the desk. Now she was leaning over the structure in a manner that made mine to drool, but she ignored it as she kept her focus on the class's resident hothead. Bakugo, I will admit that you are one of the most skilled people in this room right now, but even you have your limits. Tell me, are you planning on charging and screaming at the top of your lungs until they find them? Can you take down an entire class of students, some of whom have been shown to be faster and capable of flight? Do you really stand a chance of facing odds like this in an area where they hold the advantage? No, snapped Bakugo as he walked over to the rich girl. Once he was there, he grabbed a tablet from where she stood and after pressing a few buttons the holographic image of the forest appeared in the opening of the table. I know that shitty nerd Deku better than anyone here. The coward will try to convince his class to hide here. With that, Bakugo had the image zoom in on an area in the back. It was rocker than the rest, the terrain more hostile to those walking around. It's an ideal place for someone like him to hide. Forces us to move through the entire forest, wasting time. Then, when we get there, we'll have to scale this shit slowly if we want to navigate it like a group for fucking preschoolers. More time wasted, letting that coward run out the clock to give them a win. While no one said it out loud, many of those in Wano found themselves agreeing with what Bakugo was saying. Well, not on Midoriya's character or any of the other vulgar things he was spewing, but the spot made sense as a naturally fortified location. The jagged rocks there would make using things like Siro's tape dangerous as it could be cut easily. The forest was also more dense, making open combat more difficult. But still, if he was wrong, well, put that down as a possibility, said Ieyasu. But I think we should have a few more ideas to help us narrow the scope down. You saying I'm wrong, Ponytail? Yelled Bakugo. You might be, said Shoji, earning the ire of Bakugo. Not that the masked teen seemed to care all that much as he continued. There are other people in 1B other than Midoriya. I'd rather not allow your beef with him to be the reason we fail in this exam. So let's try and figure out a few other places we should investigate or try to figure out some search pattern. Unfortunately, I will be of little assistance in this, said Ida, speaking for what felt like the first time all day. The speedster teen had been keeping to himself more since the end of the sports festival. With the amount of trees there, I will not be able to move at my max speed. There are also a great number of tripping hazards, so moving at high speeds will either put my own health at risk or help the villains pinpoint my location. So you're fucking useless, sneered Bakugo. No, that's not what he's saying, yelled Uraraka as she stood up. He's just looking out for his own well-being right now since his brother Uraraka, no. Ida all but screamed in a panic, looking at the girl as if she had betrayed him. For a moment, she just stood there in confusion before covering her mouth and quickly sitting down. This grew concerned looks from most of the class. Dude, is everything okay? Asked Kirishima. It's fine, replied Ida, in a tone that clearly showed that he was, in fact, not fine at all. Well, said Gyro, doing her best to get the conversation back on track. It's not like we don't have people in our group that can't help us find them. I can use my quirk to help scan the area along with Shoji. Plus we have Koda who can ask the local animals for help. This is taking too long, said Todoroki. How about I just freeze the entire forest? The casual way the teen said this caused a chill to run down the spine of everyone there. Don't you think that might be a little much? Asked Tanjiro. I agree, said Yoworzu as she watched her fellow recommended student shrug. We might get heavily penalized for destroying the forest's ecosystem as well as putting a large number of animals' lives at risk. I'm also certain that the judges will bring up the possibility of hikers or children playing in the forest that could have been affected by such a large-scale use of your quirk. Todoroki only let out a sigh, showing that he heard them but did nothing else. I have been looking over a few of our other options, said Uraraka, nervously glancing over at Ida before addressing the rest of the group. We are allowed to make a formal request to the local government, and we're given a list of things we can ask for. I think we should ask to see if anyone owns any land within the forest, or if there were any permits that were issued, or if permission was given within the last year to bring in any. Why would we need that sort of junk? Asked Zero, Kaminari nodding along. Well, my family owns a construction company, began Uraraka. It's not a big one and it's not doing well. But I know that boring, said Minta, with a loud mock yawn. Uraraka gave the smallest person in the room an annoyed look but said nothing. Instead, she redoubled her focus on the rest of the class. We're supposed to be treating this like it's the real thing, right? She began, earning a few nods from around the room. Well, one thing my parents' company has taught me is how important permits and records are. There is a chance that the school placed several cabins within the forest that could be abandoned. Looking at the property records and seeing if there are any buildings in the area might help narrow down our search. Or, if they requested a permit to do any form of construction or used the excuse of land renewal to bring in heavy equipment, might help give us another clue. That actually sounds like a good idea, said Ojiro, bringing a hand to his chin. Totally, said Mina, bouncing in her seat as she spoke. Think about it. Why haul a bomb through the forest and then just pitch a tarp over it when you can just crash inside someone's hunting cabin? Sounds like the more villainous thing to do. Yeah, but what are the odds that the school would provide something like that? Countered Minta. Plus, what villain files for a permit? Well, it would make it look less suspicious, commented Ojiro. Especially if the police noticed something like a cement truck heading into the forest. A few others looked ready to say something only to stop when Yaoyorozu cleared her throat. I believe both sides have made their points, she said. To keep things moving along in an orderly fashion, I say we take a vote. Those in favor of making a request to the local government, please raise your hand. A few moments passed with only Uraraka, Ashido, and Ojiro raising their hands. When it was clear that no one else was going to raise their hands, the trio lowered theirs while Ashido gave her red-headed friend a dirty look. Sorry, said Kirishima, but Midori bro seems like a super smart guy. I don't think he would leave behind a paper trail that would make it easier for us to find him. And he would try to talk everyone else in his class from doing the same thing. He's not as smart as you think, said Monoma, stretching himself out in his chair. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Gyro. Then she scowled. Please, don't let this be another rant on how inferior 1B is as a whole and that's why he's not as smart as us. Oh, heavens no, replied Monoma, waving off Gyro's remarks with a flourish. While I certainly believe that with all my heart, I shall not repeat what we all know. Nay, for I shall regale all of you with the tale of how easily I was able to worm information out of Midori. With that, the blonde copy teen stood up with his arms raised high above his head. It wasn't all that hard. I merely approached him during lunch today, of all days, to ask a few questions. It was slow going at first, as he remained rather tight-lipped about his fellow classmates. But once I began talking about quirks, well, it was like a floodgate had been opened. He could barely stop himself from spewing all the details on his friend's quirks. Isn't that cheating? Asked Toru. You call it cheating. I call it information gathering on villains, replied Monoma. And what I found was worth more than its weight in gold on the inner workings of some of his classmates' quirks. Most notably, the most dangerous one in this context, the wild card known as Himiko Toga. Or, as Zero put it, the one who led Bakugo around by his nose trying the first event. While he kept his lips sealed on what she requires in order to mimic our forms, all she can gain is our appearance, looks and clothing, not our gear or quirks. Yes, she would be the most difficult to deal with in this situation, agreed Yaoyorozu. But are you sure about the accuracy of this information? Please, spat Bakugo. Deku's biggest weakness, other than being utterly pathetic in every way, is that the nerd loves quirks. Once you get him talking about them, words just start pouring out of him before his brain realizes what he said. At least, not until it's too late. He used to piss people off in elementary and middle school. Hell, you probably made his day by talking quirks with him. So much so that I doubt he realizes what he said. So you told him about my quirk? Asked Toga as she and the rest of Class 1B stood in front of the gate and ground Omega. Today was the first day she was dressed in her hero costume and everyone could tell that she was enjoying it. Her attire was modeled after the character Admiral 𝗏𝗃 from the game Azur Lane. The main part of it looking like a single-piece black dress that had red frills running along the bottom of her skirt. Though until the original, which had long triangular cutouts running along her sides exposing a good deal of skin as well as under her breasts, she had only kept the underboob window open for business. The sleeves of her costume were long, looking tied together with strings running around her arms until they reached a few inches from her wrists. Her shoes were black as well, made to help with her stealth while using a belt and buckle rather than laces which could come undone while running. Around her neck was a red scarf which, when she pulled up over her face, had the image of a fanged smile. A similar image was placed on her skirt, replacing the jagged cutout smile of the original. On the more practical side, Toga also wore a utility belt. Each side of her hip was a knife holder, containing her specially made trench knives that were shaped like fangs. Thanks to May, the blades as well as the rest of her equipment would be able to remain hidden when she transformed, hiding underneath the goop. They also had a few interesting settings to them. But the item that May made that made Himiko want to kiss her was the blood candy maker. This cylindrical device could be pressed against someone's neck or a blood vein before a needle struck out and began drawing blood. The device would then begin to capsulate the blood into something that looked like a pill or candy, making it look less conspicuous when she was taking in the blood. "Just one I wanted him to know," answered Izuku, who, like everyone else, was in their hero costumes. In the teen's hands was an old paper topographical map. As part of the exercise, the villain team wouldn't be getting the most high-tech equipment and would need to use this day to scout out the area on foot. Or, at least, they would if they didn't have so many skilled flyers. Off to the side, sitting at a desk he had created over by the entrance of the training field, was 𝗵𝗵𝗲. At first, Toga frowned slightly at Izuku's comment, though thankfully not appearing utterly betrayed. Then, as the moments ticked by, a wide grin appeared on her face, one so large that it showed off all her teeth. "You have a plan brewing in that head of yours, don't you?" she asked, a blush appearing on her face knowing that her crush had a very important role set aside for her. Unsurprisingly, Izuku nodded. "I've been thinking about it since we were told about this exercise," he answered. "So, I've made a few plans. But this one is the highest risk versus reward plan. Still, even if the rest of the class doesn't go for it, you'll still be valuable in taking out the hero team." Toga's giddiness at that was so potent she felt like she could explode at any moment. However, it was also at that moment that Pony returned riding on her horns from within Omega with Honnuki in tow. The lipless teen looked nervous, standing on a pair of Pony's horns with his arms stretched out like he was doing his best to keep balance, even more so when he landed on the ground. "Oh, thank God!" exclaimed Honnuki, falling to his hands and knees. This caused Pony to let out a pout. "Hey, it wasn't that bad," she said, stomping one of her hooves onto the ground while balling her hands into fists. "Wait, what the hell is this?" demanded Oasis as looked over at Shizaki. When the vine-haired girl just gave him a questioning glance, the wielding teen continued. "Every time I say the G word around you I get smacked upside the head with one of your vines, or bound in them, letting the thrones dig into my skin. But he says that and nothing. What the actual fucking hell? When you say the Lord's name, it is full of disrespect," said Shizaki, frowning at him. "Often, it is used as part of a swear." Honnuki, however, used his name as a show of gratitude and respect with no ill intentions behind it. "Perhaps you could learn something from him." "Moving on," said Kendo, rolling her eyes as she approached Honnuki. "That spot we saw on the map, the one with all the difficult terrain around it, is it any good?" As she asked this, Izuku leaned forward a bit to listen in. "No way," replied Honnuki as he slowly got onto his feet. "Area looks good on paper as a place to defend the bomb, but it'll be too much of a hassle to be worth it. If we didn't have people like Tsunotori and Kodai to help, it wouldn't even be worth considering, as it would be next to impossible to get that bomb there without it being damaged. And once you get past that, it doesn't get any better. The ground is very uneven, meaning we'll have to do a lot of work if don't want the bomb to topple over and go spinning down the hill. Then there's the lack of cover. There's a few trees in the area and we could put a tarp over it to give it some sort of protection from the elements. But a single glance from a drone will tell them exactly where it is." "You're putting a lot of focus into the bomb's safety," said Kiwara with a frown. "It's not like it's real, and even if it was, we're planning on selling it, so who cares?" "Well, we're supposed to be these really good arms dealers or whatever, right?" responded Takage, waving a finger at the dark-skinned teen. "So we have to think like them. We need a spot where the bomb won't get too damaged and explode on us, because, if it does, then collecting our big payday will never happen. But even if it doesn't, if it takes too much damage or the weather affects it in some way, then it might not work. And selling bombs that don't work means we're not going to get a lot of repeat customers. We'll get very angry customers who want their money back along with our heads as interest." At that, Kiwara covered his face with his hand as he looked away in a gesture that showed he wished he hadn't said anything. "Uneven ground is just part of the problem," added in Pony. "Lots of rocks sticking out of the ground. I wouldn't recommend fighting there. One slip up and you could find yourself flying headfirst into a jagged rock." Hearing that caused everyone to pale. "Well, that spot is a bust," sighed Kendo as she held up the map with one hand before smacking it with the other. "The good news is that there's a good chance that the hero team will think the same thing we thought and check it out, meaning it's a good place to set up a trap or something. But, before we get into that, we'll need to figure out where we're going to hide the bomb. So does anyone?" Itsuka was cut off as Izuku raised his hand, Toga pointing to him with both fingers. "Anyone other than Izuku? Come on guys, don't make Midoriya be the one to do all the heavy thinking." Sir Midoriya is talented at this, commented Shishida as the rest of the class reluctantly nodded. Come on, let my fellow greenie have the floor, said 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. As the rest of the class nodded in agreement, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 simply let out a sigh of defeat before giving her classmates a dry look. Fine, he can get the ball rolling, she said before her eyes hardened. But I want to hear at least one more idea from you guys after. We could, gang up on them and hit them until they die, suggested 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 as Midoriya walked up to the front. Dude, this isn't a video game, said Rin while shaking his head. Once he was standing before everyone, Izuku coughed into his fist before speaking. Okay, I have a few plans that will I think have a really good chance of letting us win, began Izuku, pulling out his notebook from wherever and holding it up for everyone to see. But I want us to do more than just win. I want us to go plus ultra here, to not just preventing the heroes from ruining our deal but to ruin them for good, so that they'll become a joke in hero society and destroy any chance of them leaving behind a legacy to build upon. To leave them with nothing, sitting in the street with nothing but a cardboard box containing what few positions they still own as their agency is taken from them and us eating in some fancy upscale restaurant. Oh wow, Izuku is so hot when he talks villain, whispered Toga, a bit of blood leaking from her nose as pink dusted her cheeks. Though she was speaking mostly to herself, Pony, who was standing next to her, managed to overhear this ... and she had to agree as her face was turning a bright shade of red. Dude, you have me so hyped, shouted 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, a large grin on his face and hands balled into fists. There was a sparkle in his eye that belonged more to a child waiting to open his presents at Christmas than a hero ready to plan villain in an exercise. With that, Izuku began to detail his plan to the best of his ability. While some parts of it made no sense at first and needed him to pause and clarify if they had heard him right, by the end they all had a good idea of what he was talking about. Midoriya himself paused more than once, turning to 𝗵𝗲𝗏 to ask if what he was asking could be done. At that, the pro hero simply nodded, saying that the request wasn't too extreme, though he would have to fill out a large amount of forms to make it all happen. And by the time he was done, nearly all of the class was grinning with excitement save two. Both 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Shizaki were staring at their green-haired vice rep with red faces. Into the Woods Part 1 chapter text with a heavy sigh. Izuku tossed to his side before pulling the covers a bit higher up. His eyes closed for what felt like the 1,000th time that night, hoping that sleep would soon come. But the beating of his heart refused to die down even a little. Instead, he opened his eyes to glance over at the smiling all-night alarm clock that sat resting on his nightstand. It read 10:13 p.m., not awfully late as he had stayed up later plenty of times before. It's just he didn't need it right now. Not with what was happening tomorrow. And not after that talk he had with it. Never ceases to amaze me that, after all you have accomplished, you keep inviting doubt into your heart like a stray cat, came Albion's voice within his head while being accompanied by a long, drawn-out yawn. As the dragon did so, Izuku rolled onto his back while taking in the dragon's words before laughing. Sorry about that, replied Izuku, his mental words causing the dragon to halt his yawn. Then, as Izuku continued to stare at the dark ceiling above him, he continued. I think some issues take more than winning a single sports festival to get over. If you think that is the only notch on your belt, then you are blind, commented Albion. You have passed one of the most difficult entrance exams in history in order to get into the school of your dreams. You have saved the lives of not just your classmates but also the entire school. You have befriended a worthy ally in Himiko Toga. And, most importantly, you stood your ground against a foe that brought you much terror in your life. Izuku Midoriya, you have done more than just winning in a simple festival. You have a point, replied Izuku, averting his eyes for a moment. Then what is the source of this doubt? Demanded Albion, a note of frustration in his voice. For a moment, Izuku remained silent both physically and mentally as he pondered the subject. It wasn't that he didn't know what the problem was, but rather that he had been afraid to admit it, to say it aloud because then it would feel all the more real. As for relaying it to Albion, could a dragon like him ever understand what he was going through? Sure, the dragon had been a part of him since the day he had been born, but Albion wasn't him. He was just stronger, made of much different stuff than he was. But, then again, he had been around for perhaps thousands of lifetimes, so maybe he could offer some insight. I'm afraid of falling, answered Izuku, sitting up in his bed. Slowly he raised his hands, looking at his palms in the dark while Albion let out a hum that told the teen to continue. When I began, it felt like I was just standing at the foot of the mountain, staring up at my dream. Then, when you appeared in my life and I met the Kendos, I felt like I was beginning to climb it. It was rough at first, but I made progress. With every win I got, with every new friend I made, I feel like I'm getting closer to the top. But it also means that if something goes wrong, I have a long way to fall. Midoriya then paused for a moment, closing his eyes. I'm sorry, Albion. I know I've made riskier plans before, but they've always been in the heat of the moment with no time to second-guess myself. When the Namus attacked the school, it was do or die. No time to let things really sink in, you know. And in the sports festival, when I made my plans, it would only affect a small group of us or just myself. Now, however, I'm actually getting time to think about all the ways this plan can go wrong. And if it does, then everyone in my class will be affected. I know Itsuka, Pony, and even Toga will have my back. But the rest, they may have gone along with my plan because they usually work out. But what if it doesn't this time? What if everything goes sideways and they blame me for it? Another long moment passed as Izuku sat there, having unloaded his feelings upon the ancient dragon. As he waited, Midoriya began to brace himself for the words he knew were coming. For Albion to call his fears foolish, that as long as he had divine dividing that all his fears of losing were idiotic, or to say that, if they put all the blame on him for something they all agreed to, then they weren't worth having as friends. Partner, cherish the fear of falling, spoke Albion, his words surprising the green-haired teen greatly. Trust me, you'll never know how important it is until you lose it for good. I never expected you to say that, admitted Izuku. Albion let out a soft chuckle. I was once in the same position you are in now. Back when the world was a much younger place. Like you, I saw a mountain before me, both literal and metaphorical, that I climbed. For so long I moved upwards, facing challenges that made me fear that I would fall. Oh, those battles gave me such a rush. The fear of defeat and the rush it gave me knowing that I was facing off against a powerful opponent. Knowing that one wrong move would knock me back down, either forcing me to lay low and recover or fall to the ground dead. Then came the day when I stood on top, looking down at those who sought to claim my hard-earned victory. It was then that Albion's words grew more solemn. Sadly, far too many became a bore to deal with. My poison was too powerful, sapping them of life far too quickly for me to enjoy anything. And so, I stood there at the top in utter boredom. Briefly, Izuku thought about this. He had never considered that he and Albion would ever have this sort of connection, that they both tried to scale towards their dream. While Izuku's dream was not to be the #1 hero, just to be the type of hero like All Might who could save everyone with a smile on his face, he began to wonder what he would do when he achieved that role. Would he then set his sights higher after a while, to push himself to make others feel more safe? And, if he did that, what would he do when he became #1 in Japan? Perhaps even the world? Well, he couldn't do it forever. But, until he retired, what would his life be like once he had achieved all his dreams? What would he have to look forward to? Is that why you fought 𝗔𝗫𝗏? Asked Izuku eventually. If you ever asked him he'd probably say who knows why we fought. That it was for some reason or another, replied Albion fondly. But, for me, he was my last chance at feeling like I could fall. When I first laid eyes on him, I thought him nothing more than a knuckle-dragger. Oh, but then when I found out he was immune to the poison I breathed, my heart leapt with joy at having a fight that wouldn't be over so quickly. Then when I felt his mighty blows against my scales, his unrelenting barrage, I knew it then that if there was any dragon left who could give me a challenge, to cause me for even a moment to consider that I might lose, it would be him. So I savored our fight as it raged across the world. I didn't want it to end. Then, the mood changed again as Albion became more serious. Listen here, partner, for I shall give you this advice. Heed it well. You are still young and inexperienced with divine dividing. More than once, it has failed you. But, you have shown an ability that is impressive all on its own. Your ability to plan, to take in the quirks and abilities of those around you so that they work towards your victory. Like divine dividing, that is a skill that you are still growing in. So, when one fails you, lean on the other until you achieve victory. And when both fail, rely on your allies to see you through the storm. Should you fail, then see it as a new challenge to regain the trust of your classmates as well as a chance to improve. Though, I highly doubt that you will be the one they blame. Rather, it will be whoever is not pulling their own weight. Izuku blinked at that. Doesn't that somewhat contradict what you've been telling me up till now? Hardly, laughed Albion. Let fear have a place at the table, for it is not your enemy. It is a friend that keeps you on edge, alive, and knowing that there are still things in this world that can challenge you. But panic, keep that stray out of the house. And should it break a window to get in, shoo it away. It serves no purpose. Cats keep mice and rats out of the house, countered Izuku. Yes, well, you know what I mean, snapped Albion. Izuku would have laughed there in the dark, imagining the blush on Albion's face as he was forced to admit he was stumped had his phone not rang. For a moment, Izuku just gave it a curious look as he tried to decide what to do. Should he just dismiss the call, let it ring and go straight to voicemail, or pick it up? It was late after all. Who would be calling this? Izuku's eyes widened, thinking about the one person he knew who might call him at this hour. A person living in a different time zone that he had called earlier this day. Rolling over, Izuku quickly grabbed the phone with a wide smile on his face. Though that smile did not live long, for as he looked at his caller ID, Izuku saw that it was 𝗧𝗏. As his eyes focused on the name, Izuku could feel his heart sinking slightly. Not that he didn't want to talk to his classmate, but, holding back a sigh, Izuku laid back in bed while bringing the phone to his ear. Hello, he said after accepting the call. Hey bro, said 𝗧𝗏, sounding a little nervous. Surprised you picked you. I mean, I'm glad you did, but it's just that I was expecting this to go to voicemail or something. Yeah, well, began Izuku before letting out his sigh. So, what's up? Began 𝗧𝗏, the nervousness in his voice growing. Wow, now that I'm actually doing this, it feels a little awkward. Geez, I mean, maybe I should have just texted you or something. Might have been less, for both of us. 𝗧𝗏, is everything okay? Asked Izuku, glancing over at his phone with a worried look. The last time he had heard the steel quirk user sounding this nervous was at the beginning of the year when he thought he would have trouble with the classes. Only he sounded 10 times worse now. Was the exercise tomorrow getting to him too? It was worth a pretty high chunk of their grade after all. Or was he in some sort of trouble? Did he break into a junkyard to get some sort of metal he needed but then got caught? Was he making some sort of backroom deal? Was he being blackmailed? I need your advice on asking a girl out, blurted 𝗧𝗏, his words causing Izuku's brain to come to a screeching halt. In fact, he was also pretty sure that the stop was so sudden that everything in the mental vehicle was thrown through the window. There was no way he was having this conversation, right? And no, there had to be a mistake. What? Was all Izuku could say, all his brain would allow him to say. It's Hatsum, continued 𝗧𝗏. You remember her, right? Support girl who showed up that one time during class. Helped us fight off the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Yeah, kind of hard to forget the girl who calls her inventions her babies, responded Izuku with a blush. But I don't understand why you're calling me of all people. Seriously, said 𝗧𝗏 in a tone that caused Izuku to imagine his friend giving him a deadpan expression. Out of everyone in class, you're the only guy I know who is nearly always surrounded by girls. I know you and Tsunotori hang out at manga cafes all the time. That's well ... It started as me just teaching her Japanese, stated Izuku, suddenly feeling a little hot under the collar. It then just sort of, evolved into us hanging out. Yeah, or how about all that alone time you spend with Toga, continued 𝗧𝗏. Toga gets a little stir-crazy sometimes, responded Izuku. I've been trying to help her by putting her phone on a table while we have coffee and tea, watching cat videos, and pretending we're at a cat cafe. Good news is that we won't have to do that much longer. Nezu sent me a message today saying that as long as I promise to keep an eye on her, I can be her escort and take her off campus. That sounds a lot like a date, said 𝗧𝗏, his words causing Izuku to cover his face with his hand. But none of that compares to how you asked Kendo to island today. Began Izuku, eyes wide and his face turning a shade of red that seemed to glow in the dark. Look, we're just going as friends. Two really good friends who happen to be a boy and a girl. Before 𝗧𝗏 could counter, Izuku let out a sigh as he continued. Listen, I don't know how to ask a girl out on something romantic, but I do know how to ask a girl to just hang out with me. So the only advice I can give you is just asking if she wants to hang out. See how it goes and get more comfortable with each other. Then, if you think things are going well, tell her how you feel. If she feels the same way, then try upping the relationship. Hey, that sounds pretty good, said 𝗧𝗏, his tone indicating he was grinning broadly. Dude, I knew I could count on you. I feel a bit easier now. At least one of us does, whispered Izuku, speaking so low that me thought that others would assume it was just one of him mumbling sprees, something barely audible and not worth paying attention to. However, it seems this wasn't the case. Hey bro, is everything okay? Asked 𝗧𝗏, Izuku managing to hear him shifting on the other end. Began Izuku before he stopped himself. He then took a breath as he decided to be honest. It's about the exercise tomorrow. Everyone is putting their trust in my plan, which is great, don't get me wrong. But if we fail because I was too greedy, then it's all my fault. It's just weighing on my mind. Oh man, Kendo was right, groaned 𝗧𝗏, followed by a soft clang on the other side of the phone. We really are putting too much pressure on you to do all the heavy thinking. Look, I know I'm not the smartest in class, but I know that you are way smarter than me. That's why I'm going along with your plan even if I still don't completely understand everything. Though there is one thing that I am smart enough to realize. You're only human, dude. There's no way I'm expecting you to be right all the time. Even the manliest heroes make mistakes, and what makes them even more manly is that they own up to them, learn from them, and keep moving on despite what people think. Izuku blinked at that. Wow, thanks 𝗧𝗏, said Izuku, feeling a few tears beginning to form. So, does that mean you're not worried about the exercise? Like how I'm not, declared 𝗧𝗏. Bro, the school is insane for springing this on us before we head out for our internships, and setting it right after the sports festival while also making it so that it counts as a good chunk of our grade. You'd have to be nuts not to be worried. I've been trying my best to keep my mind off of it by doing some manly things and pumping myself up to ask Hatsum out. There was then a pause. But no bro, I'm not going to be pointing fingers at you if we fail. It's not manly to do so when I didn't have any good ideas myself. If anyone does blame you, then they deserve to get a lower grade than the rest of us. Thanks, Tetsu, said Izuku, using a finger to remove a large tear from the corner of his eye. Between the steel quirk user's own unease for what was to happen tomorrow and what Albion said, the teen was feeling better. The next day before classes started, Tetsu found himself standing at the doorway of the support course, which was currently lacking a door, though he suspected that the door-shaped piece of metal across the hallway was the missing door. Peering into the room, he spotted the pink-haired girl working hard on one of her projects. What it was, he had no idea other than it looked messy. Wires were sticking out in all directions along with chunks of metal, some of which looked like they were smoking. Honestly, he didn't know if it was because the girl had just finished wielding them or if it was just part of the aftermath of an explosion. One of several, as even he could notice the several scorch marks in the support room, all of them looking relatively fresh. But what stuck out to him the most was how 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was acting. The maniac grin she had on when they first met was nowhere to be seen. A scowl on her face as her hands busied themselves. Then, all of a sudden, she pulled her hands back before letting out a loud curse like she was frustrated. She then waved her hands around and, in doing so, revealed to the steel quirk user a long stream of smoke coming from the thick gloves she wore. Just as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 seemed ready to pull them off and fling them to the floor, Tetsu knocked on the doorframe. The reaction he got was instantaneous, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turning her head towards him in an almost owl-like fashion. "Who are you?" she asked, head still turned towards him though now tilting it slightly. "If you're here to request some babies, please just fill out the appropriate forms and don't bother me. I only have a short amount of time to get this baby working before Power Loader returns with the rest of the class." I'm Tetsu, replied the 1B student. "You remember me, right? We met at the Namo attack a few weeks ago." Hummed 𝗧𝗵𝗲, looking up at the ceiling briefly. Then she turned back to look at him. "Sorry, don't remember you." "Oh," sighed Tetsu, shoulders slumping at this. Did he really leave so little an impact that she didn't remember him, even after he had stayed with her to guard her? You'd think that would be enough. But at least she didn't remember him as the guy who jumped down at Anamo, putting everyone in class in danger. Just as he was about to mumble an apology, excusing himself to leave and lick his emotional wounds before the big exercise today, a series of sparks erupted from whatever it was that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was working on. The girl noticed this as well, cursing up a storm as she turned towards her malfunctioning hardware. Scowling the entire time, her hands became a blur trying to fix whatever the problem was. Yet after only a few moments she seemed to give up, moving to a different table to rest her head in her still gloved hands. "Hey, are you all right?" asked Tetsu, his legs feeling like a waist had welded them to the spot. Fine I guess," mumbled 𝗧𝗵𝗲, not bothering to look up at him. "Fingers feel a little numb and I might have a couple of burns, but nothing I'm not used to. Maybe a slight headache from are you doing all right? Like emotionally and stuff?" interrupted Tetsu. "You don't seem like yourself." This seemed to perk 𝗧𝗵𝗲 up a bit as she looked up. Tetsu could see parts of her face had grease and oil on it along with several areas that looked slightly burned. No doubt all of that from her gloves. Yet the teen only took those things in for a moment as his attention was shifted towards her eyes. When she had last looked at him, it had been a brief once-over before dismissing him. Now her gaze seemed to be taking him in more fully. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, sounding very curious now. "How do I normally seem?" began Tetsu only to cut himself off before saying the word manly. While he wasn't the greatest expert with girls, he understood that saying something like that, even to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, was probably not the smartest thing he could do. So, he instead decided on a different approach. "Passionate. When you're working on a project, you get into this zone where everything else just seems to melt away. It's just you and the joy of working on whatever it is you're doing. And you have so much energy while doing it. Like you're feeling more alive than ever. But now, not so much." That sounds a lot better than what everyone else is saying," commented 𝗧𝗵𝗲, tilting her head to the side without even a hint of a blush at the description. She then let out a tired sigh, one so powerful that it looked like she could slide down to the ground with her back pressed against a table. However, she managed to remain standing. "Guess you have a point. None of the best support companies sent me any requests to do an internship, and the ones that did aren't that big or well known." "Oh, sorry," said Tetsu, unaware of what to say. He didn't know that support students were also trying their best to get internships, though that was probably why they were allowed to use the gear they invented during the sports festival. "But hey, at least you got some offers. That has to count for something, right?" "I guess," grumbled 𝗧𝗵𝗲. "But this wasn't how I expected things to go. All the support companies were supposed to take one look at my super cute babies and be in awe of them. Then they would be breaking down my door for an internship, me accepting one from the most prominent one. There they would further see my genius before potentially stealing your ideas, claiming them as their own," said Tetsu, shocking 𝗧𝗵𝗲. "I have an aunt and uncle who work at a support company, pretty big one from what I'm told. But I don't get to see them all that much since the company likes to give them long hours and most of the time they have to work holidays in order to meet deadlines. And when I do see them, they kind of complain a lot about how they made some hero some sort of gear only to get no credit. Plus the company keeps all the rights to said gear. He then looked at 𝗵𝗃 quizzically. What companies did give you offers? 𝗵𝗃 blinked for a moment. Let me see, she said before fishing out a couple of pieces of paper from her back pocket. In an instant, 𝗧𝗧 recognized it as similar sheets as the ones they got their offers from. However, he didn't have time to dwell on it as 𝗵𝗃 began to read off a list of names, none of which 𝗧𝗧 recognized, so they were most likely small companies or independently owned shops. By the time she was done, 𝗧𝗧 had a hand to his chin doing his best to try and figure out what to say. The only issue was he had no idea. He tried to rack his brain, doing his best to remember all the times his aunt and uncle tried talking shop only to realize that, to his horror, he had always tuned them out. Curse his inability to focus on boring subjects. Feeling sweat forming on his brow, he decided to move his thought process in a different direction. What would Midoriya do? Well, knowing him, he'd probably already know about these companies if they were tied to any well-known heroes. He'd then probably look them up and do something. But if the heroes were happy and kept coming back, that had to be a good thing, right? As for the other shops, well, what sort of clients did they have? I think you should do some research on them, said 𝗧𝗧 at last. Maybe just looking into seeing who hires them and, how they treat their staff. Or, oh right. If your plan is to start your own company, maybe looking at a smaller operation might be best. You'll be able to see more, but my quirk lets me zoom in on things, said 𝗵𝗃, tilting her head in confusion. Though, despite this, there was something new in her eye. I mean, you'll probably be working closer to the bosses and stuff, replied 𝗧𝗧 quickly. Has to be better than working in the basement of some skyscraper-like building or in some warehouse while the higher-ups are on the top floor. 𝗵𝗃 blinked at this before a manic grin appeared on her face. You know something, you have a point, she exclaimed before walking over to the still sparking pile of machinery which now had several small flames coming out of it. Why should I, the great 𝗵𝗃, feel dejected that some small-minded higher-ups couldn't see my brilliance, or realizing that I'm a threat that will one day take over the industry? That's, not what I said, mumbled 𝗧𝗧, though he was glad to see that the pink-haired support student was feeling better. If they think this is enough to stop me, then they are dead wrong, she declared, not seeming to have heard him. Instead, her hands were hard at work moving through the various pieces of the machine. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the sparks had vanished as had the flames. No, I shall make them rue the day they tried to halt my progress to the top. I'll sign up with the best support company that is not completely blind to my amazing talent. During the course of this internship, I shall help them skyrocket to the top, crushing everyone else in the process. Then the world will know of my brilliance and the amazing cute babies I can make. 𝗧𝗧 let out a nervous laugh. Well, if you need a hand getting any materials, you can just let me know, he offered. At that, 𝗵𝗃 spared him a sideways glance. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 gives me all the supplies I need, most of it delivered right to my workstation, she stated. Pretty sure that any support company will have something similar. Then, before 𝗧𝗧's shoulders could slump, she gave him a small smile. But for when I'm working at home, well, I could use the extra hand. You look really strong, probably strong enough to lift some pretty heavy stuff there. Soon after that, 𝗧𝗧 left with 𝗵𝗃's number in hand and a large blush on his face. The rest of the day seemed to progress normally. At least, that's how it felt on the surface. Yet, just below the surface, there was an underlying tension that was blooming. One that was, perhaps, equal or greater than the one they all felt right before the sports festival began. Then, when lunch began, Class 1 couldn't help but notice that their sister class was nowhere to be found. Perhaps they had already been taken to Omega to begin setting up so as to not waste too much time. Little did any of the students know that a group of 3 heroes were now sitting in the same observation room that the staff had been in during the entrance exam. This seems like a pretty intense setup for first years, said 𝗬𝗏, who was seated in the middle of the group. The muscular hero had in his hands a clipboard which was full of documents that he was currently looking over. Though I shouldn't be surprised, given what happened with the league and other challenges. These kids need to be pushed to their limits and beyond. True, said 𝗵𝗲, who was much deeper into his own stack of documents. Plus it will probably be a good thing for these kids so they know what to pay attention to when they go out on their internships. I think I might have missed it, but did the hero team request any documentation on permits and the like? Asked the last and newest of the little group. Mount Lady, said woman, was skimming through the pages with a frown on her face as if she had already gone through everything they had provided. They didn't, answered 𝗬𝗏, pausing at a page and frowning. According to the school, the dumb kids took a vote to see if it was even worth their time. Big mistake. At least 3 of them had enough sense to want to check. I say we make a note so that they get a slightly higher grade. "Agreed," stated 𝐒𝐽𝐲 with a nod as Mount Lady tossed the hero's clipboard to the side before then picking up the villain team's papers. That's standard procedure. If any construction had been done in this area, it would have greatly helped them narrow down the space they would be searching for. There was also a chance that they could have gotten the names of the people who requested the permit and then used that to check quirk registration to discover what they were dealing with. Even if they did just have the sports festival, they might not know what everyone's quirks are. Just because they didn't make it to the final round doesn't mean that they aren't a threat. "Well," began 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼 as he put down his clipboard. Once it was out of the way, the man pulled out a cigarette and lit it up while ignoring the disgusted look he was getting from Mount Lady. "Looks like they're going to be learning that the hard way, it seems. Heroes need more than raw, brute force to succeed, especially when going up against more clever villains. Now, we just need to see if Class 1B are that clever." "Have either of you guys read over the villain's plan?" asked Mount Lady. Both of the men turned to look at her, finding that the horned woman had gotten a few pages into what she had been reading and looked baffled. "Because this seems a little complex." At first, both 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼 and 𝗵𝘃𝗏 just gave a look before picking up their other clipboards. For the next several minutes, they began reading about the basics of the plan as well as everything that the villains had done in order to protect their big payday. At first, 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼 just stared at the words as if he were looking at a previously undiscovered language that he was having a hard time deciphering. That was until 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼 leaned back in his seat and began to laugh heartily. "Oh, now, this is rich," stated 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼, a hand on his head while the other held onto the clipboard. His laughter hadn't died down but instead had increased to the point where tears were in his eyes. "Hot damn. If all goes according to plan, then the heroes will really regret not checking for permits. And this part right here. Oh, my sides. It's not that funny," commented Mount Lady with a frown, before looking back at the document. She then pointed to a certain passage that utterly confused her. "Though, it is strange. Most of the plan I get. But this part right here seems more than a little random." "Oh well," began 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼 as he took a long drag of his death stick. Then after letting it out, he turned to grin wickedly at the heroine. "Just keep in mind what they are playing at and wait till the very end. Everything will depend on how the hero team reacts when they see it and if they manage to capture any of the villains." "What are you?" began 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗄𝐼, his eyes narrowing at the back of the more muscular man. But, before he could finish his own sentence, his eyes widened as if he had finally figured out the missing piece to the puzzle. With wide eyes, he looked at the paper before whipping his head over at one of the screens. "Oh," that was all the wood-based hero could say before slumping in his chair. 𝗧𝗍𝗓𝗧𝗏 stood at the camp the school had provided for them within Omega, hands on her sides with a confident smile on her face. The outer walls of the camp were composed of cement slabs, the kind used on freeways that could deflect semi-trucks, keeping them separated from the wild vegetation. Within the camp was a tent that, if they needed to, could be used to treat the wounded, though that was more for minor injuries such as small scrapes, cuts, and minor dislocations that could be patched up. If anything serious happened to any of the students from either side, they would be airlifted straight back to school and prevented from continuing with the exercise. Next to the tent was a table that had a few snacks and water bottles, used more for emergency energy busts. Finally, near the back, was a truck used by the police to haul away large groups of villains. That was where all the captured villains would be detained. "So when are we going to get started?" asked Kirishima, slamming a fist into an open palm as a wild smile crossed his features. "Because I'm ready to get this started. Technically, it started the moment we set foot in the woods," stated 𝗧𝗍𝗓𝗄𝐼, though a bit more quietly as she glanced over at the two students she was most worried about. The first, and most obvious, was Bakugo. The ashen blonde teen was pacing around in his hero uniform, grinding his teeth so hard that everyone was surprised that sparks were not erupting from his mouth. It was clear that he wanted to head out as soon as possible to target the one he called Deku. The only reason he hadn't was probably due to fear that, if he did before given permission to start, then he would be disqualified and forced to sit out for the rest of the exercise, meaning no killing the worthless villains as he would put it. The other was Todoroki. The half-fire, half-ice user was standing off to the side with his arms crossed over his chest while his gaze focused on the ground. While he appeared calm and in control, everyone knew that wasn't the case. Ever since he had been forced to sit out the rest of the sports festival after having his team's headband stolen in the last minute of the cavalry battle, he had seemed off. When Sato had just gone over to speak with him, asking how he was doing, Todoroki had reacted by shooting a glare at the sugar-powered teen before almost freezing him solid. Thankfully, Todoroki managed to get control of himself before any serious harm was done and apologized while seeming horrified by what he had done. Yet, despite this, there was still an air around him that conveyed to all that he wasn't over his loss. This had only been further proven when, once classes started up again, and how he acted during his classes. For 2 full days, the slightest failure would set him off now, causing either panic to appear on his face or a full-on rage. What's more, he had been seen practicing with his ice more while becoming even more reluctant to use his fire side for anything, including melting the mountains of ice he was generating. But one thing was certain, Todoroki was directing his frozen fury on proving himself today. While Momo didn't know everything, she suspected he had 2 targets. The first was the most speculative, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. It had been the recommended student who had managed to take him out of the sports festival in the simplest of ways. And it had been right after that when he became so much colder than the rest of the class. The second was Midoriya, the person who had come out on top and taken first place. Momo didn't know the exact reason why, but ever since the ending of the sports festival, Todoroki had been the 1B student in his sights. Whenever the boy was mentioned, Endeavor's son seemed to lean a bit closer to the conversation and had been caught rereading the articles on the team more than once in between class. Her best guess was that Todoroki believed that defeating Midoriya, the one who had come up on top, would erase the stain of his loss, that or prove something to him. But, whatever it was, she would never find out until he actually said something to them. "Alright then, let's began Kirishima, but stopped when Ieyasu held up a hand to silence him. She then turned towards the rest of the class. "If I could get everyone's attention, please," she said in a low voice, doing her best to keep from shouting. At first, only a few people heard her, and she had to wait for those people to get the attention of the rest of the class before continuing. "Before we begin checking out the sites we outlined yesterday, I want all of you to have these." There was a brief pause as everyone watched Momo cupping her hands together. Then, the light of her quirk appeared as her hands were filling with small devices. Each one seemed to have a fleshy color to them and was small enough so that they could easily fit into a person's ear. "You should all have the communicators provided by the school for this exercise, however. I must insist that we use these instead as our main way of communicating with each other," she began while handing them out to everyone. "These are specially designed comm links that I spent the better part of last night looking up and studying. This particular design utilizes your body's electromagnetic field as a power source and will sense the vibrations in your jaw. All you have to do is cup your ear to activate them and we'll be able to hear everything you're saying, even if you are whispering." "Why the fuck are we even bothering with this shit?" spat Bakugo as he held up the device up to his eyes filled with disgust. Several of the other students there also seemed to express this feeling, though not in the same crude manner as the bomber teen. "Oh, my dear friend," exclaimed Monoma, throwing an arm around Bakugo, causing the explosive teen's hair to somehow become even more spiky as he glared at the offending arm. Nevertheless, Monoma pressed on while holding his own comm link in the air. "It is to further contest against the most villainous member of lesser heroic class, Toga. Should she somehow manage to get the drop on one of us, there is little doubt that she will take our equipment to help further her disguise. But we will know it's her if she tries using the standard communicators or lacks this specially made comm link provided by one of the superior recommended students in our class." "Well, there is that," conceded Momo, though she winced when Monoma talked about superiority and such. "It's also in case the villain team tries listening in on any communicators they manage to get their hands on." "I see," said Ida as he brought a hand to his chin. "We can fool them by pretending to talk into our normal communicators while pressing a hand to our ear to activate the ones you gave us. That way they won't be able to listen in on our conversations during the exercise. I am also assuming that the design you picked is unhackable." As Momo nodded in delight, Bakugo snarled while pushing Monoma off him. "Fucking damn it," he spat, roughly putting the device in his ear. It was clear that he despised doing this, but if it meant not being fooled by Toga again and having a better chance at winning, then he would do so. "Now then, we should begin heading out to our designated scouting locations," said Momo as she held out a small disc similar to the one most of the students had received when they had gotten their acceptance letters. This time, rather than a hero telling them their scores, it showed a map of the area along with 4 areas circled. Each area had been assigned a group to investigate the night prior. Groupa would head out to the location farthest from their current location. Since this was the most likely place for them to place the bomb, the group consisted of their heaviest hitters, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Ida, and Kaminari. Well, Kaminari being there more to shock everything in case something went wrong. Team B would be heading to an area on the opposite side of Omega where their current camp was. This group consisted of Anjiro, Siro, Monoma, Asui, and Aoyama. Team C would be checking out a more rocky area off to the side, located between the areas where Groups A and B would be checking. This team included Kirishima, Ashido, Uraraka, and Sato. As for Team D, they would be checking out the rest of the forest just in case. This team included Gyro, Kota, Minta, Hagakure, and Shoji. As for Ieyasu, she would be remaining at the base camp for now in order to conserve her quirk and to help navigate the others. "Remember, keep in contact at all times," continued Ieyasu. "Communication will be the key to this operation. If any of you spot the villains, let the rest of us know. If you have to fight them, defeat them quickly and then bring them back here. Also, don't do anything that can cause a forest fire. Bakugo. And no freezing the entire forest Todoroki. Whatever, spat Bakugo as he then took off. Bakugo, wait, cried Ida as he ran after him. We should move as a team. This feeling was not shared by the rest of the group as Todoroki shot past him using his ice to propel himself forward. Takoyami followed suit, using dark shadow to grab branches from nearby trees to help him move through the forest. Seeing that it was now useless, Ida sped off, leaving behind Kaminari. Oh, this is bullshit, complained the electrical teen as he tried his best to keep up. However, since his quirk didn't give him a speed boost, there was no way he could catch up. As the rest of the teams began to head out, none of them realized that something had been watching them this entire time. Or, rather, someone's disembodied eye and ear which had been focused on the heroes for the last several minutes. And it was no surprise that, once they began to leave, the body pieces took off into the air to return to their owner. Meanwhile, in her location deep within the forest, Izuku Midoriya sat with his back leaning against a massive tree close to the center of training ground Omega, though leaning a bit more to the west. Around him were several of his classmates. To his right were Pony and Himiko, both talking in whispers to each other about something that the green-haired teen couldn't make out despite the relative closeness. Also nearby was Kaibara, who was standing with his back pressed against a tree, eyes closed and arms crossed against his chest. Hey all you wonderful guys and gals, came Takage's voice from over their radio. Everyone in the area paused, before reaching down to take hold of the device which Izuku had charitably called antiquated. Takage, on the other hand, had said it looked like a discounted piece of crap from a store that went out of business back in the early 2000s when they had first laid eyes on it. Thankfully, despite its blocky appearance, it worked well enough. Everyone in 1B had one save for away, since Shizaki as having them would ruin their part of the plan. Got the lowdown on the heroes, continued Takage, her voice clearly heard over the light static. Midoriya, you were right about 2 of the locations. Hothead, Ice Lad, Shadow Boy, and that guy who's always hanging around the perverted freak are heading northeast. Tails, Mr. Tape, Loudmouth Copycat, Froggy, and some dude in a night suit are moving toward the southeast spot. But no one is heading anywhere in the northwest and are completely ignoring the entire southwest. Do they have an issue with the west? Complained Pony as her cheeks began to puff up. Interesting, said Izuku as he pulled out a notebook with the label being villain plan from somewhere. As Kaibara blinked in confusion upon seeing this, Midoriya began flipping through the pages until he reached the spot he was looking for. I was certain they would at least investigate the northwest area given all the paperwork we had to fill out. Do they think it was a ruse given that there are no natural strategic advantages there? Or are they planning to check it out later after looking into the more obvious locations? Doesn't look that way, said Takage in a tone that suggested she was rolling her eyes. Well, most likely one eye unless she had reconnected with all of her missing body parts. Heck, I'm even beginning to wonder if they even bothered to check any of the permits. Seriously, we took twice as long on the paperwork for the area that Shizaki and 𝐻𝐻𝐵 are in than the other 2 spots combined. At that, Midoriya let out a hum. That actually makes our overall plan easier, he said. If they don't know about all our spots, then the odds of them finding the bomb are almost non-existent. However, if we want the big plan to succeed, we're going to need to lure them towards the center where 𝐻𝐻𝐵 and Shizaki are waiting for them. What are they doing now? Exactly what you told them to do, laughed Kiwara. My sides are hurting. Oh wow, just wow. Don't worry about the heroes. It's dark enough in the forest area for me to move about easily. I can lure them to the spot, though I might burst out laughing when I see their faces as soon as they get there. Please don't, begged Izuku. That will completely ruin the plan. At the same time, Pony leaned over to Himiko. You know, began the American girl, I've been thinking about what you said, about how it sounds when Izuku talks all villain-like. Well, now I'm imagining him as a mastermind. Pony's fantasy. It was nighttime. A light sheen of water covering the streets and the cars down a mostly silent city road. The only footsteps belonging to a single person. That person being Izuku Midoriya. Only he wasn't dressed in a hero costume, but instead a dark suit and a light green button-up shirt along with his messy tie. The rich and powerful take what they want, said Izuku, staring off into the distance, and we steal it back for you. All of a sudden, there was a swell of instrumentals playing in the background that had a bit of a spy theme to them. The image then changed to Toga, walking from room to room, changing her appearance as she did to fit whatever role she needed to in that setting. Then, after the final room, half of her face melted off to reveal her true form while the word grifter appeared next to her. The scene then changed again, this time showing Kendo. The orange-haired girl was fighting several thugs, punching and kicking them before the scene changed again to show her walking away from an exploding building while the word hitter appeared next to her. Then it was Pony's turn. The blonde American could be seen leaping out from an air duct, jumping on top of a pair of horns before touching the floor that had red lines of light shooting from the sides. Easily she glided across the floor as she approached a glass case that her horns were already in the process of cutting out a hole. Her title card said Thief. Finally, there was 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sitting in front of a computer, his fingers typing away at a code before the title hacker appeared next to him. "We provide leverage," said Izuku after the scene cut back to him, the word mastermind appearing next to his fluffy green hair. End of Pony's fantasy X. Instead of us being just villains and them being the heroes, we should just rewrite the script, continued Pony. Those heroes are either violent thugs, like Bakugo, already corrupted, like 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, or just plain incompetent. But the system is just as dirty, protecting them and letting them do whatever they want because it gives them power or because the heroes help those in power in other ways. But us, we know the truth. We follow Midoriya, the great mastermind, as he commits acts of villainy in order to better expose and humiliate those who have done wrong to the vulnerable people out there. Doing it in such a way that the very idea of them coming back for revenge is almost laughable, as no one will ever take them seriously again. So for today, we are using a fake bomb to lure out all our targets. Toga's only response to this was to cup her cheeks as her face began to turn a shade of red. The idea of Izuku acting like a villain to take down powerful people who abuse the system sounded so freaking hot. It made him both the ultimate bad boy but also a cinnamon roll at the same time. As for 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, "You know, if they made a show like that, I'd watch it," he said. "There's one more issue," continued Takagi. "Rocky, Pinky, Gravity Gal, and the guy with the big lips are heading to the Mid-East spot. Don't know why they are, but the route they are taking will keep them away from the middle of the zone unless we lead them there. Also, they put something in their ears. Couldn't get a clear view of what it was, but they all have it." For a moment, no one other than Midoriya spoke. Instead, he set down his radio before pulling out a pen before beginning to write something, all while mumbling under his breath. The reactions he got varied, though none of them were negative. By this point, 1B had come to realize that this was just Midoriya getting into the zone with his thinking process. As such, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 just gave his green-haired vice rep a small smirk as he waited. Pony had her fists clenched, pumping them up and down as she eagerly waited to find out what the plan was. As for Toga, she was still somewhere in Pony's fantasy. Currently, she was imagining them all sitting down on a large couch with Midoriya pacing back and forth in front of a large screen going over what they knew about Bakugo. Her sandwiched between Kendo and Pony, listening on how they would completely ruin the remainder of his life before Komori. "Are you good at your end?" asked Midoriya suddenly, speaking into the radio he had pulled up to his ear. I think so, Shroom," said the mushroom girl, sounding a little confused. "I mean, everything over here will work perfectly without me. So, yeah, I can leave." "Okay then," said Midoriya over the radio. "I'm going to need you to head over to the Mid-Eastern section as quickly as you can along with 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Kodai. You all remember that one spot we considered as a possible place to hide the bomb. Let's show the heroes why we decided it was a bad idea. And Komori, feel free to cut loose, somehow." Everyone in 1B who had access to the radio began to imagine the smile that Komori was giving at that moment, the type of smile that sent shivers down the spines of the most hardened criminals. Oh, the heroes had no idea what they were in for. Into the Woods Part 2 chapter text. Bakugo let out a savage cry as his explosions rocketed through the forest zone of Omega. With each blast he shot forward over the trees, only barely aware of the leaves that were being burnt in his wake or the branches that were falling to the ground. None of that was on his mind. His only thought was getting to Deku. Just thinking about that freak was enough to cause additional veins to appear on his forehead and arms, launching him with additional force while his heart beat so fast he might end up getting a heart attack before he turned 8. But how could he not be angry at the nerd? What happened at the sports festival had been humiliating. Not only had Deku made him look like a fool twice during the first 2 rounds, but then he stole his spot in the finals. His destiny of being one of the best heroes, if not the best, heroes to ever walk into the school on day 1 had forever been tarnished by that fucking thief. To make matters worse, the worthless extras that existed in this world continued to laugh at him. How many times had some snot-nosed kid looked at him, pointing, and then said, "Mommy, look, it's the big baby from TV." That stupid kid was lucky his mother had enough brains to get out of his sight, or else he would have unleashed hell upon that toddler. Thankfully, he was getting a chance to put that damn nerd in his place before he left for his internship. Deku probably thought he was being smart, making them cross the forest in order to eat up time and drain their stamina. But he would show him. He was the great Lord God Explosion Murder ... even if Midnight had shot down that name as well as several others. Stupid whore. Still, he was going to win this all on his own. He was going to go there, and while those stupid extras in 1B sat there, twiddling their thumbs as they assumed he would wait for the rest of his class, He would catch them off guard. He would go in there, explosions raining down on all those stupid villains till they were too bloodied to do anything else. He would be the one to take down an entire group of villains, coming up on top just like All Might. He would then capture the bomb, showing that he was the best, that there was no one else who could possibly reach his hey, Bakugo. Fancy meeting you here, came a voice right next to Bakugo. Eyes wide, the blonde bomber turned his head to see Deku of all people flying next to him with a smile on his face. Brings back memories, doesn't it? Remember the times we used to with a savage howl? Bakugo adjusted his position by twisting his body around so that his body was facing Deku's. Then, without warning, he pointed his palm at the nerd while detonating a powerful explosion. One so powerful in fact that it sent the ashen-haired teen backwards and down to the forest below. It was rough, crashing into several breaks, but his body was tough enough so that it endured with only a few rips to his costume before landing in a crouching position. That was rude, came Deku's voice from right behind him. Turning around, he spotted Deku sitting on a tree branch while kicking his legs back and forth like he was a little kid again. And what's more, he was completely unharmed. Not even a single stray hair looked like it was on fire. Sort of reminds me of that time you slipped into the river and got mad when I tried to help you up. Shut up and die, screamed Bakugo, leaping into the air with enough force that he was only a foot below the branch Izuku was on before he felt gravity pulling on him. He helped in his return to Earth by firing off another explosion. He watched as the flames began to envelop the tree, the branch crashing into the ground right in front of him. But there was no "you're really having a hard time coming to terms that I can fly," said Deku. Spinning around, Bakugo saw his childhood annoyance hovering a few inches off the ground. And this time I'm in a much less confined space. Just stand still and die, screamed Bakugo, leaping towards Deku with everything he had before unleashing explosions from both hands. The blast this time hit a tree, causing the shitty thing to fall to the ground in several pieces. I think not, said Deku now several yards away. Bakugo, we are getting reports of a series of explosions, came Ponytail's voice in his ear. What's going on? Just think about it for a moment, continued Deku as Bakugo ignored Ponytail's annoying voice. What villain in their right mind will say, "Oh, you want me to stand still while you unleash explosions on me? I had no idea. Terribly sorry about that. Here, let me make it up to you by standing perfectly still." Somehow, I doubt that will Bakugo let out another war cry and he ran towards Deku only to watch as the green-haired nerd seemed to vanish from sight only to reappear in the trees several yards further away. He finished with a smirk. Bakugo landed on a tree branch, his back hunching while the teen's arms were lifted up so that they were almost at chest level. The ashen blonde was panting now, head lowered as he felt new veins appearing all over his face. He could almost feel his eyes darting around slightly from side to side, completely unfocused as the rage continued to build in. How was this happening? How was fucking Deku of all people treating him like a joke? It made no sense. He had always been number one, the best of the best growing up. Then that fucking nerd somehow gets a quirk and suddenly he's better than him. No fucking way. Deku, you're dead, screamed Bakugo again, launching himself through the air in the direction he had last seen the damned nerd. He spotted his target easily, floating in the air with his hands behind his back and a grin of all things on his face. Then, when he saw his death coming towards him, the damned coward turned tail and flew away so quickly that he was nothing but a streak of light. But that didn't stop Bakugo. Oh no, he continued to blast his way across the trees. Bakugo, came Ponytail's voice again, louder than before. What is happening out there? Are you in trouble? Do you need help? Hearing that caused Bakugo to grit his teeth, anger being diverted to a new target. Fuck no. He spat aloud to the dumbass who had the audacity to assume that he needed help against anyone. It's only fucking Deku. Just then, he spotted his target again. This time he was sitting on a branch, waving at him. Wait, you're fighting Midoriya? Asked Ponytail as Deku flew away. No, the damned coward is running, spat Bakugo as he continued to give chase. I'm managing to keep up with him. You're keeping up with Midoriya? Repeated Ponytail, disbelief clear in her voice. That's what I said, snapped Bakugo. The damned nerd is heading east. So before you get your fucking ears cleaned, tell the rest of the worthless extras to stay out of Bakugo. Stop, cried Ponytail, her voice in a panic. Not that Bakugo cared all that much as he felt the nerves in his ears screaming in pain like when the old hag's voice began grating on him. Somehow, he managed to land on a branch that creaked slightly from the added weight but managed to hold. What the fuck, Ponytail? Demanded Bakugo. No, who the fuck do you think you are telling me I'm telling you to use your brain? Ponytail all but screamed at him through his earpiece in a rare fit of anger. Bakugo's eyes widened, clearly surprised that the prime and proper extra had this much fire in her. Then, when she spoke again, it was done in a more composed fashion. Bakugo, I know you're smarter than this. So, please, think about it. Everyone knows you have it in for Midoriya. We know it. 1B knows it. Also, Midoriya is fast with those wings. So fast that he can appear as a blur. And yet you are keeping up with him? Please tell me you see something wrong with this picture. He began Bakugo, but stopped himself. He wanted to say that the damn nerd was looking down at him, stopping from time to taunt the explosive teen. But the moment the words tried to form on his lips, they felt wrong. Something was "Hey Bakugo," came Deku's annoying voice. Looking up, he saw Deku in the air overhead waving at him before flying off. Seeing this made the ashen blonde's eyes narrow. "Yeah, something is wrong," growled Bakugo. "That damn Deku just came back to wave at me. Something is up. I don't know what their plan is, but it is clear that 1B is using your hatred of Midoriya to lead you around like a carrot on a stick," stated Ponytail. "For all we know, he could simply be leading you around the forest and away from the bomb until time runs out, making you look like a fool. Or he could be trying just to wear you out without having to touch you so that you become too exhausted to continue. Or leading you into a trap. We'll stay away from that area just to be on the safe side." "Yeah, good call," Bakugo admitted reluctantly. With a sigh, Bakugo then turned so that he was facing westward while his jaw clenched. There was a part of him that hated this. A part of him that thought he was running away from a fight he could win. But that was the thing. Even if he pounded Deku so hard that they had to pull his worthless ass out, it would be only a single battle versus a war. If he lost this exercise because he was too busy killing Deku, then Deku would still win in the end. Besides, in the end, he would face that worthless piece of shit again. Once that nerd realized that their little plan wasn't working and the bomb was in danger, he would come flying towards him. Then Bakugo would finally put Deku back in his place. With that thought, the explosive teen flew off towards his original target. "X, did you hear something?" 𝐻𝐽𝐾 almost rolled his eyes at Shizaki's question. But he managed to hold himself back. Instead, he turned to look at the vine-haired girl who was not wearing her hero costume. Instead, she was wearing what she considered her casual attire, which, thankfully, was not something you wore to church. It was a long-sleeved, sky blue dress with a sunflower pattern on it that went all the way down past her knees. "No, dear," he said, feeling awkward as he said it. Dressed in a simple pair of jeans and a black shirt, he felt his cheeks turn red from his comment. Even if it was all part of the pair, staying in character even if it didn't look like anyone was watching, was super embarrassing. Thankfully, Shizaki seemed equally embarrassed as her vines moved to cover her face. While he couldn't see her expression, 𝐻𝐽𝐾 could see that her ears were turning red. "Midoriya, if we lose I'm going to kill you for making us do this for nothing," thought 𝐻𝐽𝐾 as he looked around the room he was in. Currently, the two students were in a long log cabin fit for a family of 4. Somehow in the span of a day, the teachers had made sure that it had running water, indoor plumbing, a fully stocked kitchen, furniture, a solar generator, and a garden in the back. Hell, someone had also managed to create a series of pictures of them together as well as stocking the drawers with some rather revealing nightwear. "How did that woman keep her job here? I'm going to head out to the garden," said 𝐻𝐽𝐾 as he moved to the front door. "If I hear anything fishy, I'll let you know." "Why, you should just stay inside," stammered Shizaki. "The signal is very weak. I doubt we could call anyone if any trouble arises." "We'll do ... love," whispered 𝐻𝐽𝐾, mentally telling himself that this was just an act, that he was just saying the same lovey-dovey things his parents always said to each other, that it didn't mean anything, and if anyone else from the class was watching this he would weld them to the bottom of a plane. "X, what was that?" asked Todoroki to no one, pausing as he heard a loud crash. It wasn't the first one he had heard, moving through the trees using his mother's ice. Ever since the exam had begun, Bakugo had been using them effectively to cross the distance needed to get to their target. Yet now, they were getting bigger and there was something heavy falling to the ground. Curious, Todoroki veered off course to check it out. What he found a few minutes later was both surprising yet unsurprising at the same time. A fallen tree that clearly looked like it had been blasted apart from the trunk. Clearly, Bakugo's doing given the tendrils of smoke rising from it as well as the faint smell of nitroglycerine that one was sadly becoming used to. But why did he do it? While many of the other trees in the area had received damages, none of them were this severe. Bakugo, when he was in the right frame of mind, had enough control over his quirk to not let something like this happen. "So what set him Midoriya?" said Todoroki, eyes widening for a moment before they narrowed and his hand clenched into a fist. He could feel the blood beginning to boil in his system, anger taking over. He hadn't gotten the lecture that man had given him after the sports festival, about how if he had just used that bastard's fire then he could have saved his headband from those floating hands. Nor had he gotten over his overall failure. His chance to prove to that man that he didn't need that man's flames to become a great hero. He had watched Midoriya take on the strongest people in his class, Kirishima and Bakugo, and somehow come up on top. "Objectively, I'm stronger than him," stated Todoroki as he began to run in the direction of the fallen debris. "Yet, somehow, he's been able to upstage me every time our paths cross. I won't lose. I'll defeat Midoriya using only my mother's ice and then win this exercise all on my own. That will prove to them that you like to talk to yourself a lot," came a female voice. Upon hearing it, Todoroki came to a skidding halt as he looked around. He remembered that voice from somewhere. He knew he did. But when he looked around, nobody was there. It was like he had heard the voice of a ghost, ready to leap out at him. It was only then, as Todoroki looked around at the sea of trees around him, that he felt utterly alone. He felt vulnerable. The half-hot, half-cold teen gulped before trying to steady himself, trying to reassure himself that he could do this, reminding himself of just how powerful his mother's ice was. That with it, no one stood a chance against him when they were fighting fairly. "There you are," came a new voice. Turning around, Todoroki's eyes widened to see that it was Midoriya. He was just standing there, wings extended, with a look of joy in his eyes. And was he writing in a notebook? "Oh, I have so many questions about your quirk. I got to see a little of it at the sports festival, but I have so many questions. Does your body somehow generate the ice, or do you pull in moisture around you and then freeze it? Or do you somehow summon it from another dimension? That would be so cool." As the green-haired boy continued to talk, Todoroki felt himself thrown through a loop. This wasn't what he had expected from Midoriya. Based on how he acted when he fought Tokoyami, Bakugo, and Kirishima, Todoroki was expecting something more timid. Heck, the image that Bakugo gave whenever he talked about certainly supported that theory. But then, confusion left Todoroki as clarity returned. "Enough of this," said the stoic teen as he sent a massive wave of ice towards his target. When it was over, a mountain of ice that reached above the tree line could be seen. "However, your ice certainly is impressive," said a voice right next to Todoroki right before he felt a hand touching his left cheek. "But I noticed that you have an obvious weakness. Divide." Todoroki tried to elbow Midoriya, to knock him away before it was too late. In that moment, he felt himself being drained. Todoroki's body felt heavier, his breathing becoming more labored. It was like his stamina was cut and everything he had been doing up until now was catching up with him. "No, I can't lose," gasped Todoroki. "Not like this." The teen glanced around, only to see Midoriya standing a few feet away with his back against a tree. The notebook was gone. His green eyes were now focused on mismatched ones with a look that was analyzing him. "You know, for all the talk about you being one of the best recommended students, you're pretty straightforward," commented Midoriya, now seeming less than impressed. "It's useful, don't get me wrong. That ice allows you to tackle a wide array of problems that would give most heroes out there a hard time. But at the end of the day, all you do is throw vast amounts of ice at the problem to simply overwhelm the issue. On top of that, you only use your right side, meaning it's easy to predict which direction it's coming from, and if you're fast enough you can get out of the way. A group of villains with a skilled long-range emitter-type quirk could take you out in a heartbeat." "Shut it. I'll never use my left side or that man's flames," snapped Todoroki. Upon hearing this, Midoriya's eyes narrowed, giving him the appearance of someone who was pissed off. "What? Are you going to lecture me like my father does? Talk about all the people I could save if I just swallowed my pride and used my fire on the off chance I go up against someone my mother's ice is useless against? Spare me. I've heard it before. I refuse to use it." "No, that wasn't what I was going to say," replied Midoriya, eyes still narrowed. But before either teen could say anything else, a loud crack could be heard. Turning, Todoroki realized that the ice was cracking for some reason, and it was on his left side. Before Todoroki could do anything, the ice shattered. Flying out of it was some random teen from 1B who Todoroki didn't know, his arms spinning rapidly like a drill. While that was strange and potentially dangerous, what was worse was the fact that there were now several very large and very sharp ice shards flying toward the one student. Rapidly, his mind began to process how to deal with this situation. He could just heat his left side to begin melting the ice the moment it touched him. But that was too slow and he would still feel the impact. If he launched fire, no, he wouldn't do that. Instead, he turned away from Midoriya to raise an ice wall to protect himself from his own ice and give him time from this new villain. However, when he began to use his quirk, Todoroki noticed something was off. The ice wasn't as thick as he could normally make it at this level. And, what was worse, he was creating it slower, generating it at half the speed he normally could. "Divide," came Midoriya's voice. Todoroki briefly felt his touch on his left side again before he sped away. Now his ice felt like it was moving at a snail's pace while being as thin as paper. The ice that was coming towards him easily broke through without losing any obvious momentum. But what was worse was what happened with the no-name. His arms stopped spinning as he landed on the ground. At first, Todoroki thought there had to be a time limit for how long he could do that. But that might not have been the case, as the teen lifted a leg that began spinning while the one that was still on the ground began rotating him at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Todoroki felt the impact right into his side, sending him flying. What made it all worse was how sluggish his body felt, how weak he felt. "Divide," came Midoriya's voice as arms wrapped around Todoroki's chest to catch him. The dual-color-haired teen was then dropped to the ground, wincing in pain. Looking up, he saw Midoriya was now looking down at him in disappointment. "Don't give me that look," gasped Todoroki as he reached up with his right side. "I don't need that man's flames. I'll become the top." Todoroki was then silenced as Midoriya placed his hand over his mouth. "Divide," said the teen. Then, for the next 30 seconds, Midoriya divided Todoroki 3 more times until he was as helpless as a newborn and passed out. "Man, that was savage," commented 𝗬𝗲𝗄 as he walked around the prone figure of Todoroki. Lightly, he tapped his foot against the one student's shoulder to see if he got a response. When none came, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 looked over at the vice rep to see him walking away. "Never seen you give anyone that look before. Kind of surprised me." Midoriya stopped for a moment before glancing over at the prone figure of the teen they had just taken down. As he stared at the young Todoroki, memories flashed through his mind. He recalled all the days back when he was younger, trying with all his might to levitate something. Anything, like his mother could. He remembered the times he nearly passed out trying to breathe flames like his father. Thinking about that while looking at the one student caused an ugly bubble of anger to form in Izuku's stomach. "I guess he just hit a nerve," said Midoriya before looking forward. "Anyways, I'm heading over to Kendo. You all know what to do." 10-1 thought I heard something again, said Shizaki as she came rushing out of the cabin. "Please tell me you heard that. It sounded like something big was cracking or crashing." "Sorry, too busy working to pay attention to anything like that," commented 𝐻𝐻𝗧𝗏 as he continued to use his quirk on the pieces of wood in front of him. Though glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shizaki placing her hands on her hips while her cheeks puffed out slightly. "Too busy to keep yourself safe, to not look after your own well-being?" she demanded. "What could be more important than that?" "Well, I was making this for you," said 𝗻𝗏𝗧𝗏, slightly embarrassed as he pulled up his little project before sticking it into the ground. It was a large cross. He had managed to find some decent wood in the forest that surrounded them that was straight enough. Once he had collected the right sizes, or at least close enough, he welded them together in the right shape. And around the base of the cross, he had planned on surrounding it with small stones he might be able to find near the lake that was practically right behind the cabin they were using. Only because he was bored, of course. "𝗻𝗏𝗧𝗏," whispered Shizaki. "Why did you?" Figured you would like this," he said slowly, doing his best to figure out what to say while staying in character. "I mean, when we left the city, we forgot some of your stuff. I know we plan on going back and getting it later, but I figured this would do for now." He then looked over at the Christian girl to find her face had turned bright red as she seemed unable to meet his eyes. "That was very kind of you," she whispered. "Thank you." Somehow, hearing that made 𝗻𝗏𝗧𝗏's heart flutter and made him want to work a little harder just to hear her say that to him again. Meanwhile, over with Takoyami, the raven-headed teen continued to move through the trees using dark shadow. The sentient quirk grabbed onto a branch, pulling them forward, and, while Takoyami was in mid-flight, would then reach out to grab the next branch, an effective way for him to move around in this environment. Thankfully, the level of light was decent, not too bright, making dark shadow too timid, and not too dark, making him lose control. "What is that?" screamed Kaminari through the earpiece. "Kaminari, what is it? What's going on?" came Yaoyorozu's voice. "A shadow," came Kaminari's voice, everyone hearing him breathing hard now. But not just any shadow. "Oh God, eyes just appeared in it. Those freaky eyes just stared at me for a moment before it grinned. It grinned at me, showing off its teeth. Shadows don't have teeth. Not even dark shadow has teeth like that." "Get a grip, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, growled Bakugo. "It's probably just that split bitch. Just stop being useless and hurry the fuck up." "Dude, I've seen her teeth and they look nothing like," began Kaminari before his voice reached a new level of panic. "What was that? I think there's more than one of them. Guys, I think I need help. Why did you leave me behind? I can't do this on my own. My quirk, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, where did you come from?" "No." Kaminari then let out a scream followed by the crackling of electricity. Turning his head to look behind him, Takoyami saw arcs of lighting shooting upwards and in all directions. No doubt his classmate had used his quirk on everything around him. "Kaminari," cried Yaoyorozu in panic. "Ida, Takoyami, Bakugo, Todoroki, can anyone help him? I'm afraid I'm a bit lost at the moment," came Ida's voice over the comm link. "Damn useless extra slowing us down," growled Bakugo. However, there wasn't anything from Todoroki causing tensions to build. "I'll head back," said Takoyami. "I saw the sparks. I should be able to." The teen was cut off as something came into his field of vision fast. It looked like a flying, two-pronged pitchfork. Instantly, dark shadow went on the defensive, getting between it and Takoyami. However, just before it was about to collide with the living shadow, the pitchfork split into two. They separated, swerving around dark shadow, who looked from one to the other as if trying to decide which one he should go after. And, as they got closer, it finally clicked in Takoyami's mind what these were. He had seen them before, at the sports festival. Not that that information did him any good, as the objects he now realized were horns collided with his stomach before instantly coming together and tightening around his waist. A moment later, Takoyami was flying upwards above the trees and away from any darkness. And there, standing on a pair of floating horns, was the American 1B girl as she cheerfully waved at him. "Hello again," she said with a bright smile as they floated high above the trees. "Looks like you're captured." One would think, replied Tokoyami before Dark Shadow lunged out. The horned girl's eyes widened in surprise as Dark Shadow punched her in the face before she could move away, knocking her off her horns. This, in turn, caused the horns holding him to lose their flight so that he fell with her. For a moment, the shadow user cursed himself. From this height, all it would take was one wrong move and he would come out of it with a broken arm or rib. Or worse, Dark Shadow, called out Tokoyami. As the shadow beast shot downward, the hero in training looked over at the girl who had momentarily caught him. His heart raced, seeing that she was falling headfirst towards the ground. If she hit the ground like that, then surely she would die. Would a teacher be able to get here in time? Who was watching this? But then, just as they were coming close to the canopy, the girl twisted in the air so that she was now looking at him. After bringing her fingers next to her horns, the girl shouted horn cannon, causing her horns to shoot out of her head, followed by another pair instantly regrowing before they too were shot out. 2 of the 4 horns went to grasp her waist, riding her before Tokoyami's eyes before slowing her movement. The other pair went for the shadow user. And while the horns that had helped her had seemed gentle, the ones aiming for him were now so. With Dark Shadow away from his body again, the horns collided with Tokoyami's gut so hard that it knocked the air out of his lungs before launching him into a tree. A cry of pain erupted from the teen's beak, the back of his head colliding with the bark of the tree so hard that his vision momentarily swam. Groaning, he managed to see the blonde girl being gently placed on a branch before grabbing the base of her horns to hold like blades. By this point, Dark Shadow had returned. Its claws grasped at the horns that were now pinning the bird-headed teen against a tree, tugging at it with all his might. However, it seemed that the horn had buried itself deep into the wood and would not be so easily moved. To aid his companion, Tokoyami reached out to try and help, only to have more horns flying out at him. They collided with his legs and arms, pinning him in an awkward position. One even came dangerously close to his manhood, causing Tokoyami's eyes to widen in horror. "Are you captured now?" asked the blonde, dropping one of her horns to rub her cheek, which was swelling slightly from the blow Dark Shadow gave her. To answer, Tokoyami did his best to struggle with his bonds. Yet, despite his best efforts, he could not gain any space between himself and the tree. "It appears I am," admitted Tokoyami. He then gave the blonde an intense look. "So tell me, are you going to use your capture tape now?" The blonde said nothing, just letting out a hum as her eyes seemed to twinkle a bit. Then when she spoke, you could hear the mischief in her tone clear as day. "Well, I could," she began, "but I don't feel like getting punched by that shadow again. You're pretty much captured at this point anyway, even without the tape. So, what should I do with you?" Somehow, the grin she had on her face sent shivers down Tokoyami's spine. Elsewhere in the forest, Team B was making its way through the forest. Monoma had copied Tsu's frog quirk, allowing the 2 of them to move through the forest with greater ease. With them, Ojiro carried Aoyama on his back as the tailed teen used his additional limb to swing from tree to tree. As for Zero, he was trying his best to do a Tarzan impression using his tape, though sometimes he got a little stuck when he overswung. About 15 minutes after they had left their main base of operation, the group stumbled across their first clue. Asui was the first to spot it. Several footprints in the dirt leading in the direction they were heading in, with a few others haphazardly covered up, like someone had been trying to be stealthy but got sick of all the work. Shortly after that, they spotted something else. Red droplets on the ground. "Do you think it's blood?" asked a concerned Ojiro as he looked around while Aoyama's knees began to shake loudly. "Not helped by the full suit of armor he was wearing, doubtful," replied Monoma as he poked at it with his stick. "Far too bright. Plus it's dried and not caked into the earth. I'd say it's more likely that those inferior students of 1B were trying to trick us using fake blood or paint." "Hey," shouted Zero. Everyone looked up to see him standing there, just up the path and pointing at something. "I found some more. I think there could be a trail." Sure enough, as soon as the rest of the party caught up to the tape user, they could not help but spot the paint or whatever it was on the ground along with more footprints. And looking forward, they could see clear evidence that someone had been walking through the foliage along with more spots of red. "Does anyone else have a problem with this?" Ribbit asked Asui, feeling sweat beginning to form on her forehead. "I do," said Ojiro, his body tensing as he got into a fighting stance, as if expecting someone to attack them at any moment. "There's something really wrong with this." "Oh please, you give those 1B mongrels too much credit," laughed Monoma. Clearly they thought that now, this deep in the forest and so far away from the main gate, it was safe to let down their guard. "Why, I bet that Yaoyorozu was correct in her assessment that the area that Bakugo picked out was far too obvious, and instead they set up camp around here expecting us to run right past it. That just goes to show the superior mental fortitude of 1A. Asui and Ojiro were about to speak up, but before they could, Zero spoke up. "He's got a point," the tape user pointed out. "We didn't see any signs of them up till this point. Maybe whoever was walking through here just got tired of covering their tracks or was just lazy. No need to think too hard about this." "I agree, monsieur," said Aoyama, though he could be seen shaking from head to toe. Also, do we have any better leads? 𝐻𝐵 frowned at that but then sighed. I suppose you're right, he said. But we should keep our guard up just in case. If this is a trap, we can turn it around on them and maybe capture a few. Shouldn't we tell 𝐎𝐴𝑢𝑅𝑎𝑧𝑢, Ribbit, just to be on the safe side? Asked 𝐬𝐴𝑢, who still had concern in her voice. Absolutely not, stated 𝗵𝗲. If Bakugo gets wind that we might be close to the bomb, then he'll rocket over here to try and seek all the glory for himself. More like he'll be trying to get a rematch with that Midoriya guy, commented 𝗧𝗏, shaking his head. Seriously, what is that dude's beef with the guy? He attacks Midoriya in the cafeteria, screaming his head off and threatening to kill him. Only he looked 1,000 times more likely to do it that time. And when he came back from his suspension, all he would say was that he was going to find out how that worthless Deku cheated and got into 𝑢𝐴 before he killed him. All before his loss at the sports festival. If he thinks for a moment that Midoriya will be here, guarding the bomb, you can bet he'll be screaming for his death as he blasts over here. And we would lose the element of surprise, added 𝐴𝐴𝑢𝐵. Reluctantly, 𝐬𝐴𝑢 went along with them. Mostly because 𝗷𝗫 wasn't taking the villain team as lightly as the rest. She felt that along with the tail quirk team, if anything went wrong, then they could figure out a way out of whatever trap was set. Or, at the very least, get a message out to the rest. So, with that, the group followed the trail and 5 minutes later found where it led. To say they were surprised was a bit of an understatement. Before them laid a clearing that had a doorway in the middle of it. Not just any door, but a heavy metal one like the type used in bomb shelters. Behind it was a small metal structure that was close to the ground, with some parts lower to the ground than the door. But that wasn't what was so strange. It was the signs. Yes, someone had posted several signs with each one written in red paint. One said, "This is a trap." Another read, "No bomb here." A third read, "Just ignore this place if you want to win." They can't be serious, said 𝗧𝗏, who felt more confused than Kaminari when he fried his brain. Even 𝐬𝐴𝑢 seemed thrown through a loop. Standing near the door and looking very annoyed to be doing so was a student they had only seen in passing. Overall, he looked like a mantis wrapped in a black cloak. Just him, standing there. "Do you think there's only one guard?" asked 𝗷𝗫, glancing around the clearing and the sky to see if he could spot anyone else. However, despite his best efforts, he couldn't find anyone. Bitterly, he wished they had thought of bringing a support hero along with them. Someone who could be able to tell if there were any other people around. Or, better yet, support equipment that could do the same job. The last thing he wanted to do was go running in blind. "Seems that way," said 𝗵𝗲. He sounded a little unsure despite the brazen and confident front he was currently putting up. "If I had to guess, the rest of them are spread out across the training ground. No doubt confident that we would be looking for the bomb elsewhere, so they left a skeleton crew to guard it. Typical 1B overconfidence." 𝐬𝐴𝑢 gave 𝗵𝗲 a look, clearly not liking what he was saying. Nor did she like anything about this situation before her. Something was wrong, she felt it in her froggy bones. And by looking at 𝗷𝗫, he seemed to feel the same way. "Well, no matter what, we should check it out," said 𝗧𝗏. "After all, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Am I right? And even if it is a dud, then we can bring back a captured villain while marking this place off as a possible enemy camp. It's a win-win. But what if it is a trap?" "Ribbit," 𝐬𝐴𝑢 pointed out. 𝗧𝗏 just rolled his eyes. "Please, who in their right mind tells people it's a trap?" he asked. 𝐬𝐴𝑢 opened her mouth, but 𝗷𝗫 spoke up first. "I agree that we need to check this place out and we have an opportunity to reduce the villain's forces by 1, he said, giving 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 a meaningful look. "But we would be wise to proceed with caution. Let's not rush in." Fine, said 𝗧𝗏, waving him off. The only one who hadn't said anything was 𝗚𝗏, who seemed to inch back a bit, clearly nervous about the whole thing. Several moments later, 4 of the 5 heroes rushed out of the trees, surprising the mantis teen. 𝐬𝐴𝑢 was first, using her tongue to try and wrap up the villain's leg. The mantis teen saw right through this, leaping high into the air as sharp steel blades sprouted from the sides of his arms. From his location in the woods, 𝗚𝗏 fired a beam of light which nearly hit its target. Distracted by this attack, the mantis teen seemed to overlook 𝗧𝗏, who ejected the tape from his elbows to wrap up the mantis teen's legs. With a powerful tug, the villain was slammed to the ground next to a waiting 𝗵𝗲, who touched his target in order to copy his quirk. With a laugh, 𝗵𝗲 ejected a blade from his wrist and pressed it against the neck of the villain. "Now then, don't give us any trouble and lay there like the inferior student you are," said 𝗵𝗲 as 𝐬𝐴𝑢 began to wrap the villain in the capture tape. The villain said nothing, just spitting right into 𝗵𝗲's face as a last act of defiance. "All right, now I think only a few of us should go in," said 𝗷𝗫 once the villain was captured. The tailed teen then turned to the forest, bringing his hands up to his mouth. "Hey, 𝗚𝗏, you can come on out. We need to." The teen's shouting was cut off as a loud crash filled the air, so loud that it deafened the tailed teen's words. A half a heartbeat later, the heroes heard the sound of dozens of birds, flapping their wings and crying out as they took to the air as if fleeing from some natural disaster. Tensing, the hero team began to look around, doing their best to defend themselves from whatever it was. 𝗵𝗲 glanced down at the captured villain, ready to demand to know what was going on. Yet the words died in his throat when he saw the mantis teen's expression. He looked scared, no, terrified at what was likely to come. Made all the worse when they heard a savage, beast-like roar. Then, from out of the trees, came a large, fur-covered beast. All of the heroes watched as it ran through trees, knocking them over or simply shattering them as it ran on all fours. Also, even from this distance, they could not miss those massive jaws or the large amounts of saliva that were flying around with every thrash of its head. "Get into the building," shouted Ōjiro as he made a quick decision, perhaps the best he could make. Strength-wise, this thing was on a whole other level. There was a chance that they could fight him off, Ōjiro's martial arts training coming into play. But considering how easily it was moving through the trees, he expected that only his blows would be able to do any damage. And if he got taken out, they were done for. They could try and run into the forest, but even with their greater mobility, it would be hard to escape, especially with 𝗵𝗲's time limit and him carrying 𝗵𝗲. And even if they did run away, where could they go? Back to the main camp where only Ieyasu was. No, the best course of action was to get into the building. It was plainly obvious to Ōjiro that this beast could not fit through the door. And if this was a student, a member of 1B using his quirk, he would have to deactivate it in order to get through the door. No one else argued with him, everyone scrambling to the door. The heavy metal door was difficult to open, creaking as it slowly slid forward. But the charging beast man, who had just entered the clearing, gave them the adrenaline rush they needed to speed up the process. They all then rushed inside, pulling the door closed as one before spinning the giant wheel-shaped handle to lock it. The sound of a heavy click brought them reassurance even as the beast man pounded on the door. Only barely could they see any dents, but each one of them was followed by a whimper barely audible through the door. "Oh man, I thought we were dead," gasped 𝗧𝗏 as he looked around. Before them was a stone stairway with metal inside to help reinforce it. Looking further, he saw it went down 2 flights before stopping at another similar doorway. On the walls were radiation signs as well as a few industrial-strength lights. "Where's 𝗵𝗲?" asked Asui, sounding fearful. Her question brought forth a new level of fear in everyone as no one had seen the naval laser user. Slowly it dawned on them that, as he had been further away from the door, he had either run further into the forest or hesitated too long in running to the door, meaning they had locked him out. "Let's," began 𝗵𝗲 only to pause before swallowing loudly. "Let's press forward and see what they were guarding." As the blonde began walking down the steps, 𝗧𝗏 reached out and grabbed 𝗵𝗲 by the shoulder to spin him around so he could face the remaining members of their group. "Hey, what the heck, man? We can't just leave 𝗵𝗲 out there to fend for himself." 𝗵𝗲, however, just knocked the hand off of him. "Please, you're acting like all this is real and that they'll actually kill him or something. At worst, they'll bang him up a little before wrapping the capture tape around him. Besides, it's his own fault for being so far away from the rest of the group. And, even if this was real, should we sacrifice the entire group just to save one cowardly hero?" stated the copy teen. Before he continued, they heard a few more banging from the other side of the blast door. "Listen to that. They are trying desperately to get to us in here. Meaning the bomb has to be in here. If we can touch it, this exercise is over. Meaning we save 𝗵𝗲 and end up being the heroes who foiled the villain's plans. We will be the ones in the headlines." With that, 𝗵𝗲 turned and walked down the stairs while laughing like a madman. 𝗧𝗏, for his part, glanced over at the blast door while his hands clenched into fists. "Damn it," he swore before following the copy quirk teen. And, after a moment, Asui and Ōjiro followed. As much as they hated to admit it, going out right now would be a bad idea as none of them had a quirk that could help in this moment. The best they had was Asui vomiting out her stomach acid and hoping it hit someone standing right at the room. But that was a long shot, one where, if they failed, there was a good chance that the teens up there would be upon them. At least in here, the beast teen would have to turn off his quirk or get smaller. Plus, if the bomb was in here, all they had to do was touch it and everything would be over just like 𝗵𝗲 said. If it wasn't, they were going to contact the rest of the class whether 𝗵𝗲 liked it or not. Though, the fact that 𝗵𝗲 hadn't contacted anyone via the comlink was worrisome. Outside. "It seems that Sir Midoriya's plan played out as he expected," said Shishida, one of his enlarged arms banging at the door. Meanwhile, the rest of him had shrunk down as much as he could in order to regain enough of his logic. He used this time to remove the capture tape off of Kamakiri with his other hand. "Yeah, well, I don't really like it much," stated the mantis boy as he stood up straight. According to Midoriya, the plan was to lure them into a false sense of security and overconfidence before Shishida came barreling in. Hopefully, their fight or flight instincts would advise them to retreat from such a threat and heading into the bunker. When they heard from Setsuna that the more hot-headed members of Wano were heading further north, it made the plan seem more likely to succeed. Honestly, if Midoriya had left the plan like that, he would have been pissed. But, thankfully, that wasn't the case, as the green-haired class vice rep had enough foresight to realize they might try to fight. If that was the case, Shishida was supposed to free Kamakiri first. Together, the pair would then push as many of the Wano students into retreating into the bunker as possible while capturing those that fled. Speaking of people fleeing, Kamakiri heard a rustling in the bushes. Figuring it was the coward who hid there firing that stupid laser at him, the green-skinned teen grinned slightly as he began to walk towards the woods. "At least I get to have a little fun," he muttered before leaping forward. Unlike in that previous fight where he took a dive, his leap was long and fast. Using his fighting skills, Kamakiri's feet landed on the trunk of a tree for only a moment before he rebounded off of it, sailing from tree to tree. Barely making a sound, he quickly came across his target, and what he saw disgusted him to no end. His target was dressed up like a glittering knight, yet he was bent over with his head in a bush and his ass raised. The rustling he heard was from this coward shaking so hard that it was moving the bush. "Pathetic," yelled Kamakiri as he descended upon his prey, blade extended and swinging in an arc. The Wano coward turned his head to look at him, fear visible even through his stupid useless visor. Then, somehow, the knight managed to roll to the side, though not soon enough to completely miss the swipe. A large chunk of his cape had been sliced off while a small chunk of his side armor was now on the ground. No doubt those support students would be pissed, but it was a useless piece anyway, and it was this coward's fault, not his. "No, no," cried the coward as his hands reached down for his belt. Realizing something was up, Kamakiri lunged to the side, just in time too, as a laser was fired from the belt, burning a hole through a couple of trees. "So you do have some fight in you," cheered Kamakiri with a grin, leaping from tree to tree again as he circled his target. "Good to know, hero. That means I don't have to go easy on you." At that moment, the knight looked ready to piss himself. But Kamakiri didn't care all that much as the teen fired a few more shots, each one a miss. After the third, the coward fell down on his knee while his hands went to hold his stomach. He tried to raise his head, teeth grit. However, Kamakiri chose that moment to drop down so that his elbow collided with the teen's skull. "At the very least, you stood your ground like a man," said Kamakiri, giving the prone hero in training before him a small bit of respect. "Though you should have listened to the signs. Would have saved you a whole lot of trouble." Back in the bunker, Monoma and crew opened the second blast door. Thankfully, this one wasn't as rusted and seemed to open with greater ease. As one, the group looked into the room and their eyes widened at what they beheld. The room looked entirely made of cement with small rectangular sheets of metal along the bottom of the walls. Everything was bare save for an object right across from them covered in a sheet, something that looked bomb-shaped. "There it is," cried Zero in relief as both he and Monoma rushed deeper into the room. "I have a bad feeling about this," muttered Asui as she and Ajiro slowly walked into the room, maybe a step or two away from the door. If anything happened, they could keep the door from closing all the way and help get them out of there. "IKN," began Ajiro, but stopped as Monoma, with a flourish, unveiled the object from underneath the sheet. As soon as he did, something like orangish-brown dust flew up into the air and quickly entered their lungs due to the small size of the room. At once, everyone began coughing so hard that the door slammed shut seemingly on its own. Both Asui and Ajiro turned, trying to open it back up, to escape from this enclosed room full of what they were now realizing were spores from the giant mushroom hidden under the sheet. What kind it was, none of them knew, nor did they care, as escaping to breathe in fresh air was at the forefront of their minds. But that objective seemed out of reach as they were only now realizing that there was no handle on the door, a loud clicking sound seeming to now echo through the room. Ajiro narrowed his eyes at the door, leaping up to spin around and bash the door down with his tail. Or, at least, he tried to. Due to his near-constant coughing and the lack of air in his lungs, Ajiro couldn't put as much power needed into his jump, falling to the ground before his tail ever touched the metal. What's more, he was feeling weaker and his thinking was getting a little fuzzy. In fact, it was so fuzzy that it was like the fur at the end of his tail. Such a funny thought. "What is happening?" asked Zero between a burst of laughter. He then began to sway, feeling the world melt and spin around him. Not like he cared as new colors began to swim through his vision. He could see words, smell sounds, and just felt so freaking amazing. Nor was he the only one, as the rest of the group seemed to be on the same train to whateverville that he was on. It was then that one of the steel rectangles on the wall slid up, revealing the face of a living glue stick. Glue then shot into the room, coating all of them in it. Before long, everyone was wrapped up in glue cocoons and hung from the ceiling, laughing the entire time. Into the Woods Part 3 chapter text. Shortly after his fight with Todoroki, Izuku found himself in an area of the northwest section of Training Ground Omega. The area looked fairly unremarkable, looking like the rest of the forested area with large trees and mostly even terrain. The only thing that set this area apart from 90% of the rest of the western area of Omega were a few large mounds here and there. Grass and plants covered them, giving the impression that they had been there for a while. However, Izuku knew that those mounds hadn't been there yesterday, that they were a result of them making their true hideaway. After landing on the ground, it took Izuku a moment or two of walking around to find what he was looking for, as they had opted not to use any markers. If they would have a hard time finding it, then the heroes would have a harder time finding it. At least, that was the line of thinking. Even if the heroes had decided to check for permits, there was still a large amount of ground to cover, and it wouldn't tell them what they had done exactly. Eventually, Izuku found the camouflage trapdoor on the forest floor, one large enough for the bomb to fit through. Quickly checking his surroundings and constantly listening for Bakugo's screams of rage, the green-haired teen lifted it up, revealing a long tunnel that reminded him of a metal sewer pipe shooting straight down. The walls of the tunnel were smooth, the only exception being a built-in ladder running along one side. Rather than using the ladder, Izuku leaped down. Using the tricks he had learned from Mrs. Kendo, Izuku controlled his fall by leaping from side to side while being careful not to touch the ladder. And he did well. Let's just say he was glad that the tunnel wasn't too deep. When Izuku landed, he found himself at the end of a small bunker. Small being the keyword. The bomb was at one end, maybe 10 steps away from where he stood. On either side of the room were metal benches, Itsuka lying on her back on the right side. This had all been part of the overall design. Rather than having some massive complex with seemingly endless tunnels you could get lost in, or some fortified structure in the middle of the woods, Izuku believed that controlling the flow of battle would be most important, at least in this situation. The tunnel leading down here would only allow one person to enter at a time, meaning, in most circumstances, the heroes would have to climb down one at a time, where Itsuka and Izuku would be waiting for them. The lack of space also worked in their favor in hand-to-hand combat. Less room meant there was not as much space to dodge, and if you weren't used to it, then the fight would be harder. Thankfully, neither Izuku nor Itsuka had that issue. Using the limited space, Midoriya could more easily reach his opponents to use divine dividing without pulling out his wings. Following that, Itsuka could easily punch their lights out. The limited space also helped them slow down the enemies so that, if they felt they would be overwhelmed, they could still call for backup and hold out till help arrived. Of course, Izuku took into account that this would not work with everyone. Todoroki, for example, could use his ice to freeze everything in here and then just walk right on in while they remained frozen in place. Kaminari could have used his electricity to zap everything in the room. Even Bakugo could have caused them a problem simply by using his quirk to smoke them out. Honestly, Izuku was thankful for the heroes' team placements, as it made it so much easier for them to deal with the bigger issues. That and Toga's information gathering. So, how did it go? Asked Itsuka, still lying on the bench as she stared up at the ceiling. Surprisingly good, said Izuku with a sigh as he sat down across from her. Though, like his, he got to see more of her leg than he normally would and felt an intense blush appear on his face. After quickly averting his eyes, he continued. I decided to go after Bakugo first, lead him on a bit of a chase, though it ended sooner than I thought it would. To be honest, I had thought I would either have to go between fighting Todoroki and letting Bakugo chase me around Omega several times, or just letting the others handle him. But it all worked out. Seems someone managed to convince him to let me go. At that, Itsuka sat straight up with wide eyes. Wow, either Shinso is on their team and Toga missed him, or we just experienced a miracle, stated the orange-haired girl. Who knows, laughed Izuku. Bakugo isn't stupid. Sure, when he gets angry he lashes out, which seems to be all the time, interrupted Itsuka. But if you can get through to him and know the right words to use, you can get him to calm down enough for him to see reason, finished Izuku. And it looks like Wana has someone who can do that. Hopefully, they'll continue to operate under the idea that I only brought him over here to waste time. Itsuka pouted slightly. And here I was hoping we'd get a rematch, she said with a sigh. Hey, I'll be happy if no one shows up, replied Izuku with a slight smile, finding Itsuka's pouting face cute ... as well as something else. It stirred something inside of him that the teen was slowly beginning to realize he had. However, he pushed it down in order to continue. It means that we win. I'll take victory with boredom any day of the week. Itsuka frowned at that for another moment before finally letting out a huff of defeat. As much as I want to, I can't argue with that logic, she said while leaning back. And what of everyone else? Come on, spill the beans. I'm in the dark on what's going on out there and bored. Izuku grinned, feeling a gleam in his eyes that some would have considered villainous. They have been dealt with, he said, leaning forward a bit so that the lights above them cast a shadow over his eyes. Now only the light from his green pupils could be seen, along with his grin, which was getting a tad toothy. And soon the package will be delivered. Todoroki, Kaminari, Tokoyami, yelled Yaoyorozu, panting slightly as she spoke. The richest girl in Wana was now standing in front of a new device she had created after realizing a small oversight in her planning. While the earpieces had been a wonderful idea in her mind, the issue was that everyone could hear what they were saying. Meaning if she wanted to talk to someone privately it wouldn't work. So, she had used her quirk to create a simple tablet along with all the coding she needed to make it work. With this device, she could single out individuals or groups with only her being able to hear everything. Though now she wished she had added in a tracker to the communicators. That wasn't the only thing she had created since the start of the exercise. After hearing that Midoriya had engaged with Bakugo, she had a sudden realization. If they did manage to capture someone, Midoriya could just fly in and rescue them. All he had to do was break into the police transport vehicle, remove the capture tape, and they would be free. Once that happened, they could either attack and capture her while destroying their base of operations or just leave. Honestly, she didn't know which was worse, to have a potential group of villains attacking her all at once or to be considered so beneath their notice that they just walked right past her. So, to aid her, she had created 2 cannons. She would have made more, but their creation as well as the special flashbangs she had loaded them with had eaten up a large amount of her lipids. And that wasn't even factoring in making the tablet. But it was better than nothing. Hopefully, she would be able to take the flying teen down with them, or perhaps disorient him. However, Midoriya was only one of many worries she had right now as she tried her damnedest to get a handle on the situation. So far Todoroki, Kaminari, and Todoroki weren't speaking to her. She had no idea if they had been captured, knocked out, or simply on the run and unable to talk back. The only solace she had at the moment was that there hadn't been an announcement alerting them that they were so gravely injured that they had to be removed from Omega. If only those 3 were her only worries. She hadn't heard anything from Team B yet. 𝐲𝐽𝑘 had tried several times now to talk to them, and the only thing she had gotten was giggling. Something was wrong. Oh, and on top of all that, Minda was acting up. Instead of trying to find more villains, he was treating this like a game and trying to accidentally bounce into 𝐎𝐽𝑘's naked front and butt. His antics were slowing down the scouting team. Hey, friendly, coming in, came a voice that caused 𝐲𝐽𝑘's eyes to widen. She turned around and, upon seeing who it was, dropped her tablet to rush over to him. It was Kaminari. The teen had entered the base camp, covered in dirt while one arm was holding onto the other which hung limply at his side. Kaminari, what happened? Demanded the rich girl, quickly going over the wounded arm. I think, began Kaminari, but paused to hiss as 𝐲𝐽𝑘 took hold of it and began to feel it for injuries. You know, any other day having you feel me up would be a dream come true. That caused 𝐲𝐽𝑘 to frown as she looked at him. Is now really the time for that? Sorry, replied the teen with a wince. Guess my brain is still a little fried from overusing my quirk. What happened? Asked the creator quirk user, pushing aside certain comments that she could already hear Gyro making in her mind. Last I heard, you were being attacked. Who was it? Yeah, I got attacked. No thanks to the rest of my team, leaving me behind like that, said Kaminari before sighing. I don't know who they were, except they were the creepiest looking guys in that class. They just came up out of the ground. Or, wait, did they both come out of the ground or did that you guy come out of the shadows? Kaminari then paused before shuddering. I remember calling for help. Then the next thing I know I'm wandering through the trees with my arm banged up not too far from here. Best guess I've been able to come up with is that I overused my quirk before taking off running. Probably ran into several trees along the way. Right. Well, good news is that this is treatable. It'll only hurt for a moment, said 𝐲𝐽𝑘. Wait, it'll, began Kaminari before a loud cry filled the air around him as his dislocated arm was reset. Damn it. By the way, continued 𝐲𝐽𝑘 with a frown. Why didn't you contact us as soon as your head cleared? You had us worried. The rich girl then narrowed her eyes, watching to see what he would do. Then, much to her relief, he pulled out the communicator out from his ear and held it up. Because the damn thing got fried when I used my quirk, he said, placing the broken piece in 𝐲𝐽𝑘's hands. For a moment, the girl said nothing as she examined it as best she could with her own eyes. Though, it wasn't hard to see that he was telling the truth as there were several parts that had darkened on the tiny device due to electrical burns. Slowly, she cursed herself for not considering this flaw before. I apologize, she said with a bow. I should have taken that into account. I'll make you another one. Thanks, said Kaminari. Then, as 𝐲𝐽𝑘 began to create a new earpiece, the electric teen continued. Nice to know that someone in this class cares about me. Everyone else just left me behind to fend for myself. Momo winced slightly at the words as they held more than a little truth to them. Sorry about that, she whispered, handing her fellow classmate the earpiece. I should have done more. Sudden realization flashed across Kaminari's face as he raised his hands and began to wave them around wildly in a dismissing manner. Hey, I'm not blaming you, he said quickly. I mean, you were over here all by yourself. Not much you could have done. Heck, everyone else was too far away as well. I'm more pissed off at the rest of my team for just ditching me. 𝐲𝐽𝑘 gave him the briefest of smiles. Thank you, she said, feeling a little better than he understood why she wasn't there when he needed help the most. Though, Tokoyami did say he was going back for you. It happened after you were attacked since he said he saw the electrical sparks from your quirk. At that, Kaminari looked a little sheepish. He did. Wow, now I feel like an ass, he said before a look of panic crossed his face. The teen then grabbed 𝐎𝐬𝐫 by the shoulder, surprising her. Wait, he came back for me. Where is he? Is he okay? I don't know, replied Momo as Kaminari let go of her shoulders. His last communication was telling us that he was going back for you. I've tried to contact him since, but there has been no response. I think. The heiress's words trailed off as she finally began taking in this new information, coming up with a scenario. In her mind, she could see Kaminari shocking one or two possible members of the villain team before wandering off. Maybe in that time, another member of 1B came to the area to check up on his classmates and help them back onto their feet before Tokoyami got there. Then, I think we should operate under the assumption that Tokoyami was captured. What? Yelled Kaminari, looking ready to make a mad dash into the woods. Then we have to go in. No, that would be a bad idea, interrupted Momo. Kaminari looked ready to argue, but the rich girl continued before he got a word in. Right now, the only two people we have are you and me who are free at the moment. I could call in our scouting party, but they're busy with their own job. And as for everyone else, Team B is not really answering their communicators and Team C hasn't reached their destination yet. Going in by ourselves would be a bad move, especially given that we don't know who we are dealing with exactly. Not to mention that they have more than likely moved on from that spot, taking Tokoyami with them. Without knowing where they are or how many we are dealing with, going off on a rescue mission would just end up giving the villain team more captives. But, began Kaminari, looking torn. 𝐒𝐬𝐫 felt she understood what was going through his head as he looked between her and the forest, that he understood her words, that heading out there now would do more harm than good, yet felt like he had to do something. So, 𝐒𝐬𝐫 decided to comfort him a little. Don't worry, she said, doing her best to sound reassuring. We'll get him back. Depending on where they are taking him, one of our teams is bound to run into them, or our scouting party will catch wind. Until then, we need to sit tight. Okay, he said with great reluctance. Then, hey, came a voice that caused Momo's eyes to narrow. Turning around, she saw Minta running towards the camp with a rather large slam mark on his face. Her look of disdain prompted him to answer the unspoken question. Gyro slapped me and said to get out of her sight. The others agreed. Of course they did, sighed 𝐒𝐬𝐫, feeling her shoulders slumping. What had she been thinking placing Minta on a team with a naked, albeit invisible, girl? Not to mention a coward who would have gone running the second he sensed danger. Oh right, he would have freaked out the moment a real fight started in the forest the same way he did during the USJ attack, crying while flinging his balls around before hiding. And the reason she didn't want him here was because she didn't want to deal with the walking sexual harassment lawsuit waiting to happen alone. Now, she supposed, she had to take one for the team. On the plus side, she wasn't alone. About 15 minutes later, a new figure approached the base camp. It was Todoroki. However, it was a version of the teen that no one in the class had ever seen before. Starting from his head, his hair was disheveled with patches of dirt and mud on his face. His clothing, which was basically his gym uniform, was equally dirty with a few cuts here and there. Though Momo noted that there were no cuts on his body, she also noted that he had stumbled here on foot instead of using his ice to propel him. What happened? Asked Momo, noticing that her fellow recommended student was panting heavily. Midoriya, gasped Todoroki. I fought him shortly after the exercise started. At that, Momo frowned. Bakugo also fought him, she stated, her lips pursed. It was after that, said Todoroki simply, his tone suggesting that that was enough, which was typical of the teen. Still, something felt off. Why didn't you use your ice to get back here? Continued Momo. That caused Todoroki to freeze in place. He gave her a look for a moment, scowling as he did so before holding up his left hand for all to see. He stared at it, appearing to concentrate on it for several long seconds before he lowered it. He then lowered his hand with the air of someone who had just proven their point when the answer should have been obvious. Midoriya kept cutting my quirk in half, he said finally, presumably noticing the blank stares he was getting from not just 𝐒𝐬𝐫 but Kaminari and Minta as well. As soon as I woke up, I tried to give chase but found myself weaker and unable to do so. This will pass, in time, just like it did with Bakugo and Kirishima. But I don't know how long, so I decided to come back here. I've been struggling to run back here since then. Looking annoyed, Todoroki then made to move past them only to have 𝐒𝐬𝐫 block his path. The dual quirk user shot the girl a dirty look but she ignored it. If that's the case, then why didn't you tell us anything? She demanded. At this, Todoroki blinked almost owlishly, like he didn't understand. You know, with your communicator, said Minta, pointing to his ear. My ... Oh right, he said, understanding finally dawning on him. He then reached up to his ear only to then pull out nothing. It seems that they removed it. Could I get an? It's Toga, cried Momo, thrusting a palm forward at the Todoroki impersonator while at the same time using her creation quirk to create a staff from it. The staff impacted Toga right in the chest, no doubt being caught off guard. As the fake began falling to the ground, Momo shot a glance over at 𝗵𝗲, who seemed to be cowering slightly. With her eyes, she told him to use his quirk to capture the fake. Instead, the tiny student pulled out his capture tape and leapt at Todoroki with a primal roar. Using mobility that Momo didn't think that 𝗵𝗲 had without the use of his quirk, he spun around the fake to tie him up, even ending it by making a bow out of the capture tape. Kaminari just clapped at this. "Good job," said Yaoyorozu, picking up the captured villain who was barely putting up a fight. "Though why didn't you use your quirk?" "What? Is that what you wanted me to do?" he asked. "I figured you just wanted me to tie him up. Also, I sort of overused my quirk." Shrugging at that, Momo brought Toga to the prisoner's bus. The Todoroki impersonator struggled slightly, breathing out things like "you're wrong and you've got the wrong person." However, Momo ignored all of this and simply opened the doors to the back of the bus before forcing her inside. Then, without sparing the faker another look, closed the door. "Okay," she said as she walked away from the vehicle. "Since we now have a villain captured, I want the both of you to remain here as backup." "Sure thing," said 𝗵𝗲 as Momo went back to retrieve her tablet. Though, as she picked it up, she could hear the tiny teen continuing the conversation with a blush on his face and a wide smile that showed off some of his teeth. "I hope the next person we capture is a real cutie." "Oh yeah, that would be great," said Kaminari, glancing down at his purple ball-headed buddy. "Any 1B girls who caught your eye?" Rolling her eyes and shaking her head, Momo went back to work trying to coordinate with the rest of the teams. "Hey Izuku," Itsuka said as she laid on her back on one side of the small, underground bunker she was currently in. The hum was all she received from the only other occupant, causing her to turn around and look at it. Like her, he was lying on his back with his hands behind his head, taking it easy for now and conserving his energy. Not that he needed to, considering what he had done to Todoroki. "Yeah," he said at last. "I was just wondering what's going on with you," she said, before getting into a sitting position. She noticed that her green-haired friend's eyes, and she could tell by his following expression what he was going to say next. "And don't give me that it's nothing excuse or anything like that. You've been acting down ever since you came back from the principal's office. Something is clearly bugging you." She paused, taking a breath to help keep her voice under control. "Izuku, you know you can talk to me if there's anything bothering you. It's what friends do." Began Izuku before suddenly looking distracted, like he was having a conversation with himself or something. It was a look she was very familiar with, seeing him have it multiple times since they first met. After a moment, he sighed before sitting up. "I guess I should start with a little confession," he began before looking at Itsuka right in the eye. "It's about the expo. When I found out that I was going and I could bring one other person, I first thought of my mom. I know she's not as big into heroes as I am, but I thought going on a vacation to a man-made island with all expenses paid would have been a nice gift, to say thank you for all that she's done for me. However, she said she couldn't go, that it was just too short of notice and that she had to take care of business that, well, is the kind of stuff you can't just toss onto someone else." "Yeah, that's understandable," replied Itsuka, tilting her head as she was curious as to where this was going. If she was being honest, she had fully expected Izuku to ask his mother first. Given how close they were and how much he talked about her at times, it only made sense that he invited her. Hell, she would have been pissed if he hadn't asked her first. Still, why was he acting so weird? Was he really that upset that she couldn't go? "After I spoke with her, I asked someone else. Someone other than you," continued Izuku, this admission shocking Itsuka. "After all, who else was there?" "Oh," she said, looking away while trying to sound like it really wasn't all that important that she wasn't his second pick, even though it kind of was. "So, who did you ask before me?" Izuku's hands clenched into fists. "And my dad," he replied before taking in a deep breath. "My mom, after she said she couldn't, suggested that I ask my dad." Itsuka felt her eyes widen at that, as she hadn't even considered that her friend would have asked his dad. Izuku's father was always an elusive topic. The man was mentioned from time to time, though the most Itsuka could ever figure out about the man was that he was helping to pay the fee to let Izuku train at the dojo and that he wasn't around all that much. It had also never escaped her notice that whenever she came by, the man wasn't home. The closest she had ever come to seeing him was in pictures on the wall. From what she had gleaned, he was taller than 𝐭, with messy hair that Izuku had inherited only black. He had also grown it out longer, tied up in the back. The man was also where Izuku got his freckles from, though the man seemed more random. The last thing that had caught her attention was permanent stubble on his chin. "He actually picked up when I called him," continued Izuku, pulling Itsuka out of her own thoughts. Now she could see her friend looking down. "We made a little small talk as I made my way to class before I asked him if he could come. And he said no," guessed Itsuka. Much to her surprise, Izuku shook his head. "He said yes," said Izuku. Was all Itsuka could say as she stared at her green-haired friend. Blinking a few times, she did her best to try and process this. He was upset because his dad said yes. Did that mean they had a sour relationship or something? Had he been hoping his father would say no? Wait, if he said yes, then why did he ask her? Something just didn't add up. He sounded really excited too, continued Izuku, his eyes now downcast as he clasped his hands together while his fingers intertwined. Like he was happy to be spending time with me. I asked him if he was sure, and he said he was looking at his calendar right now and it was all clear and ... Izuku gulped, body shaking a little. It was like he was watching a horror movie for the second time, knowing that the creature that scared him on the screen was about to show up at any moment, making the experience all the more tense. Then, just as we said our goodbyes and I was about to end the call, he told me to wait, then said he made a mistake, that he couldn't go. Then he hung up before I could say anything. Upon hearing that, Itsuka felt something so foreign to her that she honestly didn't know how to express it. What she had just heard sounded so unbelievably cruel. Sure, there were far, far worse things that a parent could do to their child, but to get your son's hopes up like that, dash them, and then run away made her wonder if the man had done all that intentionally. Now, she had made him relive all of it, and without the shock of the moment, it probably hurt 1,000 times more. I'm sorry, she said, crossing the small room so she could sit next to him. Without thinking too much about it, she pressed the side of her body against him, and a moment later, she felt him returning that pressure. For a moment, the two just sat there leaning on each other. Then she spoke again. When was the last time you spoke to him? Your father, I mean. Izuku swallowed. It was when I first got my quirk, he said, his hand reaching for Itsuka's to hold for comfort. Of course, she let him. He didn't even call when I won the sports festival. I guess it's a little silly for me to complain about something like that. Whining about not hearing from your dad when everything else is going your way. Probably makes me sound childish. No, said Itsuka. It makes you human. The last time I saw him, I was 6, continued Izuku, sounding like a floodgate had opened and it was hard to close. He went to work in the US shortly after the doctor declared me originally quirkless. He just wouldn't look at me. There was also something different about him. I can't really remember everything that was happening. But, he came back when I was 6. That day, when I heard he was coming back, I was so excited. Izuku let out a humorless laugh. I remember fighting with my mom, saying I didn't want to go to school that day because I wanted to be there when Dad came home. She still made me. When I got home, I waited by the door all day. When he showed up, it was an hour before I had to go to bed. Then, the next morning, he was gone. Like the whole thing had been a dream. All I knew was that he had to go back to work. After that, just the occasional call. Izuku, I'm sorry, said Itsuka, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and pulling him in closer for comfort. She was only vaguely aware that her breast was pressing against his arm, but she was more concerned about comforting her friend than worrying about something like that. Damn, I really suck at the whole hero thing. I thought talking about whatever was troubling you would help. Only I made it worse. She then paused as Izuku wrapped his arm around her waist, keeping themselves from separating. You asked because you cared, mumbled Izuku. Believe me, knowing that is more than enough. For some time, the two sat there in silence. Are they going to, asked Mount Lady. At that moment, the pro hero was leaning forward in her seat with her eyes glued to one of the many screens that were showing them the first-year students in the exercise, something that both Midoriya and Kendo had forgotten as they continued to hold each other. They also apparently didn't know that all 3 pro heroes could hear, if they so chose, everything that was going on. Why had they decided to listen in? Well, it had been decided as a group for them to at least turn on the volume so that if something inappropriate started happening between a boy and a girl in an enclosed space when they thought that maybe no one was watching, they would pick up on it. I don't think so, said Kamui Woods, arms crossed over his chest. Though, this isn't the best time for a conversation like this. They both need to keep their heads in the game. The wood-using hero then brought up his notebook and began to write a few things. Kendo should never have brought up the subject like this. If she was worried about how it would affect their operation, she should have brought it up either before or after the exercise. As for Midoriya, he should have just said that he'll tell her later. It's not the sort of behavior that we expect from heroes. Oh, said Mount Lady, a sly smile on her face as she gave her fellow hero a look through half-lidded eyes. But they're not heroes right now. Remember, they're the villains. Kamui Wood's body grew stiff at that remark, eyes slightly widening at the same time. He then glanced over at Mount Lady, who was giving him a look that wanted to see how he would handle this. Turning his attention back to his notebook, the pro hero began to cross out large chunks of what he had written. I'm too old for teenage drama, said Death Arms as he took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes drifting towards a screen showing another one of the hero teams that seemed ready to walk into a trap. Hiroshima ran his hand along the walls to the entrance of a large cave embedded in the wall of one of the rocky parts of Omega. They had not been exactly looking for this cave or any cave to be precious, just checking out the middle areas between the zones where groups A and B were looking. If he was being honest, when they had first approached this area, he had been ready to call Yaoyorozu and tell her that this felt like a waste of time. The area was nearly completely made of stone, with canyons of various sizes and shapes scattered about the place. Some of the canyons went up 2 to 4 stories tall and were wide enough for a truck to drive through. These were in the minority, however, as the rest were so thin you had to hold your breath to get through. The ground was also loose, with plenty of rocks shattered about the place that could easily cause you to trip. It just felt like a really stupid place to hide the bomb, as there was basically no cover. All the heroes had to do was walk along the tops of the canyons and they would see everything. It was while doing just that, however, that they managed to find one thing that made them glad they hadn't just walked away. A cave. After getting to the ground with the aid of 𝗧𝗧𝗏𝗧's anti-gravity quirk, Team C found themselves in front of the current location. As Kirishima checked the area, he noted that there were signs that people had passed through here recently. In front of the cave were a bunch of small stones that were at least 2 footprints in length. Well, 2 of his shoe prints at least. How did he come up with this measurement? Because he could see a few prints in the stones, maybe 4 or 5 different tracks all leading inside. There were also signs that someone had dragged something inside. "All right, let's check this out," said 𝗧𝗏, a grin on his face as he began walking into the cave. However, he was stopped when 𝗧𝗧𝗏 grabbed his wrist. Jumping slightly at the sudden contact, he turned to look at the anti-gravity girl with a questioning look. "I think we should let 𝐻𝐻𝗎𝗄 know about this. She should at least be kept in the loop," said 𝗧𝗧𝗏, her voice doing its best to be firm. However, they could all tell that she was at least a little nervous at the moment. Whether it was because she was trying to assert herself in this situation or if it was because she was nervous going into a cave, it was hard to tell. 𝗧𝗏 opened his mouth to say everything was fine, but Ishido cut in. "She's right," said the acid user, glancing around. "If this is where they hid the bomb and something happens to us, everyone else needs to know. And if it's a trap, then they know where to go to rescue us." "Oh, come on," said 𝗧𝗏, his voice not exactly dismissive. "You've both overthinking it. I mean, look around. There's no one here. Just because we don't see anyone doesn't mean they're not here," snapped Ishido. "They could be waiting inside to ambush us, and we'll be at a disadvantage," added 𝗧𝗧𝗏. "If they are in there, then the villains have a better idea of the layout of the cave, meaning they can better ambush us or set traps. Also, I won't be able to use my quirk to its fullest in there. Same with Kirishima. He can harden his body, but if he uses the strength-enhancing part of it, then there's a good chance he might bury us alive." Come on now," said 𝗧𝗏, though they could all hear in his voice that the sugar teen was beginning to sound unsure as well. At the same time, Kirishima was deep in thought. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 had a good point. While he had managed to get a little better at controlling the quirk All Might had given him, it still required a lot of concentration to use the right percentage of the quirk's power. If they did get into a fight, the odds were sadly too high that he would lose his control and accidentally use more power than he should. If that happened, getting caved in would be the least of their problems. He might accidentally kill someone, breaking his arm in the process, and then they would have to deal with the cave collapsing on them. But, beyond himself, the others would have a harder time. Mina still used her acid for greater mobility when she fought. While she could still use it to fight in the cave, there was a greater chance that she would end up crashing into the walls or falling into some pit she didn't see. This was Yua after all, and he wouldn't put it past the school for them to have placed a bottomless pit in here. As for 𝗧𝗧𝗏, he got her point. Taking away gravity would just let them float to the ceiling where they would then be able to just kick off. In fact, with all the surfaces inside, removing gravity from the enemy might be a boon. Also, he had just watched the first episode of that old anime Goblin Slayer last night and he didn't want anything like that shit to happen to them. Not without knowing that backup could reach them quickly. "Look, we lose nothing by telling 𝗧𝗧𝗏 about this," said Kirishima, watching as 𝗧𝗧𝗏's and Ishido's faces lit up. "But we do gain a lot by telling her. Plus, it's just really unmanly to keep secrets from your allies." With that, Kirishima contacted a very appreciative heiress to inform them of the cave as well as their concerns that this might be a trap. "Thank you for informing me," she said, her tone telling everyone that she was speaking with a smile on her face while a hand rested over her heart. "To be safe, please check in at least every 5 minutes. If 10 minutes go by and I don't hear anything from you, then I'll do everything in my power to send backup. Thank you. This is Red Riot signing out," said Kirishima, a hint of pride as he said his hero name. With that done, the group made their way into the cave. As 𝗧𝗧𝗏 began to fish through her supplies looking for her flashlight, the other three checked their surroundings while there was still plenty of light. So far, there didn't seem to be much. Once the flashlight was out, they continued to move, letting the brunette lead the way as the entrance grew more distant. The air, which had been warm outside, now held a bit of a chill while feeling somewhat humid. Above their heads they could hear the squeaking and the fluttering of wings from bats, making Sugar Man flinch in fear. And along the walls were various mushrooms. In fact, the deeper they went, the more mushrooms there were. At one point, an entire wall was covered with them. "Is this?" began Ishido, her voice sounding slightly strained. The pink-skinned girl then brought a hand to her throat to rub it a little before continuing. "Normal, Don't ... No, said Sato between coughs. Kirishima also let out a few coughs as well, his own throat feeling tight while his head felt a little dizzy. But he was sure he could continue. Though they ... look a little creepy, continued Sato, hacking between his words before needing to rest his palms against his knees while bending over. Now that's not a nice to say. Shroom, came an unfamiliar voice, causing everyone there to tense up. Slowly, with shaking hands, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 shifted their only light in the direction they all believed they knew where the sound had come from. And they were right. Down a nearby short hallway that they had almost missed was a girl in a red mushroom-like costume sitting on a rock near the back. She smiled at them, sending chills down their collective spines while looking at them with those unusual eyes while kicking her legs back and forth. But it was what she said next that truly frightened them. After all, these lovelies were made just for you, said the 1B girl, her smile somehow growing wider. At that moment, the cave walls seemed to explode with various mushrooms. Breathing became so much harder, the heroes being forced to stumble backwards as the villain's laughter echoed through the cave. Ashido tried her best to help, creating and then splashing acid against the walls. However, this did little to help as the fumes created added to their nausea. More of the mushrooms were creating spores, making it more and more difficult to breathe as none of them had masks with respirators. Somehow, they managed to make it to the cave's exit. For a moment they all thought that they would be able to escape, gain some fresh air in their lungs, and then come up with a better plan. That, they quickly discovered, was too good to be tried. Standing there at the entrance was an oval-eyed teen. He took a deep breath before exhaling something. Sato was the first to figure out what that something was, eating some sugar to give him the boost of strength he needed to try and reach the villain. However, he was stopped several feet from his target by a seemingly invisible wall. Now dumber, Sato backed up before trying to repeat the process only to once again run into the invisible wall. Naturally, he tried it a third time, and so on. A barrier, coughed Ashido as she fell to her knees, one hand on her stomach. By this time, Kirishima had noticed that most of them, save Mina, had mushrooms growing on their costumes and bodies. He knew and could feel that he had several on his shoulders and a patch running down his back. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 had several sticking out of her hair and a few on her belly. Sato, well, half of his arms were covered in them as well as having patches on his legs. The only reason Ashido seemed to be spared, at the moment, was probably the acid she was no doubt secreting through her pores to protect her. Let's put an end to this, shall we? Shroom, came the girl's voice. Looking back for a moment, they could see the mushroom girl walking towards them slowly. As she did, it was like a field of mushrooms were growing in her wake. Kirishima was about to do something. Either to ask Mina if she could use her acid to break the barrier or if he should do it himself. But that was when he noticed another villain standing there at the entrance. It was a girl, her face looking like an emotionless mask as she stood next to the oval-eyed boy. Feeling his heart rate quicken, Kirishima reached out a hand and prepared to shout as he watched her press her fingers together. But it was too late. In an instant, all the small rocks they had stepped over while entering the cave returned to their normal massive sizes to block the exit further while trapping them in darkness. Gritting his teeth, Kirishima began to charge up one for all in his arm. This would not be the end of them. He would not let this be where their part in this exercise came to an end. He refused to go down without a fight. Why? Because it was unmanly. Also, both he and Ashido couldn't afford to fail given how low their grades were. With a roar, Kirishima's body hardened while he punched forward. The force of the blow did the trick, destroying the barrier and sending rubble flying across the canyon like beads from a shotgun shell. But the backlash, that was a whole other story. The wind shot back at them, knocking back anyone who wasn't bracing themselves or holding on to anything. Which, sadly, was everyone but Kirishima who had dug in his heels to brace himself. He could hear the mushroom girl screaming as she was flung down the cave followed by the rest of his teammates until a loud thud was heard. What's more, his arm was broken. But that was a minor concern at the moment as he needed to make sure that he hadn't accidentally killed anyone. Sighing, Kirishima stumbled back into the cave hoping that, with the quirk user out, that the mushrooms would be gone. However, as he walked with his broken arm hanging limply by his side, the teen knew one thing: even though they had beaten this trap and captured several of the villains, they had still lost. Come on, grumbled 𝐻𝐼𝐵 under his breath, making sure that no one could hear him. His eyes were laser-focused on the task before him, waiting to see if there were anyone foolish enough to take the bait, all while doing his best to remain perfectly still. Then, after a minute or two, he saw something. Movement under the surface, hands clenching tightly at the tool that would seal his target's fate. The teen grinned wickedly. With his eyes focusing like this, he could practically see the fish brain full slowly checking out the bait. Just a moment and then he would have housed the fishing coming along. Came a voice right behind 𝐻𝐼𝐵's, causing the teen to not jump into the air and to not make a cry that sounded like a 5-year-old girl. After landing on his feet from not doing either of those things, 𝐻𝐼𝐵 looked back at the water before sinking to his knees. The trout he had spotted heading towards the hook of his fishing line had been spooked away. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏𝗃 glanced over at the empty bucket next to him with a frown. Not great, I see, she said. Hey, I almost had one, growled 𝗬𝗧, fuming as he wanted nothing more than to throw the fishing rod he had borrowed from his father onto the dock. Seriously, why was fishing go goddamned hard? And the way 𝗧𝗏𝗃 was acting made it all the worse. Like she was mocking him, perhaps even implying that she could do it better. Well, that wasn't going to happen. He'd let her have a piece of his here, she suddenly said, snapping 𝗬𝗧 out of his rage. He stood there, staring at 𝗧𝗏𝗃 for a moment with wide blinking eyes that noticed a slight blush on her face. Slowly he looked down at her hand to see a glass filled with a dark red liquid along with some ice cubes floating in the middle. Ah, thanks, he said while taking the glass. The teen then held it up to the sun, staring at it with one eye open like he was examining it or something. Didn't know we had anything like this. We didn't, said 𝗧𝗏𝗃 before holding up her own glass. I made it from the berries in the garden. The girl paused, her blush deepening slightly. I wanted to thank you for that 𝗧𝗏𝗃, as well as for volunteering to catch us dinner. You're very reliable. Thanks, muttered 𝗬𝗧 as he stared into the drink, doing his best to remember the backstory. Hopefully the roads will be back open soon, or we can get a signal. But until then, let's just try to enjoy ourselves. Yes, the Lord has given us everything we need to survive, added 𝗧𝗏𝗃 as she took a sip of her drink. It would be a sin to waste such precious gifts. Seeing that his partner had taken a sip of her drink, 𝗬𝗧 raised his glass to do the same, confident that the anime cliché of the girl being horrible at cooking and not knowing it would in no way apply here. However, the moment the liquid touched his tongue, his eyes went wide before they began to water more than Midoriya's when he cried. To say it was sour would have been putting it mildly. It was like someone had condensed 1,000,000 pickled lemons and kumquats into a single drop. He then looked to 𝗧𝗏𝗃, wondering if there was something wrong with her taste buds, only to find her sticking out her tongue while also looking ready to cry. To be wasteful is a sin, she said. Elsewhere, Iida was still running through the forest far from his destination. Truth be told, he probably could have gotten there faster. However, with his lack of any device to help him navigate through the forest effectively and in an orderly fashion, it was taking him longer. Add to the fact that his mind kept going to his brother, shaking his head while trying his best to keep his eyes open for any unorderly roots that were sticking up out of the ground. Iida buried those thoughts, for now at least. As much as his cherished friend Uraraka hated it, he was going to 𝗧𝗏 to deal with the fiend who had ruined his brother's career, and nothing would stop him. Then, he needed to set some things right, things he had been putting off for far too long. But, for now, he needed to focus on why was he sinking. Blinking in realization, Iida noticed that his movements had come to a crawl while his legs had sunk into the earth up to his kneecaps. He could still move, but moving seemed to cause the process of sinking to quicken. Then, all of a sudden, it stopped. The ground hardened back to normal. But there was one tiny problem with that. He couldn't move his legs. For the next moment or two, Iida moved his arms like he was running while trying to move, trying his best to get the engines in his legs to help him escape. But the problem was that the earth, in its softened state, had managed to slip into his exhaust pipes, which made things more difficult. Realizing that he had no choice but to dig himself out, Iida forward slightly, ready to begin with the humiliating task. However, before his fingers could make contact with the dirt, his helmet flew off his head. With wide eyes, Iida raised his head to look at the now floating helmet, which began to turn to look at him face to face. For a moment, it hovered there before colliding with his skull. For a moment, Iida winced in pain before anger began to rise within him. Were they mocking him, trying to make a fool out of him? You vile fiends, cowards, yelled Iida at the sea of trees before him, his voice seeming to echo all around him. Is this how proud students of an illustrious school such as you 𝗧𝗏𝗃, have you no honor nor shame at using such underhanded and childish tactics? Come out and fight me fair. Before Iida could finish saying what even he knew at some level was foolish, he felt another blow collide with his head. This one was several times harder than the first one, so powerful that it forced Iida to bend backwards. For a moment, Iida felt his world go dark. Before him was a vast nothingness that lasted for only a moment. But when he opened his eyes with a start, he found two things of note. One was that he was bent over in an uncomfortable position, looking up at the leaves on the trees, trying to block out the blue sky above. The other thing was that his arms had sunk into the ground up to his elbows. Panic raced through him as his own powerlessness quickly became apparent. He tried to struggle out of the earth, but nothing he did would allow him to budge. Not helped by this rather awkward angle. Just then, the three villains who had done this to him emerged. A lipless teen that Iida had noticed a few times at lunch, a gloomy white-haired girl, and a shorter teen. As Iida stared at them, at the three villains, something took hold of him. He began to wonder if this had been what had happened with his brother, trapped, isolated, and alone, waiting for backup to arrive with a villain standing before him. He began to struggle violently, trying to desperately free himself. Thoughts were becoming jumbled, but there was one that was most prominent. If he couldn't take these three down, how could he take down a pro like Stain? Let me go. screamed Ida, glasses falling off his face in the struggle. Fighting 3 against 1 is the mark of a coward. Release me and face me in an honorable fashion. Ah, I hate to break it to you, buddy, said the lipless teen, drawing Ida's ire. But ... we're the bad guys right now. We don't play fair. As the lipless teen spoke, the shortest of them walked over to Ida, who simply growled at him. Then, once the smallest of the trio was right by Ida's side, he slammed his fist right into the speedy teen's gut. Unlike you, we're taking this seriously, said the teen who had punched Ida, who was now trying to recover after having all the air forced out of his lungs from that blow. As it was now, the teen could easily look down at him while holding up the fist that just punched him. Unlike you, we've been watching you run around this forest for a while now, trying to figure out where you were going. If you had bothered to focus on this for a few minutes, you probably could have reached your destination. Instead, your head was elsewhere. You, seethed Ida as the short teen began to walk away. Don't you turn your back on me. Ida got no further as he felt another impact right into his gut, several times stronger than the first, causing him to black out. Damn it, screamed Bakugo as he leapt up into the air, an explosion not caused by him erupting on the ground below. The teen's costume had several large, visible rips in it, as well as a gash on his left cheek that was bleeding pretty badly. Streams of smoke rose up from several different parts of the teen's body, including his shoulders and boots. As gravity pulled the teen downward back to the battlefield, Bakugo felt his anger boil. He had arrived here a few minutes ago, alone. Normally, he would have been fine with that, as it meant there would be no fucking extras to get in his way. And that once the fighting started, fucking Deku would either show up so he could beat the ever-living crap out of him, or they would call him and the nerd would be too cowardly to show up. That he would just cower where he was, just like in middle school, just like in the cafeteria, or like he almost did during the sports festival. However, when he arrived, there had only been one person waiting for him, some freak with a comic speech bubble for a head. He was just standing there calmly, hands in his pockets, like Bakugo was no big deal. Now, after several minutes of bouncing around the area, the ashen blonde had realized a few things. The first was that he could have used the rest of the shitty extras on his team. Not to win the fight, of course. The idea that he needed help was insulting. But they could have made themselves useful and looked for the damn bomb instead of having him split his focus. Second, there was a good chance that, even if the other extras were here, they wouldn't have found the bomb. Through all of his leaps and bounds over this part of the forest, he had spotted nothing. No shelter, no building, no shitty extras guarding it. There was nothing other than this freak here. Zap, cried the freak, the word appearing in the speech bubble as he said it. A moment later, the edges of the bubble became jagged, reminding Bakugo of lightning. But he couldn't dwell on that for long, as from those jagged lines came actual lightning flying towards him. Third, this freak's quirk was bullshit. Gritting his teeth, Bakugo used his explosions to propel him upwards and to the side. Just in the nick of time to ask. Had he been a half a second too slow, the lightning from that freak's head would have collided with his foot. That, in turn, would have sent the electrical charge all over his body. Kaboom! Yelled the freak, his speech bubble growing in size as the words grew before wind and dirt came flying towards Bakugo as if there had been a sudden explosion. He had no idea what this freak's quirk was, but it seemed it could do more than one thing. So far, the 1B extra had made the ground hot when he said sizzle, sizzle, made the air colder when he shiver, shiver, and the ground shake by saying fucking rumble, rumble. In other words, he just held on to them longer, shouting them with his hands raised up into the air like an idiot. What made it all worse was that somehow that made his quirk more powerful. Or maybe it was just him. Bakugo's thoughts were then interrupted as a new freak came out of the dust storm flying towards him. So stupid Chinese looking extra, looking slightly less dumb with a piece of paper covering his face than the freak on the ground. Growling, Bakugo swung his arm ready to knock this clown out of the sky so he could go down there and murder the freak he had been fighting. However, when his fist connected with the worthless extra's arm, it was Bakugo who felt the pain, wincing slightly. He glanced at where he had struck to see thick green scales covering the teen's arms. China Boy, or whatever he called himself, grinned as a foot connected with Bakugo's gut. Spit and stomach fluids were forced out of the bomber boy's mouth as he was sent flying backwards. Meanwhile, the extra on the ground must have said something that Bakugo hadn't paid attention to, spraying him in water and forcing him down towards the ground. As he fell, Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself away from the waterfall that had materialized out of nowhere, only to then feel a pain in his leg. Before Bakugo could look down to see what it was, he caught a glimpse of something flying past him. There, flying through the air, was a green scale about the size of a small coin and looking razor sharp. Half a second later, Bakugo felt more pain all over his body as the other scales did not miss their target. Finally, Bakugo crashed into the ground. Pain coursed through his body as he struggled to get up. Nothing felt broken, but he would have to double-check to be sure. He knew without a doubt he was bleeding. And wet. Oh, he was also very, very pissed. Not helped by the fact that the two extras who had done this to him were standing above him, looking down at him from the ledge of a cliff. Let's see now. What did you say back at the sports festival? Asked the Chinese extra in a mocking tone. Something about how you were going to win. Consider yourself officially knocked off your high horse once again. Though, I'm a little jealous that Kendo and Midoriya were the first two to do so. New rage fueled Bakugo, letting out a roar as he got to his feet. Not that the extras were smart enough to worry about this as they continued to taunt him. Oh, what's the matter? Are you going to throw another temper tantrum? Just die, screamed Bakugo, extending an arm toward the villains while pulling a pin from his gauntlet. A gauntlet full to the brim with his nitroglycerin. The explosion that followed was far more powerful than anything that Bakugo had expected. Almost laughing as it happened, he watched as the rocks almost appeared to be vaporized before him. The earth moved and quaked before his might, being blasted into the air or falling to the earth like the trash it was. Trees snapped in half before catching on fire, the plume of smoke rising high into the air. With savage glee, Katsuki Bakugo watched all of this. He was a hero because he had won. Then, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐲 came a ringing in his ears, the voice of 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏. Groaning in annoyance, the team brought a hand to his ear to talk to the worthless extra who was currently stumbling around in the woods like a clueless idiot. What do you want? Complained Bakugo, eyes fixed on the flames. We just heard a loud explosion, yelled the punk extra. Was that you, or is there another psychopathic bomber in 1B? Hey, there's no one else like me in the world, said Bakugo sharply. Great, well then I know who to yell at then. Snapped 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏, causing Bakugo to roll his eyes. That explosion you caused is interfering with our search. I hid my jacks in the ground when it happened and I'm surprised I'm not deaf. Oh, it also scared away all the animals, meaning Koda can't talk to them. Meaning you two are even more useless than before. Perfect, sneered Bakugo, though he was slightly surprised at how fiery the punk girl was at this moment. Normally she acted like she didn't give a damn about anything. Oh, don't you dare give me that, you asshole, growled 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏. The exercise is almost over. Now, because you were probably not paying attention to what was being said since it came from us lowly peasants, I will fill your fucking majesty in on it so you'll know how royally fucked we are. Team B is Mia, possibly captured by the enemy somewhere. Team C is heading back to base camp and are in bad shape. Good news is they managed to capture a few of the villains. Bad news is several of our guys were accidentally hurt. As for your team, it's in shambles as you don't know where 3 of your members are. And since I don't hear you bragging about beating the exercise, I'm going to assume that you don't have the bomb. 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏's words were like getting an entire bucket of cold water dumped onto him. Turning his back to the slowly growing forest fire, Bakugo began to panic. She was right. The damned extra was right. No one knew where in this entire zone the bomb was, nor did they have a clue. And time was running out. You're useless, Bakugo said after a moment. It was your job to look for the bomb in case Ponytail was wrong. You were wrong too, prick, spat the punk girl, her words another slap in the face to Bakugo. One of the locations we decided to check was on your recommendation, so don't blame 𝗂𝗧𝗏. And your not so little explosion is the reason I can't continue looking for the bomb. My ears are still ringing. So how about ... you ... The girl's words trailed off for a moment. What? Asked Bakugo after a moment. Damn it, don't tell me they caught your worthless asses as well. No, said 𝗔𝗫𝗧𝗏, her voice softer now. She sounded, well, confused. It's a house. There is a nice house in the middle of the zone. At that moment, a tree fell right behind Bakugo as his red eyes widened. And to the woods part finale chapter text we're back. Grunted Kirishima, moving slowly into the main hero base along with the rest of his team. The hardening hero was down to only one good arm right now, which was being used to carry the oval-eyed team that had managed to create that air barrier over his shoulder. His other arm, however, was not in good shape. Despite hardening it, the backlash from a full-powered one-for-all punch was simply too great for him to handle completely. His arm hung limply at his side, colored a shape of purple that made the rest of his team shift their gaze whenever they looked at it, as well as having several cuts that had long since dried. Honestly, he was grateful that there was a great healer still at this school, or else his recovery might have put him back by years. If the arm could be saved, that is. As for the rest of his team, they were in better shape, though that wasn't saying much. Uraraka limped as she carried a now weightless and captured Mushroom Girl, the anti-gravity girl's leg having been sprained in the impact. Thankfully, Uraraka wasn't too angry about what happened when she looked at what the alternative would have been. Mina had it a bit better. The back of her costume ripped as well as caked in dried blood from the several large gashes she had acquired. That didn't stop her from carrying the last girl they captured, who was also bound in the capture tape. As for Sato, he seemed to have taken it the worst as he limped along using a stick he had found to help keep his balance. Out of everyone, he had needed the most breaks to get here to clear his lungs. 𝗂𝗧𝗏 grimaced as they approached, taking in their condition. However, that didn't last long as she tried to put on a brave face for them all. Thank you, she said, reaching out her arms in a carrying position. Kirishima saw the gesture and accepted, handing over the teen he was carrying. A moment later, Kaminari showed up to help as he walked over to the two unconscious girls with Minter right at his heels. Unfortunately for them, 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐳 noticed this before promptly handing over the air barrier teen to them. She then gestured to the prisoner bus, eyes narrowing as she did so to tell them to get moving. "Have they been a handful?" asked Kirishima as the pair began walking towards the bus with their heads lowered. "That's putting it mildly," commented 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐳 in a sour tone. "All they have done is comment on which of the 1B girls looks the cutest, which ones they want to see in a swimsuit, and arguing about their measurements." The rich girl then let out a sigh before taking the girl Uraraka was carrying. "I got her." A few minutes later, all the villains found themselves in the prison bus. The 3 new captures were placed on the bench across from, according to the report they had received from 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐳, the disguised Toga. He continued to spout off things like how they were making a mistake, how he was the real Todoroki, and so forth. "She's not dropping the act," said 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐳 after Kirishima brought it up, closing the door as she did so. "I believe she assumes that, if she keeps acting like this, we'll eventually drop our guard enough to free her." "That's dedication," replied Kirishima, giving a bus a quick glance. "I wonder how long she can keep up her transformation." "Who knows," said Kaminari, pulling out a piece of candy from his pocket. With a flick of his thumb, the sugary piece went soaring above while the teen pulled back his head and opened his mouth. The treat then landed right into his mouth, which closed instantly as he began to chew. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 had managed to get that little piece of intel off Midoriya. Would have made things a lot easier for us. "Oh, sorry. Did either of you want a piece?" "No thanks," Kirishima replied, waving his good hand at the offered candy as there were only 2 pieces left. 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐳 mirrored his action, though there was a slight look of disgust on her face, mainly because the candy had been sitting in the teen's pocket. Though, speaking of 𝗵𝗲, has anyone heard back from him or his team yet? "No," sighed 𝐎𝐻𝗼𝗳, her shoulders slumping as she spoke. "I've been trying to reach his team for a while now and still nothing. I was going to ask Shoji if he wouldn't mind checking out the area with your team acting as backup. However, with your team in this state." As her words trailed off, Kirishima couldn't help but wince as he looked over at his team. Uraraka was helping to disinfect Ishido's wounds and apply some bandages to them with what little medical supplies they had left. As for Uraraka, she could still move about somewhat okay, but she would need an actual nurse or doctor to look after her. The same went for Sato. "I can go," said Ishido, standing up and wincing. "One's better than none." 𝐎𝐻𝗼𝗳 shook her head. "It's too dangerous," she said before raising a hand to silence the protests that were already forming. "In an ideal situation, I would agree with you, Ishido, that sending you and Shoji to scout out the area would be to our benefit. However, we are far from anything that could be considered an ideal situation as our class is spread thin. Todoroki, Takaomi, or Ida are currently me along with the entirety of Team B. As for your team, most of you aren't in the best shape. If this house is the real villain stronghold, then it stands to reason that that's where they are keeping our classmates. We should scope out the stronghold, plan an attack once we identify who we are dealing with, and then launch an attack with the dual purpose of freeing our fellow classmates while also looking for the bomb. Time is not on our side, which is all the more reason why we should have only a couple of people looking in the area Tsu's team was in," stated Ishido firmly, rising to her feet. "What if the bomb is there and that house is a distraction or something?" "She's got a point," said Kirishima as he looked over to the heiress. "If we're wrong about the house, then there's a good chance that we won't have enough time to continue the search. Heck, depending on what happens, we might not be able to continue looking. Never mind the fact that we don't exactly know where the B team ended up. We're talking about an entire area of a forest that we'll have to search on limited time." Kirishima stopped as he watched Momo biting her thumb, her expression subdued as she tried to think. As she did, Kirishima did his best not to bring up the worst truth of them all. There was no guarantee that they would even be able to find the bomb even if it was in either location. As much as he hated admitting it to himself, they had been super unmanly since the USJ. On that day, they had faced what they believed was the darkness that invested the world and stood their ground against it. Even when they were separated from the group, even when that monster known as Namu had beaten Aizawa within an inch of his life, they had managed to come out unscathed when the other teachers arrived. When the sports festival arrived, they thought that it would be their class who stood on every pedestal. And when that didn't happen, there was a silent agreement with the entire class that it was different. Events like the first 2 rounds in a one-on-one tournament were far different from the real thing. Now the hardening hero had to bite back what they had all forgotten in their eagerness to feel special, to feel ready for the world of heroes that they so wanted to be a part of. That simple truth that 1B had done the same thing as them on the exact same day. They had faced fewer villains, 3 weaker versions of the Namu at the USJ, and the leader, but even fighting a weaker version of that thing without All Might there to back them up was impressive. Even more so that they won. And it wasn't because one of them secretly had a quirk that stockpiled power, was the child of a high-ranking pro, or even had some insane ability. It was because their class just worked together better. How about we get Kaminari and 𝗏𝗏 to help us, offered Ishido, still pressing the issue. Her words startled Ieyasu, who then quickly shook her head. Out of the question, she said. Mina opened her mouth to argue, but the heiress cut her off. Yes, those two would be a big help, but we would be leaving our injured here alone. If the villains caught wind of it, they could easily free all the people we capture, including Toga. If she breaks free, then we're right back to questioning if we are talking to the real person. That would create confusion and distrust. We can't have that. Not this late in the exercise. The raven-haired girl then let out a sigh. But the point has been made. Both you and Shoji are to begin searching the area Team B went to. Do your best to avoid engaging the enemy and contact us as soon as you spot anything important. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Sato will remain here to help guard the base. The rest of us will have to head towards the house, myself included. Out of all the things I expected to see today, this wasn't one of them, whispered Gyro to Koda. The pair were hiding in the bushes right in front of the clearing where the house was located. Laughter could be heard as the two 1B students, dressed in casual attire, walked into view. The vine-haired girl walked in front of some dude wearing a bandana, laughing as she seemed to twirl around. The other teen, whose face looked wet and with some seaweed in his hair, just grumbled as he carried a bucket. Koda just nodded, his eyes glancing around for birds. Unfortunately, they were still absent. There was no telling how long it would be till they or any other animals returned after Bakugo's explosion. Just thinking about the blonde idiot made Gyro clench her teeth, but only for a moment as she released a sigh filled with her frustrations. She was royally pissed at him and had given him a small taste of what she was feeling. And while she could go on a mental rant over the course of her entire life about how badly his actions had fucked them over, she was not going to do that. Right now, they needed to keep their heads in the game. After they were done, all bets were off. The problem right now was that both she and Koda were basically quirkless. Gyro's ears still had a ringing to them, which was annoying but manageable for the moment. At the very least, she could still hear like a normal person. The problem was that whenever she tried using her quirk, the ringing increased 1,000-fold, causing her to cry out as she got a massive headache. Something was wrong with her jacks, no doubt caused when the vibrations of Bakugo's explosion ran into them as she listened for the villain. As for Kita, well, you kind of need animals around to talk to them. Yet it was a little strange that none of them had returned, not even the birds. She had tried asking him to talk to the bugs, but the silent teen just freaked out. Just then, footsteps could be heard racing towards them. Gyro turned around in time to see the newest bane of her existence arriving, Bakugo. One of his grenade gauntlets was missing, the rest of his costume looking like he had gotten into a nasty fight with a living storm. What the fuck is all this? Seethed Bakugo, having enough sense to not go blindly charging in at the moment. Possibly because he had just moved across almost half of the entire forest and fought the villains all with little to no breaks. This was nothing more than him realizing he needed a moment to catch his breath, which was perfectly fine for Gyro. It's like you see it, said Gyro as she glanced over at the building. The 1B couple were now entering the house, looking awkward as if they didn't know if they should kiss or not as they did so. A moment later, they saw movement inside. Why the fuck didn't we find out about this place sooner? Growled Bakugo, looking ready to lunge forward. Because it's a big forest, snapped Gyro, shooting a glare at her blonde classmate. It takes time to search, even more so when we have to be on the lookout for villains while staying together. Unless, of course, you wanted us to end up like your team. Gyro barely held back a smirk as she noted the agitated look on Bakugo's face before he looked away. She knew it was the best she would ever get to him admitting that she had a point. And, yeah, she was going to take it. Several minutes passed before two more people showed up. Ieyasu and Kirishima. However, their arrival didn't make Gyro feel any better. Kirishima was down one good arm while Ieyasu looked like she had lost some weight. Is this really all we have left? She asked, mentally going over the roster in her head. I'm afraid so, said Momo with a heavy sigh. At the very least, we managed to capture a few of their members and are being guarded as we speak. Just give me a minute, growled Bakugo as he pulled out a small canteen from his belt. Once I catch my breath, I'll be ready to take them all on. The teen then began to chug the water as quickly as he could. Are you sure about that, Baku bro? Asked Kirishima, giving his friend a questioning look. We have no idea how many people are in there. Does it matter? Spat Bakugo, glaring at them. We know there are two in there, Vine Bitch and Bandana Brains. If there are more, then who gives a fuck? We have a job to murder all of them and get our hands on the damned bomb. So if there are more in there, then we just have to kill them as well. Ieyasu let out a sigh, rubbing her temples as she did so. I really hate the way you talk 99% of the time. However, you have a point. Let's use this time to scope out the area and see if we can find all access points. Hopefully, we can take them unawares. Damn it all too, began Oase as he toweled off in the kitchen. As he tried his face, he mentally continued his curse at the fish that had done this to him. It was completely unfair. He had caught the damn thing fair and square, only to have it slap him with its tail the moment he unhooked it before they both fell into the water. Okay, his face fell into the water, but the point still remains. What was worse was that fish was supposed to be their meal. He was going to be looking like the big, tough, reliable guy here and catch them dinner. Instead, he looked like a fool in front of 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Wait, weren't a bunch of heroes watching them as well? God damn it. He looked like a fool in front of them too. Which was worse, looking like a fool in front of a single girl who he would have to spend the next couple of years with, or a group of heroes he might never see again. 𝗬𝗧, called 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from the living room. Yeah, what is it? The bandana-loving teen asked as he entered the room. There he spotted his classmate and pretend wife, pulling back the curtain slightly as she looked out the window. Is something wrong? I don't know, she said, looking back at him. But I think there are several heroes hiding in the bushes staring at our house, and they're not really doing a good job at being sneaky. Meanwhile, back at the hero base, 𝗵𝗲 couldn't contain his own drool as he stared at the sight before him. Across from the small camp was 𝗬𝗧𝗏, lying on her back and seeming to stare up at the sky. Though, even from this distance, he knew her eyes were closed. She looked so perfect in this moment, wearing that skin-tight outfit that showed off every curve all while being perfectly vulnerable. Oh, if only there were a few less witnesses, then he would happily bounce over to her and snuggle his head between her melons while keeping her bound to the forest floor with his sticky balls. She sure is a cutie, isn't she? Asked Kaminari. 𝗵𝗲 looked up to the one person who had joined him on more than one occasion to go girl watch as well as plot a few schemes to see them in more revealing attire. At the moment, Kaminari was eyeing 𝗬𝗧𝗏 with a slight blush on his face. Under his arm, he carried the tablet that 𝐒𝐬𝐬razu had left as she didn't want to have to carry it and worry about it while fighting the villains. Yeah, she is, agreed the smaller of the two. It's a shame she hangs around that stick in the mud Ida all the time. Bet the dude doesn't even realize that he has a hottie like her practically hanging off him. A slight grin appeared on 𝗵𝗲's face as he moved a little closer to his friend to speak in a low whisper. Though I did hear something interesting. Apparently, she's pretty poor. Makes you wonder if she's just hanging around him for the cash. If she is, well, I bet I could slip her some bills for some fun, if you know what I mean. At that, Kaminari's blush vanished as he turned to look at 𝗵𝗲 with shock. Dude, not cool, he said firmly. Not cool at all. Whoa, cried 𝗵𝗲 as he stumbled back, his eyes fixed at the electric teen. Come on man, I wasn't completely serious about that. Just talk. But it does make you wonder. I mean, she barely even responded when you asked her out on a date. Why go for someone who is all about the rules? Wouldn't know fun unless he looked it up in the dictionary, when she could have gone out with someone like you. 𝗵𝗲 had hoped that his slight flattery would help ease the tension. Or, at the very least, bringing back the old wounds that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 had inflicted on Kaminari would be enough to charge the target of his ire. However, the lesser-class pervert just sighed at him before turning to look at 𝗬𝗧𝗏 again. If you ever want to be with a girl, there are some things you should never say, even when you think they aren't listening, said Kaminari in an almost sage-like tone. Besides, you're wrong about her liking Ida. She doesn't have a girl-in-love vibe going on. You can tell they're just friends. Alright, said 𝗵𝗲, a little weirded out by what his friend just said. But, as he thought about it and picked up on the most important piece of information that he cared about, the teen grew excited. That means she's still on the market. Oh, it also means that harem quirk guy from 1B hasn't snatched her up yet. Good news for you and me. Seriously. That guy is snatching up girls left and right. Like that smoking hot girl with the orange hair. You know, the one with the nice rack. Not as good as 𝗬𝗬razu's, but then again who else in our year does? Plus with those nice tones legs and shapely rear. It's a waste for her to have eyes only for the most bland-looking guy there. Then there's that shape-changing chick that's always hanging off him. Can you imagine the possibilities? She can turn into any girl she wants in order to spice up their alone time. And don't get me started on that transfer student from the States. Pony is a cutie, said Kaminari, his voice sounding a little distant. Oh, is that her? Began 𝗵𝗲, only to stop as he looked up at his friend. Kaminari now had both hands on the teen's face, a massive blush that was quickly spreading across his cheeks. Then there was his face. The smile was way off from Kaminari's normally dopey grin or confident smirk. Something about the way the teen's lips curled upwards, mouth open to show off his teeth gave it an unnatural appearance. Then there were the eyes. She's just so adorable with all that energy, continued Kaminari. Not to mention that she's clearly a girl in love. Same as Kendo. But they're both too worried about hurting the other's feelings to actually make a move on the person they love. Not that I blame them. I love him so very, very much too. 𝗵𝗲 felt like turning to stone at that moment, his perverted brain unable to function now that he heard this. Did Kaminari just come out in front of him? No, wait. He was also talking about girls, so does that mean he's admitting to being bisexual? See, could the harem quirk really do that? Oh, I certainly don't want to be left behind again, continued Kaminari. I want to feel my Izuku wrapping his arms around me, telling me that I'm just perfect the way that I am. Nor do I want any of the others to be left behind. I want us all to experience the wonders of love as we cuddle with each other. To be together, all of us. Dude, are you? Began 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, his brain still trying to process this when, all of a sudden, the tablet made a beeping noise. Still smiling that creepy smile, Kaminari looked down at it. He paused for a moment before glancing over at the smaller teen before then swiping at something on the screen. A half-second later, Ashido's voice came over the earpiece. It sounded like she had been talking for a while now. Wait, why didn't they hear anything before? Did Kaminari change the settings on the earpieces when they weren't looking? I repeat, we have a major problem, cried Ashido as something crashed behind her. The forest over here is on fire. I repeat, the forest is on fire. It's still a ways away from us, but the smoke cloud is huge. You can probably see it from where you are. If we don't find Tsu and the others, they might get caught. Why aren't the teachers putting it out? Oh, this is bad. Wait, there's something in the distance. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳, if you are hearing this, we found another building with signs in front of it, telling us this is a trap. What is going? Wait, Shoji heard something. It's coming at us from 𝐾AMINARI. Why are you running through the forest naked? Trembling, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 turned to look at the person standing next to him only to find that Kaminari's face was right in front of him. Still smiling that creepy smile, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's legs began to tremble. The control of his bladder forfeited as he began to piece together the horrifying truth. Then, as Kaminari brought a finger to his lips, part of his face began to melt away in a very familiar manner. SHH was the only sound Toga made before 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 passed out in fear. There you go, said Toga as tossed 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, now bound in capture tape, into the prison bus by the diaper. The small, grape-themed hero sailed past an equally bound Uraraka and Sato only to then land headfirst onto the bench before rolling onto the floor. Across from them was Todoroki, who seemed to be dividing his dirty glares between Toga and his classmates. A sight that just made Toga grin even more as she stood there with Komori, Tsuburaba, and Kodai standing behind her. Please enjoy your stay. With that, Toga slammed the door shut before locking it, making extra sure that it was louder than normal for the added effect. A sense of giddiness bubbled in the blonde's stomach as she turned, almost twirling around, as she made her way into the camp. Izuku's plan had worked perfectly. Once they knew about the ear devices, it was a simple matter to use it as well as the information Izuku had let slip to the heroes for their advantage. Because of this, they were able to slip Toga behind the enemy lines without them suspecting her. Sure, she had to dislocate her shoulder to help sell the act and take out a fried earpiece from that idiot's ear. But it was worth it to be the rescue for anyone who got caught. And now, with time running out, there was little chance that the others would capture them. Oh, and that guy Kaminari being naked? Izuku had requested that they make sure their defeats were as humiliating as possible while doing their best not to overdo it. And that's exactly what Toga did while getting in a little laugh. As she walked across the camp, the rest of her classmates were at work making sure that the hero's humiliation was complete. Komori and Tsuburaba were gathering up everything they could while Kodai shrunk it for easier travel. Soon, the heroes would have nothing left save the bus. Kaminari, patch me through to Ashido and Shoji, came 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝗎𝗄's voice in Toga's ear. The vampire girl grinned, listening to the slight panic in her voice. We spotted smoke rising from the tree line. There's a lot of it. I want to make sure they are safe or if they manage to find. I'm sorry, said Toga, answering the call in her normal voice as she began to access a file from the cloud from 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝗎's tablet. But the number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please hang up or stay on the line for the next representative. With that done, Toga hit play. All at once, every earpiece was blasted with music. It's gabbing time, came a choir of children's voices, making Toga feel nostalgic. Setting the tablet on the ground, she began to move her hands around in the air as if she were conducting an orchestra. In the corner of some country there is a dragon who loves boobies. He strolls around searching for booties on sunny days. Dragon, booby dragon, squish squash, sucking, puff puff. There are many varieties of boobies, but I love the big ones most. Booby dragon is flying today. 2 in the corner of some country, booby-loving dragon was smiling even on a stormy day. Pushing boobies cheers him up. Dragon, booby dragon, push, touch, stop it. I have seen so many boobies, but I love the big ones the most. Booby dragon presses boobies today. 2 on some sandy beach, booby-loving dragon was exciting. Many boobies at the summer beach. It's full of dreams. Dragon, booby dragon, bam, bouncy bounce. Boobies in swimsuits are great, but I love the big ones the most. Booby dragon is going today. 2 He saw one booby cleavage. Booby loving dragon fell in love. Princess switches. Boobies are very nice. Dragon, booby dragon, squishing, touching, bouncy bounce. There are many varieties of boobies, but I love Princess Switch. Booby dragon is sleeping today. There are many varieties of boobies, but I really love Princess Switch. Booby loving dragon is going to be flying tomorrow. 2 that take me back, said Toga as the song began to repeat. Toga, what was that? Tsuburaba almost yelled, a massive blush on his face. Behind him, Kodai's normally stoic expression was hinted with red while Komori hid her face behind her hands. "Oh, nothing much," replied Toga as she looked around the area that used to her the hero's sight, now devoid of everything but the bus. "Just a song that my grandfather and aunts used to sing to me when I was little. You know, like a lullaby or just to make me feel better when I was feeling really sad." For a moment, all three 1B students stared at her with blank expressions on their faces. As Toga began to skip away, earpiece still in her ear so she could listen to the song, they all had one thought as they followed her. This explains so much, yet raises so many more questions. What the fuck is this?" yelled Bakugo, tossing his earpiece to the ground before stomping on it in order to get rid of the perverted yet somehow childish tune that was playing. "What should we do?" asked Kirishima, looking to Ieyasu along with Gyro and Koda. However, what they saw was not reassuring. Ieyasu had fallen onto her hands and knees, staring unblinkingly at the ground as the music continued to play in her ear like some form of demented mockery. She hadn't predicted that the villains would take this opportunity to rescue their people. But how did they do it? Why didn't anyone at the base camp sound the alarm? Had they been hit so fast that they had been unable to do so? What happened to the people they left back at the base? Were they captured and being dragged somewhere? Should she send someone to go over there and check on them? However, these thoughts then gave way to new fears and concerns. The communication system they had agreed to use rather than the one the school had provided was compromised. How did they discover it? No, that wasn't the issue. If that had been compromised, then it meant that, even if they used the school-provided communicators, then there was a chance that the villains could be listening in. Or would Ishido and Shoji not listen to them? Just then, a new pit of dread formed in Momo's gut as she realized just how bad the situation was. Toga was free now. The wild card of 1B, the shapeshifter, could be anywhere. She could walk up to them at any moment and they might never know. Even if she didn't, none of the heroes would be able to trust if the person they were talking to, either in person or on the radio, was who they said they were. Trust was gone. No, wait. She could trust the people besides her. Right. But still, what should she do? They were 5 tired heroes at the end of their ropes going up against 21 villains who could appear from anywhere. The situation could not be more dire. No, she had to think. They were running out of time. She needed to plan their next move. If only she hadn't gone all out at the beginning, then maybe they could screw this, yelled Bakugo. Despite the shouting of everyone else, telling him to wait, the explosive teen launched himself towards the front door of the house. Without wasting another moment, he kicked down the door, causing screams to arise from inside the house. "Hey, what are you doing?" demanded the 1B boy wearing a bandana. "This is private property. You can't just come in here without." The teen got no further as Bakugo launched a right hook right into his jaw. The teen fell to the ground as the vine-haired girl began to scream for help, crying out for another hero to show up and save them or even the police. When Momo and the others arrived inside, she looked at them expectantly and with hope in her eyes for some reason. But that hope died when she saw that they weren't here to help. "Everyone, search out and find the bomb," said Ieyasu. "Bomb," echoed the boy on the ground, a hand on his cheek as the other moved out. Bakugo raced upstairs while Kirishima went to check the basement. As for Gyro, she began to check the main floor of the building while Koda remained behind with Momo. "What bomb? What are you?" Several loud crashes interrupted the villain, followed by Bakugo's screams of rage. Before anyone could say anything else, a loud explosion rocked the building. "Our home," cried the vine-haired girl. At that, Ieyasu turned to look at the two, wondering what was going on here. They were supposed to be playing villains, not civilians. Why weren't they fighting back, even to defend themselves? So what was their angle here? Before Ieyasu could think about the matter any further, Bakugo rocketed down the stairs, almost literally, as he used his explosions to help speed up the process. When he landed on the ground, everyone could hear several loud thuds coming from upstairs, most likely items that had been on their last leg to remain standing after Bakugo lost his temper. "Where is it?" screamed Bakugo as he began to attack the wall itself. A loud explosion destroyed several of the clearly fabricated pictures on the wall, either shattering them on the spot with the explosion or sending them falling to the ground, all in an effort to create a hole that he could look through. As he created another one, Ieyasu ignored the shouting from the two villains who had, for some reason, remained on the floor holding each other to stare at her classmate. Bakugo was looking. Panicked, frantic. "Bakugo, stop," complained Gyro as she entered the room, clutching the side of her head. Blood was coming down her face, nearly causing Momo's heart to stop. She was about to ask what had happened, if Gyro had gotten attacked by a hidden villain or had fallen victim to some trap. However, those thoughts died quickly as she realized that Gyro would have called out in either situation. That, as well as the look she was giving Bakugo, who just screamed as he blasted another section of the wall, knocking down a cross which caused the vine-haired girl to faint. "Shut up," screamed Bakugo as he raced into the kitchen, destroying everything in a frenzy. By the time the fridge had been tossed across the room, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 tentatively returned to deliver some more bad news. "No bomb down there," he said, glancing over at his best friend worriedly. "Guys, I think we have the wrong place." "It has to be here," said 𝐒𝐻𝗎𝗄, glancing over at the still injured 𝗔𝗪𝗎. Her hands shook, trying her best to create some bandages, yet her thoughts yet getting in the way. They couldn't fail, not after so many of them had gotten hurt just to reach this point. There had to be something she was overlooking. Was the bomb buried in the garden? She had seen it in the patch of land when they were scouting the place. Was it in the lake? Was there a secret room in the basement that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 missed? There had to be something. They had no other leads. "No!" screamed Bakugo as he stormed into the room again, his angry eyes locking onto the bandana teen. 𝗧𝗎𝗎 saw the look in his eyes, quickly understanding what he intended to do. But as she moved to stop him, Bakugo pushed her to the side as he made his way to the 1B. Growling, he grabbed the teen by the jacket to lift him up. "Where is the bomb?" I don't know what you're talking about," said the teen, nervous as he too knew what was coming and clearly wasn't looking forward to it. "Wrong answer," roared Bakugo, slamming an open palm right into the teen's gut, followed instantly by a small explosion. The captured villain screamed, blood shooting from his mouth as Momo looked down at where the blast had landed. It was clear that Bakugo had held back. But for all it was worth, it meant little. The jacket had a large hole in it that was still smoldering, while the teen's chest looked badly burned. And that was only the damages that she could see. Bones could be broken, or there could be other internal damages. "Baku bro, that's going," began 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but stopped when Bakugo threw the villain onto the floor. What followed were a series of punches that rained down on the bandana teen's face. For the life of her, Momo knew that the sounds of fists hitting flesh while the other teen cried out would haunt her nightmares for years to come. As she stood there, hands covering her mouth, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 moved to stop this madness. However, what happened next was something that no one expected. The moment 𝗧𝗵𝗲 placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulders, the ashen blonde turned swiftly, palm extended, to send a point-blank explosion right into the redhead's face. Unable to fully harden in time, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 cried out as he stumbled backwards until his back collided with the wall. "I won't lose," yelled Bakugo as he turned back the villain on the floor to resume raining plows on his face. "Not again. Not to fucking Deku again. So tell me where the bomb is or else you're dead." As the villain tried to say something, blood coming out of his mouth as his words bubbled out, 𝗧𝗎𝗎𝗎 moved to stop this insanity, to tell Bakugo that he was going too far and that he was going to kill someone. But she stopped when she noticed something out the window. A large plume of smoke rising from the trees as well as fire. The forest they were in was on fire. Villain forgotten, her thoughts turned to all the people who she had sent out there. People who were still out there in harm's way. This had gone on long enough. The bomb had to be here. She had to end this exercise now. So with that in mind, 𝗧𝗎𝗎𝗎 raced outside while pulling out the flare gun. Without giving it another thought, she fired it into the air to signal the police to arrive and end the exercise. Well, I must say that I'm impressed by the heroes," said Death-Arms, both Mount Lady and Kamui Wood standing behind them as they gazed at the gathered classes before them. It had been about 10 minutes or so since the end of the exercise, the voice of Present Mike being blasted on the speaker systems to inform everyone that the exercise was over and to gather at the entrance. Drones had been sent out to put out the flames that had nearly covered almost half of the zone. Thankfully, the school had specialists they could call to repair all the damages. "Really?" asked Kaminari, drawing the attention of the pro hero. Kaminari stood with the rest of his class on the right side of the entrance to training ground Omega, with their teacher standing begrudgingly behind them. Since the teen hadn't been able to return and find his costume, he was now wrapped up in a heavy blanket which hid the scrapes he had received running nude through the forest, as well as the beginnings of a rash brought on by some of the poisonous plants. Still, despite all of that, there was still some degree of hope in his eyes. Death-Arms didn't answer right away, instead glancing around at the rest of the teen's class to see if they shared his hopefulness. One of them was Monoma, who, despite still being half covered in glue, seemed to grow a smug expression on his face. Minta looked at them with wide, hopeful eyes that seemed to ignore that his diaper was now a bright yellow. Then there was 𝗧𝗎𝗎𝗎 who, while not as optimistic as the rest, had brought her hands together as if praying for the best possible outcome. As for the rest, well, not so much hope. Asui, Ajiro, and Siro were just barely paying attention to them as they continued to remove the glue that still clung to their bodies, while Aoyama just looked down at the ground. Takoyami was rubbing the makeup off his face, put there by Pony along with the assistance of Dark Shadow. Hiraraka was giving the pros a dubious look while Sato was glancing away. Gyro, whose ear had been patched up, was busy patting the back of Kota to reassure him that everything would be okay. Ashido had a scowl on her face while Shoji just stood there looking impassive. As for Kirishima, the boy had a crestfallen expression on his face. Hagakure, well, they couldn't see her, and she had been somehow overlooked during the entire exam. But seeing as how her shoes and gloves remained still, they figured she wasn't pleased with how this went either. Then there were those three. Ida stood there, fists and teeth clenched as his face took on a look of fury. Todoroki stood off to the side, away from his classmates to give them the cold shoulder. And finally, Bakugo. Oh, Bakugo looked ready to pounce at Ieyasu for not letting him win on his terms, for signaling they had found the bomb when in fact none of them had ever laid eyes on it, for not letting him crush every villain they came across, for not murdering someone called Deku. Those three were the ones who were the least pleased. Oh yes, continued 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏. You all did in a single day what few have ever accomplished. Not only are your hero careers over, but you will all be sued to the point where your grandchildren will have to keep paying. All of you have utterly failed. What? Cried out Kaminari as he began looking around, noticing to his horror that the rest of the class was growing pale by this news. Clearly, they had not expected it to be that bad. As Wana took that in, 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 turned to look at the villains who stood opposite of the heroes with their teacher standing behind them. Vlad King had his arms folded across his chest, eyes closed and not saying a word. Though, if you looked close enough, you could see the faintest of smiles on his face. As for the man's class, they were, for the most part, unharmed. 𝐴𝐽𝐽 was still getting tended to by Asia, the school nurse bathing him in green light as his wounds mended. Said nurse had a frown on her face, clearly unhappy with the extent of the teen's injuries. However, despite the pain he was in, 𝐴𝐽𝐽 seemed pleased by this news, shooting a thumbs up to the green-haired kid who thought up this insane plan. As for the rest, well, they also looked very pleased with themselves. Sir, doesn't that seem a little extreme? Asked a very shaken Ieyasu. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 glanced in her direction, seeing her arms and legs shaking as she spoke. I can understand our rankings as pros taking a hit if we had failed to secure the bomb. But we did manage to capture at least two of the 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 raised his hand to silence her. No, you didn't, he said. At least, not in the eyes of the police and the public. You broke into a house that was legally allowed to be there, doing so without a warrant, committed an unlawful search of the premises, and then assaulted 𝗃𝗏𝗏 and his wife after destroying their private property. All of this was captured on home security. And, even after a careful search of the premises, there was no trace of a bomb. But sir, that's not fair, said 𝐒𝐻𝐿, waving her gloves around. They were supposed to be playing the villains. We were never told that they could also play the part of civilians. That is true, they were villains, admitted 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏. Or, to be more specific, they were villains acting like innocent civilians. But, let me ask you this, how are you going to prove it? All we have is your say-so without any evidence to back up your claim. Now, compare that to what the police will find when they arrive. Doors broken down without a warrant, house destroyed by explosions caused by one of the heroes, a man almost beaten within an inch of his life, and all of this caught on home security camera. Now, who do you think they are going to believe? 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 paused as he watched the students take all this in. Now, for the sake of the exercise, the police will still assist in searching for the bomb in the location where you fired the flare at. But, once they find nothing, it's the end for you. That was a part of the villain's plan. But there was no way we could have known that, argued Ishido. Which is why the teachers put in an additional clause when the villains submitted their plan for approval, said Kamuy stiffly. As long as you captured one villain, there was a chance that they would flip. The more the better. So, while you still would have been hit with a number of charges and your careers would become non-existent, being sued by the villains for everything you all have wouldn't have been on the table. Some of the students looked ready to argue, but a sigh from Mount Lady followed by a bored look silenced them. The simple fact of the matter is that the villains made you all look like fools, she stated, barely even looking at them at this point. Even without the assault on civilians, very few of you walked away from this in a positive light. Several of you were captured and left where anyone could see. Tell me, how do you think the public will react when they find out that an entire team of heroes was left in a bunker glued to the ceiling and acting like they were high? Or when we find another group of heroes tied up in the police bus that they brought? Or how one of you was left in the forest, running around naked for so long? I'll be frank, if this were the real deal, the Safety Commission would have had all your licenses revoked before the full report landed on their desk. To make matters worse, you never did figure out where the bomb was being hidden, meaning the villains can use that spot again if they so desired. But there was no way we could have searched the entire begun Ieyasu only to be cut off by a glare from the eldest hero there. You would have been much closer to finding the bomb if you had bothered to look at permits, snapped the pro hero. If any suitable structure was going to be made, the villains were required to fill out the paperwork. Even if they moved it to a slightly different location, you would have had more ideas on what you were looking for. Holding a vote was stupid. You lost nothing by checking and had everything to gain. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 then narrowed his eyes further as he approached Ieyasu, his size intimidating her for a moment. But that wasn't the only mistake you made. Those little earpieces. But you thought you were being very clever by relying on them. But the villains were prepared. They had one of their members watching all of you the second you walked into the forest. Your little leg up would have worked better if you hadn't done it out in the open. Instead, you gave away the entire plan to protect yourself from a shapeshifter. Furthermore, your entire approach to it was sloppy. You should have had a plan set up well before this along with planned check-ins to keep everyone informed. We understand why you did that, continued 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐴, watching the girl who looked like her entire self-worth was being crushed. Yet the hero continued, knowing that she needed to hear where her plan went wrong. You were worried about Toga, which is fine. But there are better, simpler ways of preventing her from infiltrating your group without waiting for your quirk's usage. The buddy system for one would have been a good idea, along with using code words or just questioning them on things only your class would know. Putting all your eggs in technology was bound to fail, especially if they checked the bodies of those they captured. He then coughed into his fist. Also, the cannons were a bad idea. You went all in from the start, using up so many lipids that it hindered you when they needed you the most. But she isn't the only one you really messed up, barked 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. There are several of you who really cost you this exercise. 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏. While the rest of your team is partially to blame for their compliance, you were the one who brought up the idea of radio silence once you found the bunker. Had you not allowed your ego to take over, you would have reported it to the rest of the class. Then, they would have at least known where you were or had an idea of what to expect. Perhaps there would have been few reasons to split off the group. Fucking useless copycat, stated Bakugo under his breath, though not quite enough so that all the heroes present couldn't hear him. Oh, don't get us started on you, boy, growled 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏s as he walked over to poke the smaller teen in the chest. If there was anyone who had the right to look down at their classmate, it certainly isn't you. Going off on your own into a forest full of villains, who cares? Yelled Bakugo right into the hero's face. Those extras were only slowing me down anyway. Besides, I'm one of the few people here who didn't get beaten to shit like some worthless psychic. I was the winner when I fought those two villains. I was the one left standing in the end with them murdered. Is that what you'll write in your report? Do you think that will save you? Demanded 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. At the sight of Bakugo's smirk, the hero laid down the facts. Then congratulations, you really are above the rest of the class, because not only are you being charged with assault, but potential murder as well as setting fire to the forest without putting it out. Oh, and if any heroes would have died before they could be saved, you would have taken the blame for that as well. All color drained from Bakugo as the facts were laid on him. What? But they were villains, he whispered. And before they are villains, they are human beings with rights, stated 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. There are situations when a hero will have to take a life. But, on the whole, that is a line best to be avoided. We are charged with capturing villains, not being their judge, jury, and executioner. Once you put that in the file, the police will begin searching for the bodies. However, with the amount of destruction you created, finding any trace of them might be impossible. If they are presumed dead, then that means that the villains that you failed to defeat and escaped are basically free to live normal lives. I can only the smug looks of satisfaction they'll have when they learn about who a dozen environmental agencies are taking you to court for the damages you caused, as well as any families who lost loved ones caught in the fire. Not to mention the two villains in that house. Trust me, by the time they are done with you, you will wish they had left you as some washed-up, delisted hero working out of their parents' home and hooked on trigger. That life will be heaven compared to the hell that you're currently in. As for the rest of your team, they did very little to impress, sighed 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. You all followed this hothead lead, going off on your own. Though, at least one of you tried to voice out a complaint, and 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 was the first to turn around to help Kaminari. It shouldn't have happened in the first place though. I understand and shall seek to do better, said 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. At that, 𝗵𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 nodded. Then there was you, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, said 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as he turned to look at the turbo teen. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had his head down, not daring to look at the man who was now approaching him. Even though you said that you should stay together, you still choose to go off on your own. A very poor move considering that the terrain was not the best match for your quirk. What's more, you allowed yourself to get lost. A situation that could have easily been rectified if you just accepted help. All in all, you made it easier for the villains to capture you. You need to start thinking with a clearer head, or else you'll end up in a bad situation one day. Then there's Todoroki, finished 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, turning to look at the son of the number 2 hero in Japan. Like Bakugo, you went in stupidly thinking that you could win all of this on your own. And how did that work out for you? The villains easily exploited a weakness of yours, weakened you, and left you to be captured by your own class. Honestly, from what we saw when you first walked into the forest and what your teacher wrote in your file, it's no surprise that your class was instantly distrustful of you. I doubt if they asked you a question about the goings in your class you would be able to answer it. 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 then shook his head. Frankly speaking, I'm surprised that your father didn't teach you better. You have obvious weaknesses, both physical and only being able to produce ice on one side of your body. That, coupled with your attitude, makes you a failure as a hero. As for the rest of you, said 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, taking note of Todoroki turning to glare at Midoriya but saying nothing. We will be spending the next couple of days writing up some detailed reports on your performances. According to your teacher, they will be emailed to you this weekend along with your grades. Make sure you go over it before you start your internships. Now, moving on to the villains, said 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏s as he approached the 1B students, scratching the top of his head as he did so. You could have just made a couple of those underground bunkers and hid, waiting for the exercise to end while the hero team stumbled around. Instead, you all choose to be proactive and flexible. You played to their fears and paranoia on Toga's quirk. So, not only did you receive a huge payday from selling the bomb, but you also made a killing via lawsuits. Hell yeah, cheered a waste before turning to Midoriya. Dude, that plan of yours was just sick. Sure, I got hurt like a mother. He paused, glancing over at 𝐬𝐴ZAKI, who just glared. What I meant to say is that the pain was worth it in the end. Thanks, said Midoriya, smiling so brightly and happily that a light seemed to shine from him. To be honest, I never expected things to turn out this well. I was a little worried about sending all of you to that cave, but I guess it worked out well in the end. It was amazing, cried Toga. At least now we know that. If this hero thing doesn't work out for you, you'd make a pretty good villain. Just imagine taking on the role of villainous mastermind once more ... for justice. Yeah, team leverage will rise again, added Pony, who was jumping up and down with glee. Guys, began Izuku but stopped, shocking both heroes and teachers as the green-haired teen took up a thinking pose. Mumbling could be heard just under his breath. The only words they were able to hear were not a bad idea. At first, many of the young heroes in training just stared at him with blinking expressions while an image appeared in their minds. Now they saw a darker version of the class cinnamon roll sitting in a fancy, high-back chair that looked several centuries old. His hands, for some reason, were gloved in black leather as he held a glass of wine. As for the rest of his attire, he wore a white button-up shirt with suspenders and dark pants. Around his chair were the three girls he normally hung out with. On one side, in a skimpy red dress, was Toga as she licked blood off a knife. Pony was on the other side of the chair, for some reason looking like a sexy barbarian getting ready to charge. Kendo sat on Midoriya's lap, wearing a darker version of her hero costume with more spikes as she caressed Deku's cheek. As soon as they realized what they were imagining, as well as realizing just how badly his plan had ruined the lives of the hero team, several students from both classes rushed over to stand before the green-haired hero nerd. So lost in thought was said nerd that he didn't realize they were upon him till they were right there. No, Midoriya, please do not consider such a vile lifestyle, cried 𝗧𝗵𝗲, her hands clasped in prayer. Stay in the light, Sir Midoriya. Do not tell me you are considering moving towards such ideals, begged Shishida. Surely you know better than to walk down such a road. Please don't. The world will not survive you being totally evil, shouted Ishido. Villain Bakugo we could handle but not you. As the shouting continued, as well as Bakugo yelling at the pink skin for the insult, Midoriya just stood there as he tried to process what they were saying. What? I was just thinking that Leverage would be a great name if we formed our own hero team, he said. Is there a problem with it? Feeling relief, everyone backed away with nervous smiles saying that the name was fine. However, while the villains did win, there is a slight chance that this backfired on all of you in the long run, continued 𝐒𝐴ZAKI, getting back on topic. What do you mean? Asked Tetsu. I thought we did a great job. You did, and that's sort of the problem, said 𝗵𝐴ZAKI as he looked to his fellow heroes who gave him nods. If this was the real deal, the media would be focusing more on the failures of the heroes. But what we couldn't decide is how many heroes would look at this event and wonder if the villains were a threat to be taken seriously. At least, not objectively. There may be a few higher-rank heroes out there that would come to that conclusion, as well as a few members of the Hero Safety Commission who would be on the lookout for you. But if there will be enough to actually put Leverage on the radar is pretty hard to get a read on. It would be best if that's not the case, leaving all of you as just a random group of villains until the heat dies down. Then you can go back to your villainous plans with no one the wiser. On the other hand, if enough top-ranking people do consider you a threat, Japan will do everything in its power to hunt you down. Best we could agree on was that there was a slight chance that would happen, commented Mount Lady. We'll leave people like Nezu to come up with the percentages. With that, the heroes in training were allowed to head towards the locker room to get cleaned up before they left. Oh God, that was so painful, complained Ishido as the door to the girls' locker room opened. Bent over, arms hanging limply by her sides, the pink-skinned girl stumbled inside, followed by the rest of her female classmates. All of them looked just as mentally and physically exhausted as their normally hyper-pink bundle of joy. A moment later, the rest of the girls from their sister class awkwardly entered as well. Excuse me, said the vine-haired girl as she approached Mina. Ishido, forehead pressed against her locker, turned slightly with tired eyes to look at the girl still in casual attire. The look on the 1B's girl's face was somewhere between nervous and apologetic. I'm not sure we have been properly introduced before. My name is 𝐈𝐴ZAKI. Hey, groaned Mina, doing her best to smile and raise a hand to fist bump 𝗧𝗵𝗲, yet her arms just felt too much like lead at the moment. Nice to meet ya. The name's Mina Ishido. A pleasure, said 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with a light smile. I know this might sound a little rude, given what we all went through, but could you please consider not doing that again? Using the Lord's name in such a way. Mina blinked at that. What? I'm sorry, continued 𝐬𝐭𝐲 before talking at a frantic pace. I'm sorry, I truly am sorry. After everything my class has put you through, having me standing here and making requests on what you can and can't say is probably the last thing you want to hear. However, hearing you use the Lord's name in such a manner is very disrespectful. So, I am merely asking that you consider refraining from your use of such phrases, if that would not be too much of a bother. If not, I will understand and do my best to ignore it. For a solid moment, Mina considered how best to handle the situation. Due to her mind being drained, her immediate thoughts were to tell the girl where to shove it. Thankfully, she didn't say it and continued to think about it. Looking her over, it was clear just how nervous the girl was just by making this request. And, well, Mina knew what it was like when people around her made comments that she didn't like. Sure, she would walk up to them and give them a piece of her mind, but not every girl out there could do it like her. So it took guts. Plus it was such a little thing that really wasn't worth getting into a fight over. Yeah, sure, said Ishido, watching as the expression on Shizaki's face brightened a bit, the sight of which gave Mina a little bit more energy to work with. Now standing a bit straighter, she managed to give a real smile. And don't worry about the exercise. It was nothing personal. I mean, it's not like you wanted to be villains and were the people who decided to make this a good portion of our grade. You were just doing what you had to do. You said it, came a new, cheerier voice before an arm hung itself on Ishido's neck. And, when Mina turned, she realized that it was just an arm. Before the acid girl could cry out, another green-haired girl bumped into her opposite side with a toothy grin. We all got to do what we got to do, so there shouldn't be any hard feelings. Oh, by the way, the name's Setsuna Takage. For the next few minutes, all the girls just relaxed without getting undressed as they exchanged names. With each moment that passed by, whatever tension that had been in the air dissipated to the point where a few of them were exchanging contact information. Once they were done with that, the girls then began to talk about their male classmates by giving their names as well as their physical description. Speaking of the guys, they had mentioned that a few of the wanna boys were refusing to enter their own changing room while 1B was inside. Monoma because, well, he was Monoma who refused to get changed in the presence of inferior heroes in training regardless of the facts. Todoroki seemed to just want to sulk for the moment. And finally, there was Bakugo who looked ready to go on the warpath. I think the only reason that hot-headed little bitch hasn't gone in is because he knows he'll lunge at Midoriya, finished Setsuna, looking everyone there know her feelings on the ashen blonde. Pretty sure even he knows that attacking another student again wouldn't lead to another slap on the wrist, so he just has to stand there, stewing in his own anger. Well, Bakugo didn't think it was such a slap on the wrist, commented Uraraka as she looked up in remembrance while beginning to remove her belt. He missed our first lesson with All Might in picking class reps, but what I don't get is why he did all that. Maybe because he's an egotistical a-hole, suggested Setsuna before turning to look at Kendo and Pony. Hey, you two have known the vice rep the longest. Any ideas? I have ideas, said Kendo as she put her mask into her case. Some of it was confirmed when he attacked Izuku in the cafeteria, but it isn't my place to say. But I'll say this, said Pony with a frown. Izuku told me that they used to go to the same middle school. Back then, Bakugo was a pretty big deal. Used to say that he would be the first and only person in that school to get into the hero school at UA with the highest score ever recorded. Yeah, I think Bakugo screamed something about that during the lunchroom incident, grumbled Gyro. She then turned to look at Kendo with a small smirk on her face. Oh, loved the way you punched him on both occasions. If we ever have a one-on-one combat trail between classes and you get a rematch against him, just know that I'll be cheering you on. Thanks, replied Kendo with a bit of a blush, though it didn't last long as she walked over to Momo. The raven-haired girl had been mostly silent, seeming lost in her own thoughts, though she did look up once the orange-haired girl was standing in front of her with a hand extended. Speaking of rematches, I look forward to when we face your class again on Friday. I know you will only get stronger and give us a greater challenge. I'll make sure that Izuku doesn't do all the planning again. Out of the corner of her eye, Kendo noticed Ishido bringing her hands together and looking like she was silently thanking God with tears in her eyes. Began Yaoyorozu nervously before her expression became a tad more resolved. She then took Kendo's hand and shook it. I agree. We shall endeavor to make sure that we do not have a repeat of today. However, I must insist that you come at us with everything you have, even if it means allowing Midoriya to make up the plans. Nuo, cried Ishido as she fell to her knees, a pair of gloves floating beside her to pant the pink-skinned girl on the back. Well, began Shiozaki, coughing into her fist for a moment as a blush appeared on her face. Hopefully, Midoriya will not see any need for such things as subterfuge. Well, it was not completely unpleasant. I would rather not be stuck on the sidelines a second time playing house. Oh, came Toga's voice as she seemed to appear out of nowhere, half undressed, and placed her hands on the Christian girl's shoulders. On her face was a massive blush as her golden slit eyes stared at a suddenly nervous Shiozaki. Could it be the reason the exercise wasn't unpleasant had something to do with who you were partnered with? What? Yelped Shizaki, backing away as she said this, her face now scarlet as she found herself the center of attention. Toga now had a hand under her chin, smirking slightly while appearing to be sizing her up. Mina had stars in her eyes, looking hungry for some juicy gossip while 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 playfully covered her mount with a hand. Wait, are you implying that Shizaki likes 𝐒𝐴𝐵? Asked Komori, tilting her head as she said this. But they hate each other. Shizaki is constantly smacking 𝐴𝐵 upside the head every time he says the G word in vain. Well, I wouldn't say I hate him, mumbled Shizaki, poking her fingers together while looking down. Oh Komori, you are so innocent when it comes to the realm of love, sang Toga. Everyone has their own way of expressing their love for another. Some people hold hands, kiss, give each other gifts, or do things that don't make sense to most of the world. In the case of Shizaki, she feels a need to punish 𝐴𝐵 because she cares about him. She's not going to politely ask him to stop like she did with Ishido. Oh no. Because of her deep-seated feelings for him, she can't waste a second in trying to save his immortal soul. Also, smacking like that allows her to touch his skin even for a moment. I bet she savors every moment. So those attacks are the way she shows her love. As Toga said all this, the shapeshifter began to twirl around with an outstretched hand while stars suddenly seemed to appear all around her. Meanwhile, Shizaki just pressed herself against the wall as her entire body seemed to turn red from embarrassment. Is that how it is? Asked Gyro, a slight smirk on her face. Then maybe 𝐴𝐵 keeps saying the wrong thing. Not because he's stubborn, but because he likes it. Oh, maybe you're right, agreed Toga with a nod. In response, Shizaki let out a high-pitched squeak that almost muffled out a thud coming from above their head. Okay, said Kendo, clapping her hands. You've had your fun, Toga. Now we need to get changed, so oh come on Kendo, interrupted Toga, waving off the big fist user as she turned away from the flustered vine-haired girl. Said girl was now speaking rapidly in a low tone while her eyes were nothing more than spirals. We're just doing what girls should be doing, talking about love and gossiping. It's the perfect way to release some stress after such a long day. Here, cheered Ishido, fist pumping into the air. The pink-skinned girl then turned to look at Setsuna. So, any other lovey-dovey couples in your class? Because right now, I think the only couples in our year are coming from your class. Unless you count Bakugo's love for himself. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 snickered at that. Oh, trust me. We do, she said before pointing a thumb at Kendo, Pony, and Toga. We got 3 girls who all have their eyes on a certain green-haired teen. Though the battle may already be over as Midoriya asked Kendo out for a romantic getaway just for the 2 of them. At that, Himiko smirked. Oh, trust me, it isn't the end, she said while Kendo began to blush. He just asked me out as a began Itsuka before another thud was heard, louder this time. As the girls looked up at the vents above their heads, a dark aura began to surround the wanted girls. We have a rat, said Gyro as she sent her jacks up towards the ceiling. Channeling her heartbeat through her jacks, the ceiling began to vibrate with noise while Ishido threw some acid up at the vent opening. As soon as it melted away, the half-naked form of Minta landed on the ground. Hey, what's the big idea? Shouted the smallest teen there as he picked himself off the floor. I was just eyeing the goodies before me. It's the least I deserve after what that psychopath did to me. So how about you all just get undressed? Minta finally felt the overwhelming aura of anger directed at him from all the girls there. Kendo was looking at him with disgust, enlarging her hands while Momo used the last of her lipids to create a metal bat. Gyro was cracking her knuckles while Komori went to the shower to help make the place more humid for her mushrooms. One by one, all the girls began to either activate their quirks or prepare their fists for a beatdown. Hey everyone, said Midoriya, standing next to his seat. The teen had been in the process of packing up for the day when the girls entered the classroom. He was about to ask what took so long as he and the rest of the guys had finished getting changed ages ago when he noticed that Kendo, Yanagi, Pony, and Toga all had blood on their hands. And what was stranger still was that Toga wasn't licking it off of her. Did something happen? Is anyone hurt? Something happened to someone unimportant, commented Toga, glancing down at the blood still on her hand, not with a look of longing but utter disgust. Someone disgustingly unimportant who we would have ended had Midnight and Auntie Asia not heard the commotion and stopped us. At least we're not in trouble. Can't say the same for him. At that, all the girls in the class nodded as Toga went to grab wipes from her bag to begin cleaning her hands. Enough about that thing, grumbled Itsuka, accepting the wipes from Toga as she turned her full attention towards Izuku. Were there any problems with you? Problems, echoed Izuku. Not much. A few of the guys from Wana accused us of cheating, but Kirishima told them they were being unmanly for not accepting the fact that they lost. Very true, said Tetsustetsu with a nod as he slung his backpack on his back. After that, they went hunting for Minta once they realized he vanished from the locker room, continued Izuku. Strange. You would think that by now he would know his way around the school without getting lost, and the fact that he did so when he hadn't fully changed was weird. I offered to help, but they said it was official one business. As Izuku sighed, the girls just looked at the innocent boy with slightly teary eyes, hoping that he wouldn't get too disappointed when he learned the truth, or mad at them when he learned just how close Midoriya came to death. After that, I received a message from 𝗍𝗂 with some, interesting news. Oh, said Kendo, wondering what this was about. Began Izuku, looking a little embarrassed. It turns out that the reason it was taking so long for my confirmation to 𝐈 to arrive was because someone wanted to meet me really badly. So much so that they managed to convince the board there to throw in a couple extra tickets. He then gave Itsuka an apologetic smile. Sorry, but it looks like we'll have some company. Well, began Itsuka as she turned to look away, scratching her cheek as she did so. She looked like she was about to say something, however her eyes landed on Pony. The American girl looked at her with wide eyes full of hope and glee, almost ready to start leaping with joy at any moment. The orange-haired girl then let out a sigh, hanging her head a little. It'll be fine. We'll still be able to spend time together. Great, said Izuku. He was then about to ask Pony if she wanted to come but stopped when he felt something collide with his desk. Turning his head, he found Toga bending down on the opposite side of his desk so that the only part of her face that was visible were her eyes up, and those yellow slit eyes were giving him a sad kitty cat-like pout that nearly made his heart stop with how sad and pleading they were, just begging not to be left behind. Finally, Izuku sighed. Pony, Toga, would the two of you like to come with us to 𝐈 this weekend? He asked. His only response was getting tackled to the floor by the two happy, laughing blondes who were clearly saying yes. And as he lay there with Kendo trying to pry them off of him, a few questions entered his mind. The first was what was he going to do with the last ticket? The second was how should he tell his mother that he was going to an island with 3 girls? And lastly, why did this embrace feel so good that he never wanted it to end? At the same time, a large metal cube was being unloaded off a plane and onto the dock of Island. The cube took up a large amount of space, requiring dozens of the robots to move it around. On the cube was only a single door with a keypad required to open it, with several tanks of air connected to the surface to keep the lone individual inside of it alive. But that wasn't all, as along with the cube were several guards who were from the prison Tartarus, each one of them keeping their hands on their weapons as they eyed the cube as if in fear that at any moment all hell would break loose. I hope the specimen is in good condition, came a voice, followed by the sounds of someone walking towards the guards in a hurry. The lead guard turned, seeing it to be the man to whom they were delivering the prisoner to. Not this time, Dr. Shield, replied the lead guard. Unlike the last few, this one didn't put up much of a fuss. Will's so broken that this piece of shit didn't even consider making a break for it. Good, said Dr. Shield as he approached the metal cube. Slowly, almost reverently, he placed a hand on it so that he could feel just how cold the metal shell was. I would hate to waste time patching up wounds that could interfere with the procedure. Oh, I know this time it will be a success. I can feel it. All the data from the past failures have been examined and fine-tuned. Hopefully, I will be able to unveil its existence by the end of the weekend. Yeah, said the lead guard, his tone uncaring. Mostly because he didn't know what was being done to the dozen or so prisoners that they had already brought this man on the authority of the Safety Commission. Just make sure that you clean up your mess once you are done. And, if you need another one, you know who to call. The next several days until the trip to Island were like a whirlwind to one Izuku Midoriya. Thought it was one he found himself enjoying more than not. Starting from the moment Kendo managed to pry his other 2 female friends off of him, Izuku went to work ensuring that Toga could come along with them. This involved heading over to the 𝗍𝗂's office to pick up a special form, fill it out, and then submit it to the principal. By completing this form, he entered into an agreement stating that he would take responsibility for Toga during their stay off campus. While both the principal and school nurse believed that Himiko would listen to him and not do anything that might get them into trouble, there was always that chance that something could go wrong. As such, 𝗍𝗂 had to impart just how serious this was given Toga's situation. Should Toga cause any serious trouble, then his spot in the hero course would be in jeopardy. If she managed to escape off the island without him, then the principal would have no choice but to expel him while also blacklisting him from entering another hero school. And those were the lightest punishments. Once that had been settled, Izuku was treated with the time-honored tradition of becoming a human pack mule as the 3 girls wasted no time shopping for the trip. Their first stop, one of the fancier shops in the mall that sold dresses for more upscale events. The moment Izuku stepped into the store, he felt extremely out of place as he was bombarded with mannequins with slightly oversized bust lines wearing some of the shop's more premier lines. It might also have to do with the fact that he had never been into a store like this before in his life, as his mother mainly went for simpler fashions in order to save money. Thankfully, he wasn't alone, as Itsuka seemed visibly lost as she looked around at all the fashions. Seriously, they're asking for this much for this? Whisper, demanded Itsuka as she seemingly pulled out a gown from one of the hangers. It was a bright blue dress that looked like it would hug the body tighter than any hero costume out there. What's more, the front was nearly completely cut out. Face turning red, he noticed that there were strands of fabric that made various small X-shaped patterns across the front in order to keep the wearer's body from spilling out. Hopefully, the gown would cover the private areas of the wearer, though judging by what he was seeing it would be just barely. Honestly, continued Izuku with a huff, almost slamming the dress back where it belonged with a blush on her face as well. I could buy 2 leather biker jackets for the price of this dress and still have some left over, and those probably use 10 times more material than that thing. Izuku nodded, agreeing that the price was simply too much even for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this, as well as it just not suiting her. While he believed that Izuku was beautiful, her beauty didn't come from flaunting her body in such a manner that she didn't need to resort to showing off that much skin in order to make a head turn. At least, that's how he felt. After a short amount of browsing, the 3 girls managed to collect an armful of outfits to try on before heading over to the changing room. However, not before Toga ordered Izuku to sit down on one of the chairs in front of the 3 rooms. What followed was something akin to a mini fashion show, with each of the girls exiting their changing room to ask Izuku to judge how the dresses looked on them. A job Izuku felt wholly unqualified for. What did he know about fashion? His original hero suit designs tried to imitate All Might, as a few people not so kindly pointed out, made him look like he was wearing bunny ears. Him, the guy who had several t-shirts, one of which he was wearing right now. He was going to be the one to tell them if they looked good or not. I kind of like this one the best, said Itsuka, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts as she exited the changing room. The dress was honestly very simple, yet Izuku felt his cheeks heat up when he saw her in it. Its color was turquoise, with only one thick strap that wrapped around her shoulder while the neckline stopped just before her breast. As she moved, Izuku noticed that there was a cut along the sides to give her better movement as well as to show off her legs. Finally, a thick black belt that covered most of her waist seemed to tie the look together, giving her a tough yet alluring appearance. Wow, that looks amazing on you, said Izuku, his eyes wide as he spoke honestly. Hearing that, Itsuka blushed slightly before heading back into her changing room before the next girl could come out. While she did try on a few outfits, Itsuka decided to go with the first dress in the end before taking a seat next to Izuku. Pony was the first to exit her dressing room after Itsuka, a bounce to her step as she did so despite the fact that her choices were the most limited. This being due to some of her more animalistic features such as her tail as well as the limited number of dresses within this selection being in her size. While there were services for people in Pony's position, altering the dress would take more time than they had as well as being a bit pricey. Still, that was not enough to put a damper on Pony's mood as she twirled around for Izuku and later Itsuka. In the end, Pony went with a dark green, shoulder-off dress. The outfit looked like the material used to make it rougher and thicker than the others, yet Izuku still thought it looked really good on her. The green-haired teen also noted that once the dress went past her hips, it began to look like there were multiple layers and made it look like the dress was cut up into spikes with the longest one going past the knee. Best dress, said Pony, smiling after she returned to wearing her normal attire. I had to quickly detach my horns with most of the others. That one, I don't need to worry about my horns cutting through the fabric as much. Plus it's still super cute. Izuku nodded, never really realizing before just how hard it was for someone like Pony to go out shopping before. Mainly because these days he normally saw her in her school uniform, which was button up. Though, now that he thought about it, whenever they went out to help her student her Japanese before school started, Pony usually wore something with a wider neckline or shoulder off top. Same for these days whenever they went to a manga cafe. As Pony sat beside him, Izuku's mind continued to ponder this question. He began to imagine himself sitting with Pony at the cafe they enjoyed the most, as it had well-maintained manga novels dating all the way back well before the dawn of quirks. Sitting there, much like he was now, he looked over at Pony to see that there was a cut in her blouse that the American girl hadn't noticed. One running right along her breast, small enough that most people wouldn't notice unless you were close enough. Or perhaps it started out smaller but then began to expand, for as soon as he noticed it, Izuku could have sworn that said cut got just a little bigger, allowing him to see her bra. Eyes widening, the cut grew just a bit more to reveal Albion's screams of no. Broke the teen out of his thoughts. In fact, both the mental and physical versions of Izuku slapped themselves hard. An act that surprised both girls, making them just a little in their seats from the sudden action. Somehow Izuku managed to laugh it off while mentally chastising himself for even thinking like that. Himeko took the longest out of the 3 of them, as it seemed like she wanted to try on everything within the store that was both in her size as well as everything that seemed a size too small for her. Each exit from the changing room was done with a flourish, the door opening to reveal the blood lover standing there in a pose. Sometimes it was just her standing so that he got a good look at her side profile, turning her head slightly in his direction to give him a suggestive wink before sauntering out of the room. Other times her hands were behind her head, chest pushed out as far as she could. Then there were the poses that made his heart stop, face flushing as he looked away. The times he had his other female friends with him, he couldn't help but notice that their faces were bright red too. So at the very least, it wasn't just him. In the end, Toga bought a red dress whose single strap went around her neck. The dress seemed to cling to her chest while leaving her shoulders, arms, and sides completely exposed. Izuku's heart had nearly leapt out of his chest when he discovered that Toga's entire back was also exposed, with the material only returning maybe an inch above her butt. It also exposed the fact that she was currently without a bra. At least the dress didn't expose anything else, as it went all the way to her feet. Once the dresses had been paid for and boxed up, Izuku carried them from store to store as the girls continued to acquire more items for the trips. It soon became clear that Toga needed the most, having only a few casual outfits of her own along with her school uniforms to her name, as her parents had tossed out most of her possessions after she had been arrested. Thankfully, her grandfather had sent her a credit card to use once 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 would allow her out, though the fact that the card had a red pentagram on it made Izuku worry a little. Meanwhile, Pony wanted to buy a few things for the trip, mainly some new mangas to read during the flight, as she wanted to save the majority of her money for the expo. As for Kendo, she didn't really need anything, as she had already gone over her stuff since Izuku first asked her out. The only thing she really needed was the dress. Still, the orange-haired girl tried a few things on here and there for fun. For the most part, it was pretty standard stuff. That is until they reached a store specializing in swimwear. If Izuku had been blushing like mad when he saw the girls in their dresses, his face had gone atomic as they began to try on various swimsuits and asking Izuku for his opinion. Somehow, all three girls exited the dressing rooms at the same time wearing similar bikinis, the sight of which caused the poor boy's brain to almost crash like his laptop had done shortly after installing a speech-to-text app into it. Toga was wearing a black bikini, showing off her lithe frame and her perky chest. Pony was wearing a white one, but had the images of apples positioned in the absolute worst places. Kendo's bikini had a simple blue and white striped theme to it. This time Toga and Pony went with their first picks, though they did spend a bit more time trying on the various other swimsuits that caught their fancy. Itsuka, on the other hand, decided to go with something else. In the end, she went with a two-piece suit that covered a bit more of her upper body that was a shade of blue along with a matching hip cloth. Then came the last store of the night, lingerie. Izuku thanked God that the girls didn't ask for his opinion. In fact, they said that he didn't even need to go into the store if he didn't want to, that he could go himself a snack if he wanted since they might be there for a while. Though the fact that Toga had just smirked at him without saying anything didn't seem to sit well with him. With their shopping concluded, Izuku was able to concentrate fully on school for the remainder of the week. When they arrived at UA the next day, they quickly discovered that things were not looking good for 1A. The first piece of news came during homeroom when Vlad King informed the class about Minta's behavior the previous day, both during the course of the exercise the previous day as well as for him crawling through the vents in order to spy on the girls changing. Hearing this caused no small amount of rage to boil within the Divine Divire, though if he was thinking straight he would have been more surprised that it had less to do with the fact that a hero student was acting this way than the fact that he tried to look at Itsuka, Toga, and Pony without their permission. Thankfully, Aizawa only put up the smallest of fights when protecting Minta, as he would become the second one a student to receive a suspension before the finals. While it would only be for the remainder of the week, it also meant that he would be getting a 0 for the rest of the exercise along with any additional homework he received from the rest of his classes. While this was a huge setback for anyone within the hero program, that wasn't the end of it, as the school was changing the hero who he would be interning with. Instead of spending a week with Mount Lady, Vlad King revealed with great amusement that he would be instead interning with Mr. Muslimin, a bald, male hero who liked to walk around wearing only a Speedo as well as a constantly oiled body. A man who was also reported as being a friend of Midnight's, as the two frequented clubs that appealed to a certain taste they both share. As for the rest of 1A, there was an air of misery that surrounded them that anyone from the school could plainly see, including May. Somehow, the entire school had heard about how the mighty class that had survived a massive villain attack had been brought to a new low, and rumors were being spread like wildfire. One of them was that Aizawa was in hot water, that pro-hero Endeavor had visited the tired-looking man to yell at him for not teaching his son properly. Another said that the Hero Safety Commission had also been informed of how badly the exercise had gone and were demanding answers from the man. Izuku didn't know how much of these stories he actually believed, but what he did know was that he had heard the man yelling at his students. It wasn't until they saw their sister class in the lunchroom that 1B discovered just what else was going on. Most of 1A sat in silence, poking at their food with their utensils without sparing the rest of the school a glance. A few of their members, such as Todoroki and Bakugo, had distanced themselves from the rest in order to eat their meals in isolation. "I'm going to see if they're doing okay," announced Kendo. "I'll go with," began Izuku, but stopped himself when he noticed Itsuka holding up a hand. "Look, I know your heart is in the right place," she began, keeping her voice low. "But they don't know you as well as we all do. A few of them might get the wrong idea, thinking that you are just heading over there to gloat or something. I mean, they know you were the one who thought of that plan to make their day a living hell. As much as Izuku didn't like it, he could see that 𝗧𝗏 had a point. He was probably one of the last people the 𝗏 students wanted to see right now. Heck, there was even a chance that if he went over there, Bakugo might attack him again. If he did that and got suspended or even expelled, then there was a good chance that 𝗏 would blame him, saying that he was only there to antagonize them. The only other person in 1B who would receive the same amount of hate would be Toga. Meanwhile, Kendo had stayed away from them to guard the bomb, meaning the levels of hostility directed towards her would be low. So, in the end, Izuku nodded before sitting down. As he began eating his lunch, he watched as 𝗧𝗏 walked over to the 𝗏 students, specifically 𝐎𝐻𝗎𝗧𝗏. The two chatted for a bit before Kendo bid the creation quirk user goodbye and returned to her seat. Well, it could be worse, announced Kendo with a bit of a sigh as she sat down. Good news is that they aren't blaming you, Izuku, for what happened yesterday. Don't get me wrong, they are sore about what you put them through, but they aren't blaming you for what happened. Heck, they're not blaming any of us. Just salty. That is good to hear, Lady Kendo, said Shishida, smiling a little. A good sign for the future. Yeah, well, that's where the good news somewhat ends, continued Kendo as she began poking her food with her fork. There's a lot of finger-pointing going on in 1A. 𝐎𝐻𝗎𝗧𝗏 blames herself for a lot of what happened, though thankfully most of the class is reassuring her that it's not true. The only real exception is Todoroki, though he seems to be blaming several people in the class. 𝗎𝗎𝗧𝗏 for thinking he was Toga and the rest of the people in the site for not listening to him. So he's been extra icy to them. Really, that's rich coming from the guy who couldn't be bothered to go back for his ally, commented Toga. While Pony nodded sagely in agreement, Izuku couldn't help but shoot a glance at Todoroki. At that moment, their eyes met and Midoriya could feel the anger rolling off the son of the number 2 hero. At the same time, Izuku felt that ugly feeling he felt during their encounter bubbling up inside of him once again. All he could think about was how many people out there would kill to have a quirk like his. Yet the dual-haired teen just wasted for seemingly no reason at all. And while he was grateful for everything Divine Dividing gave him, even leading him to his current friends, Midoriya couldn't help but feel irritated at this other teen. As for everyone else, they're blaming Monoma and Bakugo, continued Kendo, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Neither of them were really team players. Monoma for trying to steal the spotlight and not checking in with everyone. Ashido seems to be the maddest at him within the class, stating that had this been real there was a chance his team as well as the people sent looking for him could have died in that fire. Everyone else, well, they're angry at Bakugo for how far he took things. Gyro's pissed that they're not expelling him for how he acted during the exercise, though that might be on the horizon. Apparently, Aizawa didn't keep it a secret that Bakugo will have to see Hound Dog for an evaluation after the internships are over. What kind of an evaluation? Asked Pony. Who knows, said Kendo with a shrug. It could be anywhere between seeing if he needs constant anger management therapy or assessing if he has the right mentality to be a hero. 𝗎𝗎𝗧𝗏 didn't bring it up and I never asked. I hope he doesn't get expelled, said Awace from the other end of the table. This surprised everyone, including Shozaki, who was sitting right next to him. Once he saw everyone's focus was on him, the teen smirked. How else would I be able to pay him back for those punches he gave me? Just imagine it. Me welding him to the ground in the first round of the sports festival so that the entire world gets to see him through another hissy fit. It would be god da smack. In an instance, a blushing Shozaki recalled her vines as she continued to eat. After lunch was over, the heroes of 1B changed into their hero costumes before heading to the same meeting room that 1A had been in just 2 days prior. One by one, the students walked into the room to plan the next day's exercise, none of them taking this lightly or thinking that they had this in the bag. While they had learned a great deal from 1A's mistakes, they were aware that because of this they would be graded more harshly. Moreover, the training area, scenario, and even the hero judges would all be different. Tomorrow, they would be heading into the suburban training area. According to the files they had been given, several of the local middle school students had tested positive for quirk enhancement drugs such as Trigger. The police had requested the aid of the heroes since there was evidence to support the idea that this was a large-scale operation. That night, several of the documents they had requested had found their way into Izuku's and Itsuka's email box, one of which was any complaints made to the police about strange smells or loud noises coming from their neighbors. There were multiple reports going back several months, but after looking through them the two class reps found what they were looking for. According to one complaint, it sounded like their neighbor was doing some late-night construction. The report also noted the person who answered the door was answered by a man who kept injecting French into his sentences, claiming to be new in the area and was not used to the time zone. So, yeah, they found where 1A was hiding. The next day, when the exercise began, things went fairly smoothly. Bakugo, being the type of person he was, didn't waste a second to charge towards the heroes in an attempt to meet them head-on, all while screaming his head off in rage, until he flew face first into a solid air wall that quickly became a cage. Once trapped, Bakugo was then captured and locked up. With that taken care of, the group made their way to the building they believed was where the villains were hiding, only to have massive walls of ice surrounding it. This pretty much solidified where the villains were hiding. Thinking quickly, 𝗧𝗏 split the group into two. One team would make sure the villains kept their attention on the ice wall while the others would try and sneak in via the sewers. This proved to be a lucky move, as it seemed that all the noise that the neighbors had been hearing was the villains tunneling into the sewers to make an additional lab space as well as a getaway. With the drugs found, a signal flare was shot into the air and the exercise came to an end. This time, both classes got far less criticism. While the heroes who were judging this didn't want to help become better villains, they stated that they should have done their construction during the day when fewer people were at home. Also, if they had gotten permits, they could have better explained away their efforts as remodeling. Bakugo and Todoroki also got more personal criticism. Bakugo for flying off the handle like that, thinking he could take on 21 heroes and potentially giving away their location. It was a dumb, impulsive move ... but at the same time, they reluctantly agreed that if Bakugo was also doing drugs it might have messed with his sense of judgment. So they went a little easier on him, saying that it was probably him staying in character. The ashen blonde teen said nothing to contradict this statement, just looking away with a huff. As for Todoroki, he didn't get off so light. His actions gave away their location before the heroes actually got on site, meaning there was a chance they could have captured the heroes or tricked the heroes. On top of that, he destroyed several of the other houses in the area. If anyone had been home at the time, then Todoroki would have blood on his hands. As for 𝗏𝗵𝗃, the biggest mistake they made was being obvious that they were on their way. Coming in with guns blazing was a good way to tip the villains off that they had been discovered, giving said evildoers time to prepare. It would have been better to lay low and try and catch them off guard. They were also somewhat responsible for the ice wall, failing to prevent the damages from occurring. While people would eventually understand it was the fault of the villains, the people would wonder if there was anything the heroes could have done to prevent this. Still, overall, the heroes did well. Soon after that, Izuku and the others left for 𝐼-Island. Flying first class, Izuku took an aisle seat while Kendo was given the spot next to the window. In the middle of the plane next to Izuku was Toga, while Pony sat next to her using the empty seat to place the mangas she had brought. Every time Izuku took notice at that single lone seat, a small pit formed in his stomach as he wasn't able to find anyone who could come with them. He had tried some of his other male friends, starting with Shinso. The brainwashing teen, however, could not make it as the school wanted to talk to him about the possibility of being transferred to the hero program this weekend. Given how much the teen wanted this, he wasn't going to throw the possibility away even for a possible once-in-a-lifetime trip. After that, Izuku had planned on asking 𝗧𝗏. But before he could, he overheard the steel quirk user talking about helping 𝗧𝗏 with something this weekend. Hearing that, Izuku made the quick decision not to put his friend on the spot, especially after what they had talked about. Unfortunately, he had brought his plight up with his mother, who asked him about his worst possible option. "Have you thought about asking Katsuki?" asked the plump Midoriya matriarch as she prepared dinner. It might help smooth things over after the sports festival. In all honesty, Izuku believed, with Albion agreeing completely with him, that if he had asked Bakugo to go, the ashen blonde would just start screaming over the phone before blowing up the device on his end. Thankfully, none of that happened, as 𝐭 took it upon herself to ask the other teen's mother about it. Apparently, he couldn't go and no further information was provided. Well, other than Mrs. Bakugo not wanting to have her son causing a scene in front of heroes around the world or having to pay for anything he blew up in a fit of rage. Yeah, Izuku couldn't blame her. So the seat went unclaimed save for the books that Pony brought with her. After 2 hours, the plane landed at its destination, 𝐼-Island, and it was a sight to behold. Large walls of thick steel and other metals created a circular barrier around the man-made island, containing some of the world's greatest defenses that not even 𝗬𝗏 had access to. Izuku felt himself vibrating as he used all his strength to keep from needing out. For about 5 seconds, according to all the articles I've read, it's impossible to get past, said Izuku as he and Kendo looked out the window as they passed by the wall. It contains sensors so precious that they can detect the slightest irregularity in the water. So even if someone had a quirk that could let them merge with the ocean, they would know and have you captured before you knew it. On top of that, they have nearly 100 ways to take down any unauthorized presence in their airspace. Their supercomputers can track even the fastest heroes in the world and predict where they are going to go in order to shoot them down. Even warping quirks, which are incredibly rare, can't get past these defenses. According to what I've read, the last person who tried warping in was deposited in a cell that instantly put up a field that generates the same effect as Mr. Aizawa's quirk. The only way any outsider ever gets in is through official channels after proper screening. "I can believe it," grumbled Toga, leaning in her seat to rub her butt. "I was not fond of the cavity search." "Well, you are ... supplied Pony with a slight smile. Himiko rolled her eyes. Yeah, like the metal detector. The pat-down jerk with a scanning quirk weren't enough to know I was completely unarmed, she complained. A few minutes later, the plane came to a quick stop, which was then followed by the passengers unboarding. As soon as they stepped out of the plane, Izuku and company found themselves on a moving walkway towards the main part of the island. There, they went through another metal detector before their faces were scanned along with their IDs. At first, Izuku wondered why they were doing this, but that question was quickly answered. Then his luggage appeared next to him from a hole that just appeared on the floor. Rather than exiting the walkway to find themselves in a terminal, the US students instead discovered that they were in a large outdoor plaza. There, several limos and taxis were waiting to pick up certain VIPs, with the drivers holding up signs to indicate who they were there for. As Izuku looked from sign to sign, some of the lettering looking more alien than anything he had ever seen before, a bit began to form in his stomach. He didn't see anything with their names on it, not even a sign with the school's logo on it. Itsuka and Pony noticed this as well, slight worry taking over their features as they stepped closer to each other and Izuku for support. Toga, meanwhile, just continued to look around with a grin on her face. Only she wasn't looking at the drivers but beyond. I sense a new arrival approaching, she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. What that meant, no one in their party knew. For the next 15 or so minutes, the four of them stood there hoping that once the chaos had ended, their ride would show itself. But as the last car left, leaving them standing alone with the sun beginning to set, Izuku began to worry. Was their ride just running late, or had it been his responsibility to arrange transportation to their hotel and no one bothered to tell him? Should he call up Nezu to inquire about this? Or would it just be faster to call up a cab and wait? But if he did that, then a lot of his spending money for the trip would be wasted. Yet Izuku didn't really see any other choices in the matter. It was possible to walk given the fact that people on Island were allowed to use their quirks freely, but that would be a poor start to their vacation. I'm calling, began Izuku as he pulled out his phone, only to then pause as he noticed a bright red pickup truck pulling in front of them. The vehicle looked sleek, with well-rounded edges, while its color was so shiny that one could assume that it had just been polished. But what really stood out about it was the fact that it didn't have any wheels. It just hovered there for several moments before gently setting itself down. With the engine fully off, the door to the hover truck opened to reveal a girl who looked close to their age. The first thing they all noticed was that she was a little taller than the rest of them, with long wavy blonde hair and blue eyes hidden behind glasses. Her face was a little rounded, but that only seemed to serve to give her a softer appearance. She wore a red blouse with white sleeves that didn't do much to distract from the fact that her figure was the closest 𝐎𝐻𝑒𝐼𝐺𝑢's. Below that, she wore khaki pants that went down to her knees with red socks that covered the rest of her legs. Smiling, she waved at them excitedly. "You must be Izuku Midoriya," the girl exclaimed as she ran over to them, a bright smile on her face. The moment she was right in front of Izuku, she took the boy's hands into her own. "This is such an honor. I've wanted to meet you since I saw you in the sports festival. I must have rewatched all your matches a dozen times," as she continued to hold him. The other girls in the group had various reactions. Pony just looked on confused, while Himiko placed her hands on her sides before nodding in a sage-like manner. As for Itsuka, she had on a forced smile as gently separated her clearly blushing green-haired friend away from her. "Excuse me, but who are you?" asked Kendo. At that, the girl blinked before lightly hitting the side of her head with her wrist. "Oh, sorry about that," she said. "I was so excited that I forgot my manners. My name is Melissa Shield." "Shield?" asked Izuku, his eyes growing wide. "You wouldn't happen to be related to David Shield, the same man who was All Might's sidekick when he was in the States? The same man who has made all of All Might's costumes as well as some of the top support gear in the world for various heroes?" "Yes, he's my papa," answered Melissa with a smile, causing Izuku's hands to ball up into excited fists while stars appeared in his eyes. "That's so cool," he exclaimed before a sudden realization hit him. The daughter of a living legend, almost as great as All Might, was standing before him, smiling at him. But why? Was it just because she was a fan? If that was true, then how did she know they would still be here instead of on their way to the hotel? And he wasn't the only one thinking these questions. "Excuse me," began Pony, drawing everyone's attention. "But it sounds like you're a pretty important person. So why are you here meeting with us?" Melissa seemed to take no offense to the question as she just smiled at her. "Because I have volunteered to be the attendant to Mr. Midoriya as well as the rest of his guests," she said, placing a hand on her chest as she said this. She then looked downward. "To be honest, I wasn't supposed to have this job. Usually, the winners of the a sports festival are given a professional handler to oversee them. However, in order to ensure that you got the extra tickets and ensuring that you would come, some concessions had to be made, like canceling the limousine and finding an attendant who would be willing to work for free. Naturally, I volunteered for the role." Izuku blinked, but before he could say anything, Itsuka beat him to the punch. "Wait, you're the reason that we got all the extra tickets?" "Why?" asked the big fist girl. If it were possible, Melissa's expression brightened up even more. Because there's something I need to tell him. And show him, she said. She then turned to look at Itsuka, and before the orange-haired girl knew what was happening, Melissa had captured her hands with her own. I was wondering who Midoriya was going to be bringing along. But I had no idea it would be you, Kendo. I saw your match against that angry bomber boy. You were amazing. The way you sent those speedy punches right into that guy's face without a speed enhancement quirk just blew me away. How did you manage to do it? Oh, began Itsuka, blushing slightly at the praise. Well, it's kind of like any other training. You know, training. Basically, I had to pluck out chestnuts from a roaring fire without my hands getting burnt. Then, once I managed it with my smaller hands, I began working on it when they were enlarged. That's so amazing, cried Melissa. Really makes me wish I had studied martial arts. She then turned to the horned girl in their party. I also remember you too. I'm so happy an American going to one of the best hero schools in the world. Not only that, but the way you used that tape guy's quirk against him was so cool. As Pony blushed at the praise, Melissa turned her attention to Toga. And the shapeshifter is here as well. The way you were leaping around in that pit made my heart nearly skip a beat. I was afraid you would fall at any moment. Wasn't too hard, replied Himiko before giving the girl a wink while a sly smile crossed her face. It looked like she wanted to say more, but for some reason, she held her tongue. At least for the moment. After the introductions were finished, Izuku and the other US students helped Melissa put their luggage into the truck before getting in. Thankfully, there was enough room inside with Itsuka, Izuku, and Pony sitting in the back with Toga taking the passenger side next to Melissa. As they began to drive, the bespectacled girl began to explain why she was so late. Apparently, she was a student at the local academy here on the island and was finishing up one of her personal projects, basically running a systems check to make sure everything was working while an AI system was being downloaded. What's more, she wanted Izuku and company to be the first to see it. I plan on showing it to my papa and Uncle Mike tomorrow after the dinner, she said while pulling up to a futuristic-looking warehouse. The building was only 1 story tall, looking like it was made from heavily reinforced steel with some parts even sticking out further as if to doubly reinforce it at specific location. As for the side, the one they were heading towards was leaning at an acute angle with the vertex pointing towards them. A sliding door moved upwards automatically for them as the vehicle approached. After parking the hover truck, everyone exited the vehicle while Melissa excitedly told them to just hang around for a moment while she got everything ready. For several minutes they waited, no one more excited to see what Melissa had to show them than Izuku. The girls let him mumble to himself as he went over all the possible theories on what they were about to see. The sound of a jet engine caught their collective attention, turning to see a sight for the ages. Melissa had changed out of her normal clothing and was now wearing a skin-tight bodysuit that showed off every single curve. The main color was a metallic red with white running along her sides starting from the armpits and going down to the soles of her feet. All 4 teens also noticed a V-shaped boob window in her suit that was no thicker than a small coin. More of the red material ran up her neck, covering her ears while a yellow visor protected her eyes. But that was not the shocking thing, for that honor went to what she was riding. The machine looked like it was the entire length of the truck and nearly as tall, though she rode it as if it were a surfboard or a skateboard. The front of it had a black nose similar to many jets, but the rest of it was made out of red painted metal with hints of white and gold. From where Izuku stood, he could see 2 sets of red, almost oval-shaped objects on the jet. The first set was smaller, with golden claws coming out of their fronts along with laser cannons on top. The back set was thicker, with blue flames from the jet engine coming out from between 2 slabs of black metal that created a V-shape. Right behind where Melissa stood were 2 white wings, and on the very back was another jet engine. Separate, commanded Melissa. At once, Izuku and the others witnessed something else that was amazing. A part of the underbelly of the jet detached from the main body, hovering behind for a moment as its folded wings extended. This second jet was much slimmer, its front looking very much like a dragon's head with glowing blue eyes and a mouth filled with jagged fangs. On its head were also 3 golden frills. Armor mode, commanded Melissa as she jumped into the air, off the platform. What happened next took only a few seconds, but somehow Izuku and the others saw everything. Parts of the main jet began to detach from each other to become a variety of various pieces. The first set of oval blocks that Izuku had taken notice of split into a total of 4 pieces, the ones containing the golden claws becoming her shoulder pads, while the other parts containing the lasers became red metal gauntlets that covered her arm from just below the elbow down. As for the larger ovals that had contained the jet engines, they hollowed out, allowing Melissa's feet to slide into them. Somehow they then shrank or compressed enough so that they only went up to her knees while being slender enough to not impede her movement. The rest of the platform seemed to liquidate, wrapping around her body so that the front was now covered in a golden metallic covering while the white wings attached to her back. Finally, the second jet transformed into a cannon as long as Melissa was tall. Yet, as she landed, the blonde scientist held it like it weighed nothing. "So," said Melissa, excitement radiating in her voice as she looked at the 4 US students. "What do you think?" "That's like," began Izuku, before words seemed to fail her. "It's like something out of the old Power Ranger shows from the pre-Quirk era," exclaimed Pony. "Though they were based on old Japanese ... it doesn't matter." "That looks awesome. Love the transformation," said Toga. "But what can it do?" Melissa's smile somehow grew 3 sizes. "Glad you asked," she said, beginning what felt like a presentation she had memorized in her head. "In its flight form, which you all saw first, its top speed is Mach 3. The base form of my suit will allow me to cling to it so I don't need to worry about slipping off, and it has a few additional features to protect me from the G-forces. On top of that, there are at least a half-dozen safety protocols in place should I ever get knocked off. When they separate, the main jet is slowed down some, but the fighter jet will become more maneuverable and can help me search an area. See, when they do that, I get an additional window on my visor so I'll see everything that my dragon jet sees. I can also use the main jet to haul things away or transport them to a destination of my choosing. Perfect for rescue operations. However, I can only move 2 people of average weight max." At that moment, as if by some silent command, 2 targets descended from the ceiling. "And in armor mode, well, let me show you what I can do," she continued. Melissa then pointed first at one of the targets. Instantly the laser, whose cannon had been pointing upwards and along her arm up to this point, flipped so that it was now pointing towards the target. In a flash, a red beam of energy fired from it, piercing the target cleanly in the center. Rather than doing the same with the other arm, Melissa raised the dragon cannon up and pointed it at the second target. Its jaw opened, allowing a steady stream of flames to fire out, but not far enough to reach the target. That clearly didn't bother Melissa as the dragon's jaw opened wider, the blaster inside of its mouth now clearly visible as it began to hum with the promise of overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, a beam of golden energy with red lightning dancing around it shot through the air, destroying the target before slamming into the wall. Sirens blared while an artificial voice warned of structure failure. Then, when the light faded, a hole could be found in the wall as the melt continued to drip down to the floor. But that wasn't the end of it. As Melissa let go of her giant gun, which instantly began to hover next to her, the floor opened up in the center of the warehouse. Coming up into their line of sight was a huge block of stone that looked polished with the words 10 tons written boldly across it. Melissa said nothing, the engines on her legs coming to life as she shot across the room with her fist pulled back. When the blow connected, the entire rock shattered as it exploded from the force. "Currently, this is what I can do with the safety features on manual," said Melissa as she turned around. "Once the AI system is fully integrated, it'll be able to scan the villains to help make the necessary calculations and make adjustments to my power output so I don't accidentally kill anyone. Right now it's taking in the systems that will help me find and rescue people along with a scanner to help diagnose any health issue or injuries they might have." "That's so incredible," exclaimed Izuku. "Do you by chance have an intelligence-enhancing quirk that helped you make all of this?" Melissa gave Izuku a sad smile before shaking her head. "No," she said. "To be honest, I don't have any quirk. I'm quirkless." Upon hearing that, all of the US students' eyes widened in shock, though none more so than Izuku's. "When I was young, I wanted to grow up and become a hero with all of my heart," continued Melissa as she reached over and took hold of her dragon cannon. With sad eyes she stared at its head, lightly stroking it with her metal hand as she continued. "But when I turned 4, I was told that it wasn't possible since I had an extra joint in my pinky toe. After that, I kept hoping that maybe the doctor was wrong and clinging to the chance that I might still get a quirk. Well, as you can tell, that never happened. Eventually, I decided to become a different type of hero. One who supports the heroes from backstage by making all their support gear like my papa. It was hard, and at first I really wasn't good at any of the sciences, but eventually I got better. I was content until I heard what Midoriya said in the sports festival." Melissa then looked up at Izuku, her eyes now burning with determination. "You briefly spoke about how you thought you were quirkless," she continued, "and what you said after, about how you fought against an opponent who had a quirk while yours was done. The things you said, like how it was pointless and that you should just give up. I could hear it in your voice that you were used to hearing things like that. But, in the end, you still won. You still defeated someone whose strength overshadowed you. And what you said in the end, that we have all the tools we need so just figure it out, struck a chord in me. It was those words that brought back my old dream, gave me hope again. And I knew that once I finished this suit, the first person I wanted to show it off to was my hero, Izuku Midoriya." At that, Izuku's eyes widened as he felt tears threatening to spill. He had done something he had always dreamed about, but the meaning behind was just so much more powerful than he ever thought. He had not just saved someone, but he had inspired her in the same way that All Might had inspired him. Not just anyone, but a quirkless person as well. Shame soon mixed in with the tears, his throat growing tight. Honestly, Melissa was far more impressive than he was. They had both started in the same way, born without quirks. Yet while he just sat there, hoping things would just magically get better, she was off doing things. She found a different way to be a great hero, even if it wasn't the way she originally wanted. Maybe if he had tried harder and studied science like she had, then maybe he could have made his own gear to become a hero. Then perhaps fewer people would have laughed at him, mocked him for his dream. You are aware that you are comparing one type of apple to another type, spoke Albion within Izuku's head, causing the teen to flinch. Albion, I think the saying is comparing apples to oranges, began Izuku, only for the ancient dragon to cut him off. Nay, the two of you are apples but with different flavors, insisted the dragon. You were both quirkless, that is true. However, she had all the resources and connections she needed in order to thrive on a different path. Those connections probably shielded her from some of the more extreme vile behavior that others in her position would have faced. As for you, well, could you have walked that same path as her? That somehow you could have gained the same level of intelligence from that rundown elementary and middle school that you attended, on the small amount of money that your family was living on. Izuku, no one ever even tried to tell you that such a thing as becoming a support technician was possible. Trust me, I know. Izuku wanted to argue with the dragon, yet the words refused to form in his mind. Mostly because Albion had a point. Ever since he discovered he was quirkless, people would laugh at him about his dream yet never offered any sort of alternative. Never once had his mother sat down with him to talk about other options he could have, saying he could get a job working with heroes instead of being one. Nor had any of his teachers. Then again, he had never taken an interest in becoming a support tech, so it was unlikely that he would have looked into it. True, he knew the type of support equipment most heroes used, yet the furthest he had ever dove into those machines was how they interacted with the hero's quirk. And while Izuku was becoming more confident with his metal skills, being a good strategist and understanding the uses of quirks were in a different ballpark from being smart enough to build something like what Melissa showed them. They just required a different set of skills that he had never thought to develop. Even if he did want to, it would have cost money. And while his family wasn't as strapped for cash as Albion's words might have implied, the Midoriya family wasn't exactly swimming in funds. Thinking about it further, what would have happened if a younger Midoriya had tried that route? He had little doubt that his mother wouldn't want to break him a second time, but could she realistically help him? A shiver ran down his body, imagining his mother even more stressed out as she tried to find someone to loan them the money so that he could start learning how to make hero equipment. And if she couldn't, would that mean he would have to teach himself, learning how to fix desktop computers and the like? I shall say this, said Albion as he broke Izuku out of his train of thought. The two of you are similar in the fact that you both needed someone to help kick you into improving in order to fulfill your dreams. For you, it was discovering my existence within yourself which led you to the Kendo dojo to begin training your body. For Melissa, it was you using the words that Mr. Kendo taught you. Imagine what would have been her fate had she not heard your words. At that, Izuku blinked before his body relaxed. Albion had a point. He had helped Melissa, acting like the hero he had always wanted to be. A thing that might not have happened had he not walked down this path. In fact, there would be a lot missing from his life. It was because he had stubbornly stuck to this dream that he was eventually able to meet the Kendos, learning how to fight and becoming fit enough to take down some of the robots in the entrance exam. Becoming skilled enough to fight Kirishima on equal terms when divine dividing was down. What's more, he was able to meet Pony, learn more about Vlad King, befriend Shishida and Shinso, and even get to have a heart-to-heart with Toga. His life, for all the misery he had to endure for most of it, was now something he would never want to trade. And he had a feeling it was going to get better. All right, follow me, exclaimed Melissa as the group walked out of the elevator. It had been roughly an hour since Melissa showed them her suit, and now they were in perhaps the fanciest hotel that Izuku had ever been in, the 𝗵𝗲 Plaza. When they had walked in, Izuku had felt like he was walking into the halls of the gods given the size and grandeur of the first floor. On either side of them were marble pillars that were as thick as Melissa's truck, leading up to a mural on the ceiling that depicted an epic battle between God and his angels against a horde of devils, as well as both sides fighting black-winged angels. He could have sworn that this room was at least 3 or 4 stories tall, making him feel very insignificant. After checking in, Midoriya found out that they would be staying on one of the topmost floors, just below the VIP suites. When they went to the elevator, Midoriya had expected something high-tech. However, he was shocked to find that this was made of marble as well, making him wonder how much it cost, as well as wondering if this was really the best material for the job. Actually, this is the elevator reserved for special guests, Melissa had told them after Kendo gawked at it. And now, finally, they were on their floor. After walking for a short bit, Melissa stopped in front of a door before pulling out a key card. After pressing the card against the reed, a loud click could be heard before the door opened on its own. For a moment, a bright light blinded the heroes, forcing them to cover their eyes. But when the light faded, each had a different reaction to what they saw inside. Melissa looked away, scratching the side of her cheek with embarrassment. Izuku's face had gone red while Itsuka's jaw dropped. Pony covered her face with her hands, though not before everyone noticed a nosebleed. Toga just smirked devilishly, peering inside while ignoring Albion's cries of no. Izuku saw a massive room that looked like a dozen people could easily move around in without an issue. Well, they could had there not been a massive, heart-shaped bed that took up the majority of the place. And was that a hot tub in the ground next to said bed in the window. Guess the girls can sleep, began Izuku, but stopped when Melissa coughed in her hand. Actually, this is your room. Your only room, said Melissa, doing her best to appear apologetic. You were originally going to get 2 rooms that were less, like this, but this was another concession that was made to get you the extra ticket. I'm sure you're all mature enough to handle it. Slowly, the group moved into the room like zombies, all except Toga. Instead, the blood-drinking girl pulled out her phone. Hello, Shizaki, she began once the person on the other end picked up. I just wanted to say that you are right. There is a god. And with that, she skipped into the room. Elsewhere, the door to a hidden lab opened, revealing a tired yet manically energized Dr. Shield. The man strode in, ignoring everything around him, including his assistant Sam, save one thing. That lone thing was their current project, a tank filled with an Arctic blue liquid. Inside of it was a child, a boy no older than 5. Attached to the boy's skin were several devices that monitored his health, along with a breathing tube and a speedo that covered the child's modesty. At the bottom of the tank was a small silver basin. So, another failure? Asked Dr. Shield, his eyes still focused on the boy. I wouldn't say that, replied Sam. This one is stable and is not showing any of the signs that the others went through. I believe that we have a better understanding on how the object works. With a few more tests, we should be able to achieve our desired results. Sam then turned to look at the good doctor. And how did it go on your end? Poorly. The council would not budge, sighed Dr. Shield. So, right now, we are at an impasse. We'll just have to make sure everything goes all right with Plan B also. We'll need to step up our plans. Thankfully, the good people at Heroes Safety Commission have plenty of villains that no one cares about and would be locked away for the rest of their lives. At least this way, we can get some use out of them before they die and give their wrecked lives some degree of meaning. Agreed, said Sam. Shall I begin work on the next one? Yes, said Dr. Shield, finally taking his eyes off their subject. But before you do, dispose of that, will you? Sam nodded before pressing a button on his console. A moment later, the liquid began to spin within the tank as the child seemed to be ripped to shreds as though he were in a blender. When it ended, nothing, not even bones, was left as the tank slowly began to drain.